Good morning, Derby fans, and welcome to day 2 of the 10th Tropicarnage Cup. And thank you to everyone tuning in onto the live stream. My name is Grifter, and I'll be taking you through the first game of the day between Brisbane City Rollers and Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. And joining me in the commentary will be Grinner.
How's it going, Grifter? It's been a while.
Not too bad. Yeah, it's been since yesterday, since we got behind the mics together. Good to be back in the seat with you, mate. And looking forward to this game this morning, a local derby between two of our local Brisbane teams here in southeast Queensland. Before we get right into the action, we will start with our acknowledgement of country. We Queensland Roller Derby Leagues acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We want to particularly acknowledge the Ugumba people of the land of which we stand and skate upon today. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Yes. All right, and as I mentioned earlier, we have on game 9 today here on track 1, the Brisbane City Rollers taking on the Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, and we will bring up our team lists now and run through the Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers. Skating for BCR today, we have 04 Bad Reality, number 14 Thunder Puss, 181 Lunatrix, 221 Bad Wolf, 313 Kimbo Kazi, number 32 Scare Bear, number 40 Unforgiving Bunny, 463 Happy Cadaver, 55 Dominator, 613 Axel Rolls, 63 Melcatraz, 666 Noisy, number 911 Bow Fracture, 949 The Skatriarchy, and 999 Velocity Raptor. And looking after them on the bench are Zach, Silent Butcher and Jambi. That is your Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers.
Oh, but in the white for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, we have 101 Cara, number 1019 America, number 11 Boss, number 117 L Bent, number 13 Savage, number 268 Crush and Kick, number 29 Cleagle Eagle, number 666 Black Reaver, number 7 Marilyn Monroe, number 741 Nancy Break, number 8 Joey Sniper, number 815 Tinker Hell, number 86 Yorkshire Terrier, number 95 Rita Tui, and on the bench we got Spoony Love, Cammy Kill Blonde, Ruby Tuesday, and Mr. Brightside. Oh, I think that was some pretty good timing. We have 2 seconds to go.
Couldn't have planned that better if we tried. And up on the line now in the white, we have a Tinker Hell for card skating up against the Skatriarchy for the Brisbane City Rollers as the jam timer puts a hand in the air. 5 seconds, card coming back to meet Tinker Hell on the line while Skatriarchy jumping out the front. And both jammers off to a pretty good start there. Tinker Hell just dancing with that line on the inside as the packs converge, and it's Tinker Hell who grabs lead for the Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, but only by a quarter of a track with the Skatriarchy in hot pursuit.
Yeah, it looked like through that pass we had Scarebear get a multiplayer block at the front, so the PBs will have a blocker in the bin. Tinker Hell coming out early, getting those lovely 4 points and calling off the jam.
Yeah, it's always great to just get those first initial points on the board, especially if you can be getting those points in the first jam, and the intensity already really stepping up a notch.
Oh, especially for like this time of morning, you know, someone's definitely had their coffee.
Exactly, yeah, I'm not quite sure how they're doing this, but good on them. The weather here at Mount Warren has been fantastic yesterday and today, like great weather for skating. A little cold here in the commentary booth, but it would be great to be out there on the track.
Yeah, so on the track we have, was it 999 Velociraptor in the black for the BCR Punk Blockers against number 13 Savage in the white for the card.
And Savage has, in the last sort of, 4 or 5 games that I've seen, Savage has really picked up their game, just working on that lateral movement, those jukes, and then also, you know, probably I think if you ask them themselves, you know, a couple of months ago, what was the weakest part of their game, it would be that drive, that trying to push through the walls, and I know that's been something that Savage has been working on really hard in training, so good to see that coming out. Unfortunately, Savage has copped a penalty and is in the penalty box, so power jam to BCR, and this will be the full 2-minute jam as Velocity Raptor works on the card pack at the top of the apex there. In comes the O from Unforgiving Bunny.
Looks like we have number 8 for card. Joey Sniper has gone out for a back block penalty.
So not only a power jam now, but also a blocker down. But Savage returning to the track now for card as Velocity Raptor comes around for another scoring pass. Savage with making easy work getting through that pack and also on a scoring pass as well. So points on the board there for card as Velocity Raptor puts a beautiful juke on Marilyn Monroe there. Fantastic speed and control from Velocity Raptor.
Looks like we currently have no lead jammer, so we will keep on going for the remaining 25 seconds in this jam.
Yeah, a tough way to start the day. Second jam into a full 2-minute power jam. But Velocity Raptor and Savage both looking up to the task. One to beat, and it's Scarebear. Oh, what a hit! Now that's that intensity that I know Savage has been putting in at training and really working on, being able to not just be a fast jukey jammer, but when needed get down and put those decent hits in. Not to be outdone though, BCR's Thunderpuss coming in and just knocking Savage to the out there as the jam time's out. Wow, what a way to start the day. I've just been going full bore on this one. These two teams, obviously local southeast Queensland teams, and they meet on a very regular basis. And there's a lot of intensity out on the track. But once the bout's done, they're all friends and they'll line up down at the pub having a drink together.
And it looks like we're going to have Tinker Hell is going to start off with a power jam. Raptor and Unforgiving Bunny sitting in the bin for the punk blockers in the black. Tinker Hell is out first, free and clear. Card definitely taking the pack advantage. Yeah, and it looks like, you're going to create a little line on the outside. Both Fracture trying to close the gap, but Tinker Hell just being a little too quick for that one.
Yeah, I think Bo might have just lost sight of Tinker Hell there and wasn't quite sure if she was going to be juking back on the in and ended up on the out. So Tinker Hell just doing laps here at the moment. Yeah. Some fantastic.
But the PBs have forced a
blocking pack.
Triangle of power at the back. Nice. Tinker Hell holds. Slash Heart Scarebear holding Tinker Hell out. Tinker Hell a little bit out of bounds. Yeah, there's the cut track penalty there for Tinker Hell.
Yeah,
the lovely denominator.
Yeah, dominated. Just waiting to see if Tinker Hell was actually going to start re-engaging in play after that cut track, or whether they, giving them that chance to step off and correct the cut track, but wasn't to be had. So power jam now for BCR, and this will be another 2-minute jam.
Velocity Raptor unfortunately back on track for another full-length jam. Getting a bit of bound up there at the front by the wall of white, so it looks like crush and kick. And Rita Tui at the front there holding two very, very great skaters. Crush and kick and Rita Tui.
Yeah, good assist coming in from Unforgiving Bunny there to knock Tui out. Wasn't quite enough though. Raptor just sneaking back on track in front of Crush and Kick, and then grabbing a cut track penalty. And just as Raptor heads to the penalty box, Tinker Hell is back on track and gets through for another 4 points.
Yeah, but I think Velocity Raptor did go in just before that 30-second mark, so the jam will end with the punk blockers in the bin. Oh, looks like a little apex jump, but no, not quite. It was a cut track penalty, so we will have a changeover. Velocity Raptor coming back on track.
Another jammer swap out. The penalty box timers will be busy this morning. Yeah, unfortunately, Tinker Hell just dragging that inside foot on the start of that apex jump. Landed the jump nicely, but just dragged the toe stop on that inside line and pulled the
So yeah, both teams coming really hot out the gate.
Yeah, they're not waiting for any warm-ups or anything. This is just full intensity straight on, and a great start from Coastal Assassins with the scores 27 for card, BCR 15. And I was speaking to both bench coaches earlier on today about how they were feeling about the game today, and both teams having some changes in their rotation. A few jammers out due to life commitments and also some injuries as well. So things have had to change up for both teams a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see if these packs and jammers can adapt.
Yeah, so we've got number 181 Lunatrix is on the track for the punk blockers in black. Meanwhile, Tinker Hell is back from the penalty. Just absolutely like a really, really drawn out pack all the way to that 20 feet mark.
And Luna is through for lead jammer in their first jam. Tinker Hell stashing the star, trying to find a way to hand off to Tui, but BCR just cycling Tinker Hell all the way back and out of range from their pivot, as Lunatrix now at the top of the apex trying to work her way through that wall. And
it's like Tinker Hell just trying to push against that wall, but that BCR punk block wall just being solid as hell.
Yeah, Tui now trying to come in and offense. All of the card defensive line coming in to provide some offense there, and that allows the star pass to be completed, and that jam gets called off. Man, this has just been very intense skating from both sides, straight out the bat, and it looks like apologies, I thought we were having a timeout, but it must have been whistle bleed from track 2, as we see Savage taking the line in the white for Coastal Assassins up against the Skatriarchy in black for BCR.
Yeah, looks like Bunk Boggers did a quick little switcheroo to the front of the pack. Skatriarchy trying to go back and forth, trying to find that hole, trying to make that hole. Yeah, she finds it on the outside line though. Nicely done by Skatriarchy. Meanwhile, the Card Jammer is about a half lap behind them. Skatriarchy hits the back of the pack. Gets shut down by Marilyn Monroe.
As we see Hawaiian Jesus running out to the track, Spoonie Love, to question the refs on that last play. He's trying to get some info.
Oh, Jesus, I just got caught on that.
We were having a quick conversation before, and Spoonie's one of those ones. He flirts that fine line between looking homeless and just looking cool. So
it's a hard line to walk.
I
don't think I could pull it off.
Key fashion line.
Meanwhile, we got Velociraptor is back on track for the PCR Punk Blockers against number 815 Tinkerhell in the white for the card. A little bit of a star pass there. It looks like Rita Tui has taken the star.
Yeah, that was a good reach there from Tui to be able to actually get around that BCR pack and grab that star from Tinkerhell. And it looks like, compared to the previous games, it's looking like that star pass manoeuvre is something that Carb have been working on a little bit to get them out of bad situations a bit quicker. So it looks like the training paying off there. We've had a couple of good star passes already from the Card Jammers, as we have Lunatrix in the black for BCR lining up against Savage in the white for Coastal Assassins. And BCR starting to peg back a little bit of that early lead that Card had managed to amass, as Lunatrix now pushing that Card pack further and further out. One of them's going to have to, Marilyn Monroe had to drop off, actually getting a penalty there, and that's enough then to allow Lunatrix to push through and grab a lead jammer for BCR. And this may be the jammer we see a lead change if Lunatrix can get through, although Savage now through the pack as well and on their initial pass. And jam gets called off there, so BCR will chip away a little bit more at this lead from Card. The deficit just 2 points now, and yeah, this is shaping up to be one hell of a bout here this morning. What a way to kick off a Sunday morning.
Yeah, it looks like, so BCR definitely bringing the pace back, taking the momentum away from Card a little bit here, but let's see if they can still hold it.
It has been a feature of BCR's games against Card in the past, is when they do have a little moment, you have those moments during games, you might just lose your game plan a little bit, but BCR, and I think, you were mentioning earlier, it's probably a testament to the bench staff of the likes of Zach and Jambi. BCR able to pull that, get them back in the headspace really, really quickly and get back to their game plan.
But as we speak, Skatriarchy has gone off for a penalty, so we'll have a power jam for Card. So it looks like Card gets to extend that lead a little bit more.
Yeah, Tinkerhell through nicely at the top of the apex there. And just
Kimbo Card's trying to come in through, interrupt that wall a bit, but Card just holding back, trying to extend that pack out, but Tinkerhell getting a bit trapped on that wall of black, but that wall looked a little bit too strong, and there is a direction of gameplay penalty, but we've got Skatriarchy is back on track. And jam gets called.
So a good jam for the Coastal Assassins there, 7 points to 0, taking the lead out to 9 points now, as we have Savage taking the field in the white for Coastal Assassins. And it looks like Velocity Raptor lining up in the black for BCR.
Velociraptor's like, give a bit of smile to Savage, like, hey, I know you.
Yeah. Fancy seeing you here. Card setting hard on that line there to try and trap Velocity Raptor. A good game plan against someone like Raptor. I mean, you don't want to give Raptor space to build up that speed and try and put that juke on. Just the agility of a skater like Raptor can really mess with your head. And yeah, we see it there, just able to juke. I think it was Munro to the out. Although Card still holding Velocity Raptor up at the top of the pack, and it looks like Velocity's going off for a high block.
So yeah, Velociraptor going off for the bin for a high block penalty.
Yeah,
That will leave Card with a power jam, and that is first scoring pass down for the Coastal Sessions. Savage coming back around, goes around the outside. Looks like the bench has chosen to ice Velociraptor in the bin.
Yeah, I mean, given the amount of time, Velocity Raptor only really probably spent within that 5 to 10 second mark, so that's a good amount of time to try and have a power jam start for Tinkerhell. As we were discussing yesterday, it could be dangerous when you've got that power jam, but the other jam is already standing in the penalty box. It makes it difficult for the teams to be able to switch from offense to defense on that power jam start. But if you've got a jammer sitting in the penalty box, that usually means you've got a good amount of time to try and get your jammer out off the start. And we have a bit of a timeout here. Not seeing what the signals are. It looks like probably an official review. The referee's just heading over to have a chat to the BCR bench and over at the scoreboard as well. So skaters just having a little mingle around in the middle of the track. And while we have a bit of lull in play, we should probably give a shout out to our sponsor here for Track 1, Better Bearings.
That would be the lovely Better Bearings.
Ah, fantastic.
For Track 1 here today.
I'm trying to think how many sets of Better Bearings I've actually got. I know I've got 6 sets of bearings, and I'm pretty sure at least 5 of them are...
I don't know about you, but I was never great with my skate maintenance. I never washed my bearings. I just ran them into the ground and replaced them.
Yeah.
But always Better Bearings were like, they always lasted, at least for like 3 months longer than everyone else, would be like absolutely doing no maintenance whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm just so lazy that I can't be bothered swapping the bearings out of my different wheels. So every set of wheels, I've got another set of Better Bearings.
Oh yeah, no. Like, why would you swap your bearings? That takes too long.
Way too long. Yeah.
You need to quickly change wheels on the fly. Why not have a second set of bearings?
So we know why we love Better Bearings, but why should our listeners buy Better Bearings? Well, they're reliable and longer lasting. I mean, I think that's the key takeaway from us from using them, and also from anyone that we speak to. So you spend more time on track and less time mucking around with your gear. Better Bearings has also just eliminated plastic from their entire range of products and gives 5% of their profit to UN Women Australia. Your purchase from Better Bearings helps to support the world's largest movement for gender equality, ensuring that women and girls are safe from violence and free to have choice and opportunity. So, I mean, what more could you want? A fantastic product, environmentally friendly, and putting some good out into the world as well.
Like, I see, it's just all positives, really.
Back to the action on track. Everything has been sorted out, and the score sitting at 42-25 in favour of Coastal Assassins, with Tinkerhell out there for Coastal Assassins in the white Raptor, now returning from the penalty box. So Tinkerhell is lead jammer and on a scoring pass.
Tinkerhell, like, I'm pushing. Decimator is like, nope, everything seems to be good. I want you to push harder.
And Velocity Raptor has completed their initial pass. Tinkerhell grabbing 3 points there before calling off the jam, and looks like Tinkerhell is going to need to have a couple of orange slices over on the bench. So that was a tough jam there. You can see stuck in that wall back at the start of the apex here, and just trying to push through that wall, but also make sure that they weren't drawing any forearm penalties.
So yeah, on there we are, like a white Savage in the white for card number 1-3, and looks like she is up again.
That's Luna Tricks out
Luna
there
Tricks
for BCR. It's fantastic to see Luna out there. Luna recovering from a recent knee injury not too long ago, and has been able to get back on skates, and not just get back on skates, but really step up their game as well. Luna Tricks with lead jammer now coming around, just bumps off one of the card staters, stays in line, one more to beat out the front, and Lunatrix is through for a full scoring pass. But Savage through as well. The call coming from Zach on the bench. Late call, because Scarebear has gone through the penalty box for BCR. as the pack speeds up. And Luna calls that one off.
Nice response there from the BCR Plonk, because you call there, I don't know if you can hear their bench Zach calling late. So basically he's like saying, keep it going, keep the jam going, keep it going, you know, get to the front, speed this up. Like, nice little interaction there between, you know, it's always good to see when the team responds to their bench coach.
Yeah, and it's one of those, it takes a little bit of time, I think, for new skaters, but BCR, you know, the BCR packs here, pretty experienced skaters. They know if they hear that call coming to just instantly respond. I know in some of my earlier games, I would, in my head, I'm on track. I hear the call coming from the bench. I'm like, why do you want me to call it off now? No, don't question it. Just do.
Do.
You hear the call come from the bench, you do. As we see Skatriarchy in the lead, Gemma position now for BCR, and a little apex jump at the top, and calls it off. Oh, it looks like there might have been a penalty just before Skatriarchy was able to call that one off. So a power jam now for Coastal Assassins, and this will be a full 2-minute jam. Oh, and a good solid hit from Tui there on Thunderpuss. Yeah, might get called for the back block
there from Rita Tui.
Bit unfortunate. Initial contact looked all right, but then just carried on, and a bit of contact to the back of Thunderpuss there. So good call from the refs there. Still a power jam for the Coastal Assassins though, as Skatriarchy stands in the penalty box, waiting to return. A bit of O from the Coastal Assassins on Scare Bear there, but she's having none of it. As
Skatriarchy coming hot out of the gate, busts on through. Elbent trying to chase him down, but no chance whatsoever. Skatriarchy just being a little bit too quick on her feet.
Oh, just a beautiful, beautiful solid hit into that wall, and once again straight through the middle there. The card skaters trying to reform. Oh, might get a low block there. No incidental contact, so carry on. As Skatriarchy through for another 4 points. The speed and power of Skatriarchy here hitting this card pack has just been phenomenal. I wonder if they can cards settle and stop that tide. Yeah, nice big hit from El Bent there, just fling Skatriarchy to the inside of the track and forced to recycle back. And in the meantime, there has been a star pass for Coastal Assassins, so a Tui now, by the looks of it, with the star. And just copying a bump from Axel Rolls there on the outside as Skatriarchy through for another 4 points. And that jam times out. And a bit of a mixed bag there, a 9 points to 4 jam in favour of, I think there might be some late points coming in. It's gone, we're up to 11 points to 4 now. Score sitting Coastal Assassins 56 and 37 for Brisbane City Rollers.
And BCR has called a timeout. So
Zach has lost the war of the timeout.
Lost the war of the timeouts.
Yes, the infamous war of the timeouts. We're speaking about this yesterday. It was one of the things I remember hearing Zach speaking about. Going, you don't want to be the first one to have to call a timeout, but with the way the score has been piling up in favour of card, Zach bringing his skaters back, very animated on the bench over there, having a chat to the skaters, just trying to get them to remember, I guess, their game plan, calm it back down, do what we do. We're BCR, let's grind this away and let's get these points back.
So far, like in this first half, been pretty penalty heavy. Like both skaters, both teams bring the intensity. I think probably like if I was Zach, I'd probably be like trying to calm it down, trying to like, you know, let's go back to what we've been training, let's do the things.
Yeah, I mean, there's different types of intensity, right? There's that chaotic intensity, and I think that's what we've been seeing this morning. But what we want is intense skating, but it needs to be controlled.
Yeah, it needs to be focused. You know,
it is always hard being the first game of the day too. Like it's said, first game of the day, skaters are probably still getting used to the floor a little bit as well, adapting to the new packs that they've got, different jammer rotations for both teams, so there's a bit of change going on, and and then trying to come out of the gate with the intensity and power that both teams have had this morning. I'm not surprised there's been a few extra penalties here. Yeah,
but it looks like we've got a Hawaiian G. Okay, yep. Sorry, bro. I think that is. It's you have a new name. It's been coined.
Yes. Yep. And BCR's bench, Jambi now, also getting in on the action, giving the timeout speech. And it must be just about due to start play again, although now we've also now gone into an official timeout. So the referee's having a bit of a discussion as well. Bit of an extended break for BCR.
Yeah, but so if we see the score, it's 56-41. So Card in the white for 56. The BCR Punk Blockers in the black for 41. So the gap's getting a little narrower. It's starting to. So it's still 11, just under 12 minutes left in this first half. So be interesting to see what the BCR Punk Blockers can pull out.
Yeah, can they settle down after this first 20 or so minutes and now get back into their usual game plan as we see Savage in the white for Coastal Assassins taking on a Raptor in the black for BCR. And Savage with a good starting line up the inside, but contained by the BCR pack. Meanwhile, Raptor out front and is lead jammer, flying around that apex. So some penalties coming in now. No, unfortunately, Savage catching a penalty there, and that gives Velocity Raptor a power jam for BCR. And this could be the jam that turns things around for BCR. This is exactly what they needed after that little break.
Nice. You can see the PBs are setting up for a nice offense. Slash out Scare Bear going to the O. But it's a Duke, and Velociraptor finds that inside line.
It's that mental game offense.
Yeah.
Scare Bear's there. What's going to happen? Oh, Raptor's going straight through. That's what's happening. This time Scare Bear getting in amongst the card pack there as Savage returns from the bench. BCR ready for that return. Savage really trying to just work those shoulders in between the two BCR blockers at the back there. Just trying to shimmy in and create some sort of gap to push through, but Happy Cadaver and is that Bunny? No, I can't see who the other blocker is there, but the BCR blockers up to the task.
No, but at Velociraptor, the exact same thing is happening to them at the front. He's trying to fight through that 20-foot, just getting absolutely held, crush kick, and you see is maintaining the pack there with Scare Bear. Although it might look like, what are those two scares doing in the middle? Nothing. Oh yeah, that's a very important thing they're doing.
Yes, exactly. And can't afford to shift back and cause distraction of pack as Raptor now finally gets their way around Marilyn Monroe.
Velociraptor comes through. Another 4 points on the board for BCR. Very, very hard earned 4 points. And Velociraptor comes back around. Jukes. Oh, a lot easier time this time. Nice, another 4 points and calls off the jam.
So an excellent jam for BCR there. It looks like, another 4 points coming in. So a 16-0 jam, and BCR have taken
lead
the
change.
Lead. Yes, we have a lead change. BCR in the lead for the first time in this bout.
Yeah, so it looks like, that timeout, although, you don't want to call timeout first, it was well needed.
It was obviously
from the looks of things.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see now, can BCR maintain as Lunatrix takes the line in the black for BCR and Tinker Hell in the white. And Lunatrix already out the front of the packs here, but recontained by the card pack as Tinker Hell flirts with the line. Had a skate out there. We've got to be careful she doesn't cop a skating out of bounds. And makes the wise choice there just to step out and reset.
Nice. So looks like we got a very solid wall of Puss and Boost, Dominator, and an Unforgiving Bunny being the anchor of that front. Card coming with an offense on the outside line. Gives enough purchase for Tinker Hell to get through.
Meanwhile, Lunatrix coming through on their scoring pass, at least a couple of points in the bag, and I think managed to get through for all four. Yeah, the call came from the bench, and Lunatrix just managing to flick their hips around that last card blocker and grab all 4 points on that scoring pass. So 5-point lead now for BCR.
So these last two jams, BCR has definitely well taken the momentum off card. And it looks like we only got 8 minutes and 25 seconds left in this first half. We got number 9, 4-9 Skateriarchy up against number 1-3 Savage in the white for card.
Yeah, Skateriarchy starting right up on the line. Savage opting for a bit more of a run-up, and it's Skateriarchy through for lead. Looked like Savage was going to get through as well, but then just copped a last little bit of last-line defense from BCR as Skateriarchy approaches for their first scoring pass. Guided to that outside line. Skateriarchy well aware of the danger of that outside line and re-centers and starts to drive on that card pack as Scare Bear comes in to try and offer some assistance in the way of an offensive hit, but now forced to get back into that position of maintaining pack, and Skatriarchy left to do all the work themselves and do so. Another 4 points up on the board for BCR.
And Skatriarchy come back around. Comes up against Crush and Kick. Monroe. Nice little solid wall. And it looks like Slash Heart Scare Bear coming in, taking out that front blocker. But the card wall just being absolutely solid in their footworks.
Yeah, looking for a potential star pass here too from card. Savage has stashed it, and there it is. And Munroe is through for card, and that will likely force the call off from BCR. Yeah, there we go. Call off at the top of the apex there. A few more points up on the board for BCR, and BCR now extending that lead.
And it looks like we have an official timeout.
Yeah, penalty box having a bit of a chat between themselves there. A few of the refs darting off to go and grab a few other things. Not exactly sure what the official timeout is for at this stage.
And yeah, so the Brisbane City Rolls taking the lead at 67 cards, 56 card in the white. BCR Punk Blockers in the black.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the penalty record. So not too much danger there for BCR. Velocity Raptor on 3, so should need to be mindful of how they continue skating. And let's see what cards got for their penalties if we can.
So yeah, not too bad. Like, I know, seems a bit worse for the penalties, but yeah, not so bad.
Well, yeah, no one skater has really picked up too many penalties, but just overall a reasonably high penalty count across the board. So yeah, lots of skaters picking up some penalties, but no one in any danger at this stage, which is good, being still in the first half as we see Tinker Hell in the white taking on Velocity Raptor in the black for BCR. And Tinker Hell trying to just dance along that inside line again, and they do so and grab a lead jammer. Meanwhile, Velocity Raptor trying to work the outside, gets around El Bent at the top of the apex. So half a track lead for Tinker Hell coming in for their scoring pass, and a big solid shoulder from Thunderpuss. Beautiful work there. Tinker Hell just able to get the hips around one of the BCR blockers to pick up a point. So just the solo point there for a card. Scores now 57. Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Brisbane City Rollers 67. A 10-point lead for the BCR Punk Blockers.
And up on the line, we got number 181 Lunatrix up on the line for the BCR Punk Blockers in the black, and Rita Tui putting on the star to begin with. Not a stranger to the Jammer star, but usually from a star pass, but
yeah, a little different territory here for Ratatouille, but I think just with the intensity of especially the last few jams, Tinker Hell and Savage probably needing to just catch their breath as Tui now tries to get a star pass off to Munro, but Munro gets taken out, and Ratatouille first forced to continue to try and get their way through the pack as Lunatrix now battling the remaining card blockers on their scoring pass. And Ratatouille through, but Lunatrix through out the front as well for another 4 points for BCR and calls that jam off. And down to 5 minutes left in this first half of game 1 here today. Well, game 9.
Yeah, we're still in the first man of pool games. I think we've just got this pool game left to go, and next up we will have Division 2 pool games. So that'll be, yeah.
And then we start sorting out who's in what position to play off for the title of Tropicarnage Cup winners. As is that Skatriarchy out the front there for Skatriarchy for BCR grabbing lead jammer.
Yeah, like Tinker Hell trying to get past Kimbo Kazi. Kimbo Kazi just being solid as a rock, not allowing it, giving the PBs a bit more time to come back through. Gets through.
Yeah, and some good awareness from Thunderpuss there. Realised that their foot had just gone out of bounds and had to step themselves out off the track as to avoid that blocking out of bounds penalty.
And it looks like Rita Tui is back with the Jammer Star.
Yeah, once again forcing the call off there. So star pass completed, forces the call off from BCR.
Yeah, it looks like last couple of jams, they've really BCR's put on the pressure on the card jammers, and looks like they've worn them out a little bit. Like they're not quite doing like the jukey stuff. They're kind of falling for those traps of like sitting in that wall. Like it looks like the BCR pain is trying to come together. Like looks like they're trying to wear out the other jammers.
Yeah, and it's a trap that is very easy to, like speaking as a jammer previously, it's you start to get tired, so you fall back into what's the easier thing, and that's to just try and push against the seam.
Yeah.
But all you're doing is making it worse for yourself because you're just
all you're doing
way
is
more
like
energy
you're
and
just
not
like
getting anywhere. So
when you're like as a blocker, you're just like, oh, this is the best ever.
Yeah, I
just sit here.
Yeah, they're falling for it. And whistles on track. We have Savage in the penalty box for Coastal Assassins. So a power jam for BCR as Raptor comes around for their scoring pass. Also a blocker down for Card. So Raptor will be hoping to take full advantage of a power jam and a blocker down as the no pack gets called. Quick reset from the skaters there. And Raptor is through for another 4 points.
Velociraptor coming back around. 4 more points, Richard, for BCR punk blockers. So yeah, they've extended the point out like it's 81 to 57 at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually starting to jump away from Card here a little bit towards the end of this end of this first half. And the BCR lead really extending out now.
Card coming definitely strong out of the gate, but like, I don't know, it seems the pacing's like they can't quite keep up that pace, and BCR's like really changed up their game plan. They've gone from like, you know, a couple of like pancakes have come out a bit burnt and stuff, whereas now like, you know, they're making nice, smooth, lovely pancakes at the moment. Hey, that is an analogy I once heard from Bunny, so yep. You know, those first double jams, those pancakes.
Yeah,
they don't matter.
A couple of rubbish ones. Yeah. You always flick them. And now I want pancakes. Thanks.
Yeah. And like if you you know, feel so inclined to drive to Mount Warren, bring in some pancakes, I won't say no. I would be very thankful.
And we see a Raptor now through for another 4 points, but hands on hips. That was a hard 4 points. That was a good probably 40-odd seconds of trying to get through that wall for those 4 points, and Raptor bouncing off one of the card blockers at the back, and the jam times out. So a 17-0 jam there for Brisbane City Rollers.
Very nice there by the bunk blockers. Like, definitely taking it to them. I don't know, it looks like it's a time where Card like either needs to like dig deep and push through, or like accept like, because this is like a tournament. Like there is multiple games after this. Do we keep going, or do we let it happen?
Yeah, have they got enough in the tank to try and claw this back, or is it a case of stem the tide and keep it under control? And this is likely going to be the last jam for the first half in this game, as Tinker Hell for Coastal Assassins coming around and just giving that little sigh of, oh my god, am I still doing this? But a beautiful move around the outside from Tinker Hell there, grabs 4 points.
Lovely pass there by Tinker Hell.
Meanwhile, Lunatrix for Brisbane City Rollers still stuck on initial pass behind the Card pack, and Kimbo Kazi in the penalty box now for Card.
Tinker Hell with the Dukes duking, in, out. Does manage to get through final push at the last moment there. The BCR pump block is coming back to give their jammer a bit of assistance, but that card wall is solid.
Yeah, and Lunatrix taking the star off, hoping to create some diversion in the BCR pack, but BCR wise to the fact that the pivot is in the bin, although here comes Kimbo now returning to track.
Lunatrix doing a lovely, he's going to be a bit of a morale booster. Nicely done there. That'll be the last jam of this first half.
And what a great way for Card to finish off that half.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's going to be a morale booster at the end there. Like, just going to need to do, we can do it. Let's do it.
So, yeah, a 12-0 jam there for Card to finish off that first half of Game 9 here on Day 2 of Tropicarnage Cup number 10.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 years. I mean, it's been going for like a little longer, but like, there's those 2 years that are a bit fuzzy for everybody.
Yeah, you know. Basically just everyone living in a blur for 2 years. We'll ignore that ever happened.
Yep.
But, half time, and the scores sit now. Coastal Assassins, Roller Derby Assassins sitting on 69, and the Brisbane City Rollers, Punk Blockers, sitting on 94. So a 25-point lead in favour of BCR. And wow, what a first half to kick off Sunday here.
Yeah,
at
not much
Tropicarnage.
in it though, but yeah, obviously two teams coming out very intense to start with. Took them a couple probably the first 10 to 15 minutes to actually get the game plan together. As you see, the punk blockers Card just rocketed forward, took that lead, and then Zach called that timeout, and you saw a different team come out after that minute.
Yeah, really, really one of those movie type speeches. I'm imagining.
He's got those Mighty Duck speeches in hand.
Yeah. So fantastic work from the BCR bench there to calm their skaters down, get them back out there, and not only stem the tide of the card lead, but actually claw it back and take the lead to go into the second half, which we will be back for in about 13 minutes.
Yeah, so make sure you go get yourself a lovely cup of coffee or tea if you're not caffeine inclined. Well, tea's caffeine and tea. Go check out our lovely sponsor, Better Bearings. Go check out their website. Again, great seller product. No plastic whatsoever these days. And 5% of the profits go to the United Women's in Australia, which is helps to support gender equality, which is always a great thing. Thank you very much. We will see you in about 12 minutes.
out there in Derbyland tuning into our stream here for the first game of Day 2 of Tropicarnage Cup. We have the Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers taking on the Coastal Assassins Roller Derby Assassins. And it has lived up to expectations, this game. Both teams coming out of the gate at 100% from Jam 1. Coastal Assassins able to get out to an early lead, and then a well-timed timeout from Zach and Jambi for the BCR bench seemed to settle down the BCR skaters, get them back into their game plan, and BCR then putting on a stack of points towards the end of that second half and giving themselves a 25-point lead coming into the second half of this first bout of the day.
But this is a new half, so anything could happen. Possibilities are infinite.
And it's all down to the skaters now. They've had their halftime break, they've had their chats with their bench staff and their coaches, and let's see what they can bring to this second half as the first jam kicks off. And we have Tinker Hell in the white for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, with Skatriarchy lining up for BCR in the black. And intensity level has not dropped down at all. Both packs just digging in and holding these blockers as Skatriarchy grabs lead jammer, and now coming around for their initial scoring pass.
But Tinker Hell yet getting held in by that solid wall of BCR. Like, I think they're keeping that thing going. Like, let's just wear the jammers out, wear them down, wear them down. Like, let's play a slow, controlled game.
Definitely seemed to be the tactic that was working for them at the end of that second half there. The card jammers just really getting gassed towards the end of that second half, and if BCR can maintain that same kind of style of play throughout this half, it's going to be very much an uphill battle for card to come back from this 25-point deficit, as Skatriarchy gets through for a 4-point pass. Meanwhile, for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, I believe there has been a star pass completed. Signals for the refs, so Ratatouille now will have star in hand. As Skatriarchy now another 4 points. And BCR picking up right up where they left off at the end of the second half and racking up more points, extending that lead.
Ratatouille with the star in hand. But because Rita doesn't have the star on her head, she's still technically a blocker. So getting an out-of-play call. Oh, gotta love the little minutiae of rules. But Skatriarchy getting on through.
Yeah, you can see there Skatriarchy just pushing and pushing around the top of the apex there and doing enough to get that no-pack call, and forcing the card skaters to reset, and that you only need to give Skatriarchy just the slightest little edge and they will push through a wall as that jam comes to an end. And a great jam for Brisbane City Rollers, 17 points to 0, and BCR cracking the 100 mark. Now 111 to Coastal Assassins at 69.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Velociraptor number 999 in the black for the BCR Punk Blockers, and 1-3 Savage in the white for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Looks like Savage going to get a bit of a run up. Oh, and it's a good... Oh, no. Just stepping that foot out, and the BCR Punk Blockers getting time to re-establish from front. Savage does get through, though. Meanwhile, Velociraptor still on that ball of black. Marlon Monroe, number 7, going to the bin. At the start there, you've got Crushing Kick. Yep. Velociraptor is through. Duns the first initial pass. And nice tidy 4 point. 3 points?
3 point.
2, 3. Yep. 3 points and calls the jam.
Clearly, neither of us went and got that eye
Oh
test
my
yesterday.
God, no.
Still blind. I'm feeling tired just watching those two jammers. Like watching Raptor and Savage bounce around and go crazy behind these packs. I don't know how they keep up that level of activity, to be honest. Never been my style as a jammer. Mine's much more, I'd say, direct style of jamming.
Yeah, mine was like, I get like 2 attempts and I'm not through. I'm screwed. Jamming was never my forte. It seems like if you want to jam, it's like, oh, do you like hitting brick walls and then like immediately trying to hit the brick wall again later? Like, then have I got a position for you?
As we see Lunatrix now coming around as lead jammer in this jam. So again, BCR with another lead jammer and another contained card jammer in Tinker Hell being locked down by Happy and Bow Fracture at the back there. And that is one solid BCR wall. Scare Bear there just maintaining back, commanding the troops, telling them to come forward so that she can go and provide some offense for a Lunatrix, but having to reset back now and maintain that pack distance.
Yeah, we've got like Slash Hot Scare Bear and Ratatouille sitting there. Looks like they've got a bit of a swap. Ratatouille's going to come back, give it an offense. Their jammer Mars giving offense for... but looks like card is through. Initial pass is done. Tinker Hell on the way through to get some more points in the board.
A minute and 15 for Tinker Hell to get through for their initial pass there. I mean, what a solid effort from the BCR blockers to keep Tinker Hell contained for that amount of time, as Lunatrix now just driving into this card tripod at the front. The call coming from the bench, keep going, so they clearly want this to drag on a bit longer, and that's enough. The call comes to call that one off, much to Lunatrix's delight. She heads back to the bench to catch her breath, but a good jam there again for Brisbane City Rollers, and 4 points to 2 in that jam.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly increasing their lead as we see Savage taking the line in the white for card up against the Skatriarchy in the black for BCR.
Yeah, so Savage and Skatriarchy. Both, like, Skatriarchy having a little bit more purchase than she did at the start of the bout, but I think they've got card's number entirely. Like as you can see right there, knows where to push for that little bit to make that wall commit, gets on through, but both jammers neck and neck. Yeah, Skatriarchy doing the smart move, calling the jam.
Yeah, you could see just caught a glimpse of it coming around the top of the track there, but Savage had the speed there on Skatriarchy and was closing that distance pretty quickly, so wise choice there to call that one off with the BCR blockers being at the back of the pack there. As we have Tinker Hell in the white lining up the card, taking on Velocity Raptor in the black for BCR. Two very fast Juki jammers, and both packs doing a good job of initially locking them down. Raptor finds a way around that outside line and it claims lead for BCR. Tinker Hell wasting no time in stashing that star, trying to look for Ratatouille in the pivot.
Oh, nice little juke there from Raptor. Card does manage to get that wall together. America absolutely being solid in that wall, but Velociraptor finding that inside line.
And despite the continued intensity level from both teams, this second half starting off with a much better looking penalty count, much cleaner contact here in the second half, so we can only assume both coaches had that chat with their different packs and their skaters to say, you know, penalties have been a bit all over the place, we need to settle that chaos and just get back to what we do best. And that is playing right into the hands of BCR because they have continued to stack on the points and increase their lead. Another 8-0 jam there for BCR. So not huge scoring jams, but it's just chipping away. It's that grind that BCR are known for.
Yeah.
Just buckle down.
BCR not looking to win this by like a lot of points. I think at this point it's like if they win, it's better. Like win by 1 point is better like than trying to fling it out entirely. And you see that's BCR's game plan here is to take the W for this, and they're doing that very well.
Yeah, lock it in. I think it may have been that they had a particular game plan in that first half. They came out and they got a bit of a shock with how Card were playing, and they've had to adjust and then go back to change up the game plan and just settle things down, and they've certainly been able to do that in the remainder of that first half and continued on now in this second half. So Skatriarchy through the front of the pack there, but had the star in hand, and Card able to call that one off. but not before picking up a few points there. So a 3-0 jam for the Coastal Assassins. But there are certainly no easy points in this bout. Everything is a hard-fought jam, as we have Lunatrix in the black lining up for BCR to take on Tinkerhell in the white for Coastal Assassins. Oh, and a fantastic setup to start that jam there for card. You could see it playing out. Tinkerhell just taking the BCR pack to the out, and then L Bent sweeping in with a solid offense. So a good start there. Unfortunately, we have a skater down at the moment on track. Just got caught up in the mix. It looks like Lunatrix there just needing a little bit of time. Paramedics are out, and Zach is out there, but everyone looks okay. It'll just be a bit of time to let Lunatrix recover and then hop back up. So, yeah, nothing changing in the start of this second half. Both teams coming out, guns blazing.
Yeah. Both, very intense, but BCR managed to maintain that lead. Like, last jam of the last half, like, looks like card, like, we're starting at a bit of purchase, but BCR's come back out of the gate and it's just like, we're going to dictate the pace. We're going to, we're going to play at our style. And card can't quite seem to change them, to change the momentum on BCR. So I think BCR is playing a bit more of the attrition game, just inch by inch, they're going to win this.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. And again, that's something that BCR in particular are known for, is that, when things start to get away, okay, let's stop the bells and whistles. Let's just bring it back to the basics and let's grind this out. And once you get into a grind with BCR, that's their wheelhouse. That's where they can always seem to pull the win out. And so, good tactics from both teams. But as we see the cheers go up from the crowd, Lunatrix is able to skate off unassisted and back to the bench. So I imagine Lunatrix will now have a few jams break as they recover from that hit, but all looks good, all smiles and happy faces, so that's what we like to see. And we should give a shout out once again to the fantastic volunteers from the St John's Ambulance Service who are always here at our derby events and make sure that our skaters are looked after.
Yeah, and it looks like we are set and ready to go. For the BCR Punk Block, we've got number 99, Velocity Raptor in the black. And up against Tinkerhell in the white for card. And a 5 seconds call, so we will be ready, ripping and raring. Looks like BCR Punk Block is going to take the back line. L Bent getting amongst the BCR wall. Trying to muck him up. Successful, creates that little gap for Tinkerhell. Tinkerhell pushing. Just got, looks like Unforgiving Bunny at the front. Oh, and Velocity Raptor goes around the outside, gets the lead. Tinkerhell coming on through, finished the initial pass. Looks like Ryutui just going off for a penalty. Velocity Raptor looks like goes around, does a little straight line apex jump and gets through. Couple of points, but Tinkerhell also taking away 4 points as well.
Yeah, big smiles on the face of Tinkerhell as she came around there. She knew what that was about. So a 4-4 jam, and the score's now 127-81 in favour of Brisbane City Rollers. As Savage takes the line in the white 4 card, facing off against, is that Skatriarchy out there? Yeah, sorry, Skatriarchy in the black for BCR. Whistle goes, both jammers just holding back momentarily, and both jammers almost simultaneously getting past their opposing packs, and turns into a speed race around the outside.
Yeah.
Skatriarchy deciding to call that one off.
So at the beginning you see Skatriarchy playing a bit more passive, making sure that the wall catches the jammer first and then goes through. But then, the card jammer hits the wall, sees the hole for Skatriarchy and goes through that too. Very, very quick reflexes and hand-eye coordination there.
Well read play there from Savage to shut that jam down and stop any more accumulation of points on the BCR side of the ledger. As Tinkerhell now in the white 4 card, and Velocity Raptor again for BCR with L Bent beat, and it does so around the outside. So lead jammer again for BCR. as Tinker Hell continues to drive away at the back of this BCR pack. And Raptor now copping a little bump from El Bent, gets forced all the way back. Good solid hit there from El and a good recycle. As Tui now with the star in hand, so star pass completed for card. And Ratatouille now with the work to do to try and get through this BCR blocking pack.
Ratatouille did a very nice, but meanwhile Velociraptor through with another 4-point jam. Ratatouille trying to find a bit of purchase there through the BCR wall, finds that inside line with a bit of help.
And one of the card blockers now in the penalty box as Tui comes around for their initial pass, and that forces the call off from Raptor for a few more points up on the board for BCR. And 135 now to 81. So an 8-0 jam there in BCR's favour. And again, not huge scoring jams, but they're just slowly but surely building that lead out.
Yeah, just having that grind. And only 17 minutes and 30 seconds left in our second half between the Brisbane City Rollers punk blockers, who are in the black, against the Coastal Assassins Roll Derby Assassins in the white.
The double assassins always gets me. The assassins. As Skate Triarchy pops out the front there to claim lead jammer for BCR. And Savage forced to recycle, bit of jammer on jammer action attempt at the back there. As Skate Triarchy goes down at the front, and Savage is through. Zach screaming from the BCR bench for the call off there. Skatriarchy maybe just not quite able to hear over the noise on the track here, but eventually does call that jam off. And a 4-0 jam in BCR's favour.
Yeah, so it looked like, BCR just they're not going for long points, they're going for, if we're going to, in this jam, we're going to keep it at a standstill, or we're just going to get 4 points. That's all we're really aiming for. I think they realize that, if we go at this pace, we've got this in the bag, but we've also got other games left for this weekend too. We can't give everything right now and have nothing in tank for later iterations.
Yeah, it's a delicate balancing act as we see both jammers popping out the front. It is card with lead jammer, and Tinker Hell just double checking, am I lead, are they lead? And as soon as she finds out that she's lead, she calls that one off to stop any bleed. Zach making his way out to the middle of the track, and so is Spoonie Love. So both benches heading out to have a quick chat to the refs. It looks like they're both wanting to call a timeout.
Looks like Spoonie Love, is waiting the last moment possible, calling a timeout. So that looks like that is Card's first time out for this half, for this bout. So, I think, So Spoonie's lost the timeout for this half,
Yes, but will it work as well as it did for BCR in that first half?
It depends on how good your Mighty Duck speech is, really.
Yeah, that's right. How well can you ramp it up? Are you Al Pacino in any given Sunday or not? Let's take a chance to realize some lovely sponsors for our track one. Better Bearings. I don't know. I love Better Bearings. I've used them quite a bit. They have always been the best one. Also, local manufacturers too. Also, completely devoid of plastics. Yeah, that's a huge thing. I didn't realise how much plastic processing went into making something bearings. You don't think about it that much when you think bearings, but part of the manufacturing process fairly intensive, and obviously taking plastic out of that much better for the environment. Yeah. So good on Better Bearings for making that effort, and because it's not an easy thing to do either. It's not a simple thing to change a manufacturing line like that, but they're obviously environmentally conscious and decided this is something we want to do as a company, and so it's great to be able to support a company like that.
So why not buy Better Bearings? Vote with your wallet. Support companies that support the environment and a better future for us all. Exactly. And speaking of better futures, look what we got. We got some more derby action.
As we have Savage in the white for card with Lunatrix in the black for Brisbane City Rollers, and it's Savage who is lead jammer, taking a good outside line, managing to get past some solid hits from the likes of Scare Bear and stay in bounds.
Looks like a direction gameplay penalty there.
Yeah, that was a very good, solid hit from Savage there, perfectly legal. And a nice little spin move around the outside there for Savage, so racking up the points here.
So I think the speech worked.
I think what we've seen so far in this game is that the timeouts are really worth their weight in gold. BCR having a timeout in that first half, which stopped the stem of Card points, and Card using their timeout very well, and Savage coming out and racking up a 12-0 jam, and not only that, but Lunatrix copping a penalty for BCR at the end of that jam. So a full 30-second power jam start now for Card. And could that timeout be what turns it around for Card? So, I mean, coming out of the box, it certainly looks like it.
Yeah, definitely like that one jam turnaround. Like, look, Card's putting on a lot of points to the board, and we have an official timeout now.
Yeah, and it just does wonders for the confidence of the skaters to be able to have that little rest, reset with the bench, get their head right, and then come back out and actually see that positive result. Like, I mean, there's just nothing better than that sort of feeling when
when the thing we actually wanted to happen happens. Yeah. When the plan, it all goes to plan. But look, we got an official timeout. No, it's hard to tell what's kind of like. Probably like they were double checking a call or something that was happening. Making sure that things happen. So we did get a high block penalty there.
Yeah, Dominator just there confirming with looks like some of the NSOs that the correct penalties have been assigned. There's 3 BCR skaters in the penalty box, so presumably they just want to make sure that they got those calls right, and that everything's being tracked. So Lunatrix, the jammer for BCR, in the bin, and then also Bow Fracture and Happy Cadaver. So a fantastic way for Tinkerhell to line up to the start of this next jam. 2 blockers down for BCR and a power jam start with a full 30, knowing it's a full 30 seconds of Lunatrix in the penalty box as well.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how BCR try and play it with their 2 blockers, and if Card are going to try and will they sit back and just let the jammer do their thing, or are they going to try an offense from the start? So
like they do have like Bow Fracture is standing in the box, so Bow Fracture won't be in the box for very long. But it looks like, because they're going to have Kimbo Kazi and Bunny. I think that's Bunny. I can't quite see past Rita, because Rita is a solid, tall lady.
But I see, well, I was going to say short, but anyone next to Kimbo Kazi tends to look short anyway. But red helmet, I'm pretty sure that is Bunny. I think you're right there.
But so it'll be interesting to see, Kimbo Kazi and Bunny. I know. Usually, the player, I would try to make that if I was on track. I'd be like, let's try and speed this up. Let's try and make them run.
Just run it, yeah. Especially with, as you said, with Bow Fracture standing in the bin, so you're going to have some support coming pretty soon. If you can avoid getting trapped by the other 4 skaters from Card, that might be your best chance. At least get a 3-wall set up with Bow.
So it's like they've got to try and they've got to try and bait one of the Card skaters to come up and O. And then you take that momentum to go, because you can't just run.
Can't just run, because you're going to have no pack.
You'll have no pack, and then, then penalties get handed out, and you might have, you went from 2, you're down to 1. That's definitely not a place you want to be at.
Where you want to be. And it looks like, as part of that official review, one of the Card skaters...
they're going the opposite.
Penalty box, so... so BCR choosing to try and come back and meet Tinkerhell on the jammer line, and did slow them up a little bit, but Tinkerhell out for lead jammer. Bow Fracture now back on track for BCR, so 3 blockers now, but Card doing a good job of containing a Bow Fracture, as Tinkerhell now up against that 2-wall at the front of Kimbo and Bunny.
Very, very nice solid 2-wall.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to beat. Bunny is one of those anchor players for a team. Just having someone like Unforgiving Bunny on the team, you've got that cool steady head, amazing derby knowledge, and will always have a plan to get you out of trouble. As we see Lunatrix now back from the penalty box and through for their initial pass, and that forces a call off from Card. So
very nice to play there. Like that pack barely moved. Complete opposite what I thought. I would have been wrong if they made that call. Clearly, BCR know what they're doing. They've done the prep work. Just being absolutely solid. Unforgiving Bunny, Kimbo Kazi, blocking Aguero up the front there, just holding the jammer. Some stellar blocking skills there.
Yeah, and to start 2 blockers down with a 30-second power jam against you, and then only be at 3-0 at the end of that jam. I mean, that's a fantastic effort from BCR there to make sure that they contain that score bleed. As both jammers now, Skatriarchy and Savage, getting muddled into their respective packs. And like Savage just trying to settle down her card blockers and say, it's fine, just contain, and then I'll get out. But Skatriarchy up to the task with one to beat, crushing kick, and then a late challenge from Munro there, but Skatriarchy through for lead jammer. And Savage now, cops a beautiful shoulder from Scare Bear.
Yeah, but the crushing kick there to back her, pushing Scare Bear out so that she can come back on. But does get swallowed up by that wall of black again.
And the star pass has been completed for Coastal Assassins, so Munro now throwing that star on and coming around for a scoring pass. And BCR forced to call that one off. Not before a few extra points up on the board, and 5 points to 0 in that jam in favour of Brisbane City
That's
Rollers.
Very, very well held there by Card, you know. But I think the blockers definitely are working a little bit of overtime here. You know, everyone mostly sees jammers and how they get point stuff, but that was some stellar blocking in these last couple of jams.
Yeah, very, very controlled, and again we've seen a lot less penalties so far in this half, so the control and the concentration coming back from those blocking packs, getting settled in, and BCR just really deciding that they're having none of this anymore as Tinker Hell gets flung out of track by Kimbo Kazi and forced to recycle. Both jammers struggling to get through, but Velocity Raptor finding their way through at the top of the apex there for another lead for BCR. As the refs signal for a star pass, and Tui with the star in hand, but just copping a trip and heading out of bounds at the top of the apex there. Raptor meanwhile more points on the board for BCR, and comes through. It does a magnificent apex there at turn 1. Lands it, spins out, not just an apex jump, but an apex jump with style.
Yeah. So Rita Tui getting the star pass and finally getting out for that initial pass. Velocity Raptor went to call for jam, but then realized no, the bench was saying not to. Getting a little caught up there, but
yeah, you can see Zach just slightly out of frame from camera there, but he was screaming from the sidelines there to try and give instructions to his skaters. And some bit tricky to hear over that side of the track, unfortunately, with the noise on track and also track 2, some bleed coming from the other track as well.
Yeah, usually there's so many things to think about. There's the other blockers, the other jammers, and your bench coach. Sometimes one of those things just lacks. We're all human. You can only have capacity for so many things.
As we see Skatriarchy in the black for BCR grabbing lead jammer, and now coming round for their first scoring pass, while Savage in the white for Coastal Assassins tries to break through the BCR pack at the top of the pack. Top of the apex, and Skatriarchy copped a nice big hit, put them on their feet at the end of the first straight there, and now stuck in that card pack. And Savage coming around for a scoring pass and forcing the call off there.
Yeah, definitely BCR still playing that attrition game, not a huge lead, 156 to 96, so Card not quite being able to get that changing up the pace, or BCR have managed to we started in 5th gear, they've brought it down to 3rd, let's play at our pace, let's play at our range, and Card quite can't have that same capability to change those gears either.
Yeah, that initial sort of chaotic intensity in the first half really playing into Card's hands, and they were able to fully capitalise on that, get out to an early lead, but the power of good bench coaches, Zach and Jambi pulled them in, calm them down, as you say, get them to bring it back down a level, but just be solid, do the fundamentals right, and clawing it back as we have another official timeout now. The referee's having a little huddle in the middle. And the score's now sitting Brisbane City Rollers 156 to Coastal Assassins 96, so a 60-point lead now to Brisbane City Rollers with just under 9 minutes left in this half, so everything for Card to do uphill battle here in this last 9 or so minutes. But what a way to start off day 2 of Tropicarnage. When I saw the schedule posted and it was me and you on this game, I was so excited, doubly excited, because I love watching these two clubs skate, and then also to be here behind the mic with you, Gruner, once again is always good fun.
Yeah, what a cracker of a game to start day 2 off for Tropicarnage with.
Couldn't have asked for anything better, as we see Tinker Hell in the white lining up for Coastal Assassins, taking on Raptor in the black for BCR. And a cautious approach to the packs there from both jammers, just waiting to see how things settle down. And Raptor knocked to the inside line and forced to recycle back, re-engaging with the pack, but a big shoulder from Tui puts Raptor on the floor. But Raptor undeterred, continuing to push away at that pack and finds a gap around the outside. It doesn't take much for Raptor to find a gap, to be honest.
No, Raptor found the outside line around America.
And
very solid wall. Just that inside line. America coming in with a little, butt putt. Does knock Velociraptor calling off the jam. So only got away with 3 points there in BCR.
Yeah, and that's been the story of this second half. It's been 3, 4, maybe an 8, but none of these, none of the 20s or 16s. So it's just chipping away and slowly but surely building that lead out bit by bit.
This is a long weekend. We're only in day 2. We need to still have gas in the tank for later.
As the 5-second call goes out from our jam time, we have a Savage in the white taking on Lunatrix in the black. And Savage just managing to matrix on that outside line and stay in somehow, and grabs the lead for Coastal Assassins.
That's somehow jammer agility. When things look like the most complete out of control, that's when they're most in control.
And I was speaking about this earlier, but I am just absolutely loving the power that's come into Savage's game. Always known for being a fast, jukey jammer, but now has added that big, solid hits, engaging with the pack at top speed and just no fear, seemingly, to just charge into these BCR blockers. And it is really paying off. You can see from this game and from previous games that, it's now just that extra bit of extra something in their toolkit that they can add to their already fabulous, jukey, speedy game.
And Savage is silent now, going backwards in.
So Savage seeing that Lunatrix, realising Lunatrix was out of the pack and just turning around to see where they were and how much time they had left before calling off that jam. So a 1-0 point jam there for Coastal Assassins. And 9-0. Apologies, one extra point coming from that last pass. 9 points to 0, and that does put the Coastal Assassins over the 100 mark as well now. So 105 Coastal Assassins to 159 BCR. And 6 minutes left in this first bout of the day here at Tropicarnage number 10.
All BCR need to do is just hold firm, keep to the game plan. These last 6 minutes, let's just do what we've been doing, and we've got this. And so far, looks like that's what they're doing. A little bit of intensity there, only like 3 blockers on track. Skateraki, nice little juke to the outside line, gets through. 4 more points in the bag, calls the jam.
I mean, what I like about that juke there from Skateraki, they didn't overcommit to the juke, because it could have been really easy to just go a little bit too wide and then cop a tiny hit from, I think it was Tui out the front there, center out the line. Rather, just a subtle juke, take the shoulder and just spin around it. Perfect way to juke around, especially someone like Tui, because they're tall, they're powerful, they can get across the track really quickly. So if you overcommit to that juke, it only takes that one little bump and you're out over the sidelines. As we have another official review being called, and refs are coming into the middle to have a quick meet and greet.
Discuss again that, guys, we did it again. We're all the same outfit.
I thought we spoke about this yesterday.
I think
I was going to wear the stripes. You guys were going to wear something different.
I put in the chat that I would wear this, and we all rock up wearing the same thing.
Oh, we kid, but we love our Team Zebra and our NSOs, our non-skating officials, as well as all of our other volunteers that are always involved making every derby event happen. There's the people on the front door taking the money, the merch stand, selling raffle tickets. It takes many hands to make these tournaments come together. And we love and appreciate all of our officials and volunteers.
And also a big shout out to QRDL, so Queensland Roller Derby, league for every year. This is the 10th Tropicarnage. 10 Tropicarnages. That is an insane amount of organisations going into this event.
Yeah, and I mean, I think by this point, Tropicarnage has got to be one of the longest-running tournaments in Derby in Australia.
Yeah, it's annually.
It's got to be up there. I mean, TGSS, but they're only every second year.
Yeah, they're only every 2 years.
Time-wise, maybe, yeah.
But, to be fair, TGSS seems like a hectic job to organise too.
Yes. Yeah, I don't want any of these jobs to be fair. You know, I'll steer clear of that. I'm happy just sitting behind the mic. Thank you very much. And we are back to the action now on track, and we have Savage in the white and Velocity Raptor in the black for BCR. Savage grabbing lead jammer again, and Raptor now out through the pack as well. Savage, quick work through on that scoring pass, and 4 points.
You see Slash Scare Bear getting that wall back together.
Yeah, another one of the BCR anchor players, really. You know, the likes of Scare Bear and Unforgiving Bunny out there, you know you're always going to have a cool head on track to keep everyone under control. And so a 4-point and zip jam there in favour of the Coastal Assassins.
Yep, only 4.5 minutes left to go, though. Barring any, 2 30-point power jams back to back, I think, it seems that BCR definitely do have this in the bag.
It's not out of the realms of possibility, but given the way that BCR have been playing this game, it's unlikely that you would be able to pull off a miracle like that, and especially when we see now Lunatrix grabbing lead jam for BCR, so that plays into their hands, and Zach will be wanting to just chew up time on the clock, so call that one off. There's another 30 seconds off the clock, and 0-0 there, so scores remain the same. BCR with that 54-point lead, and under 4 minutes left in this second half of Game 9, first game here on Track 1 for Sunday of Tropicarnage Cup.
Oh yeah, next to come. I think we've got the last of the division pool games up tomorrow.
Yes, only 1 or 2 more pool games left, and then it's up to our organisers to look at who's playing who, as Skatriarchy in the black for BCR takes on Savage in the white for Card, and Skatriarchy pulling all that pack back behind the jammer line and then grabbing the lead jammer, and Savage now Scare Bear to beat, does so, a last ditch effort there from one more of the BCR blockers, and that forces the call off from BCR, but that plays into the hands of BCR too, as the clock just slowly but surely ticks down, and 3 minutes left on the game clock now. And I'm pretty sure we're pretty comfortable to say that BCR have got this one in the bag. But that doesn't mean that any of these skaters are going to give up by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah,
still points. There's still points differential. There's lots of things.
If there's points to be had, then these skaters are going to go at it. And we have Tinkerhell in the white lining up against Velocity Raptor in the black. And both jammers getting stuck in their respective defensive packs. Some beautiful offense there from Ratatouille to free Tinkerhell, but as that was all happening, Velocity Raptor also free, and the signal coming from the BCR bench to run this one long, and you can see the packs just speeding up like crazy and chewing up some more time, and then the call off back around at the jammer line. So a double donuts jam there, and that's exactly what BCR want at this stage. Let's just run this clock out. Less than 2 minutes to go as we see Lunatrix taking the line in the black for BCR alongside Savage in the white for Coastal Assassins.
Yeah, probably one of the last couple of jams we have left. Savage being, as we've seen before, very, very passive jammer, making sure that the card wall absolutely has that jammer before she commits to going. And you got Monroe and crushing kick at the back, holding it, giving their teammates time to come reform that wall. They're back. BCR punk blockers coming back to give a bit of O. Lunatrix finding a little bit of purchase on the inside line, but that wall just flowing around BCR, reforming it.
Yeah, both blocking packs have been able to reform fantastically, and the cheer goes up from the crowd as Scare Bear dons the star after a successful star pass and forces the call off in that jam. So at least one more jam to go in this game, as we have just under a minute and a half left on the clock. And the clock has stopped.
Looks like we've got probably maybe a bit of a time issue. Like we're just double checking that the board and the official clock is the same.
It's referees and the jam timers, the NSOs there, just having a chat as we get that sorted. And who have we got coming up in our next pool
so
game?
Next, looks like we've got our Division 2. So we've got the Canberra Roller Derby League, who played last night, last game last night. And I get up against the Rockabellas Roller Derby League. So Division 2, like one of the second last of looks like the pool games. And then directly after them, we have Convict City, the lovely team from Tassie, up against VRDL. So that is, lots of the couple of pool games, need to sort out a couple more ladder positions, but yeah, and then we're officially off.
Yeah.
We're done with this this pool stuff.
Into the business end of it.
Then it's to the sheep shed start of it.
That's right. And we'd like to just say thank you again to all of the leagues that have brought teams up. It's great to see Derby happening again after the terrible couple of years of the spicy cough, but everything getting back into gear, and fantastic to see some out-of-state teams coming and joining us for yet another Tropicarnage Cup.
Go going, and then we've got Hawaiian Jesus, over to the to the NSO table, making sure things are all happening, but.
Yeah, so definitely some sort of problem with the scoreboard holding up play here, and just waiting for that to get sorted. Meanwhile, skaters just milling around on track, card with one blocker in the penalty box, so I'll start with a slight disadvantage at the start of this next jam when we do get back underway.
Yeah, we do have our head referee was just explaining what's happening to the BCR bench, Zach there. It's good to see Zach here. He just got finished fixing his John Deere, so he could come today.
Farmer Zach and Hawaiian Jesus on the benches today.
It's good to see him out. This man's just committed. Does a hard day of work on the land, and just and is always there for the team.
All right, and we have skaters and refs all conversing in the middle, and both bench coaches also just coming out to understand what's going on.
So, do we have another jam?
Looks like our jam timer is lining up to give the signal, so there should be at least one more jam. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the scoreboard, so we'll just call it as we see it.
And it looks like we've just had the scoreboard drop.
We have lost our scoreboard feed. We also may have lost our camera feed. No, things are coming back now.
Right, so it looks like we lost about 10 seconds there.
Yeah, and jam back underway now, and we have the Skatriarchy in the black for BCR and Tinker Hell in the white. Both jammers just trying to drive into these walls for this last jam, and some solid hits coming from Munrogue on the Skatriarchy there, but Skatriarchy having none of it, just stands up to the hit and pushes through for lead jammer, much to the delight of the BCR crowd over near our commentary area here.
Yeah, Skatriarchy are doing a very nice job. Look at Bunny just absolutely holding Tinker Hell in there. Oh, Tinker Hell's like, yep, I'm glad that's done.
Yeah, and that was under the 30-second mark, so barring anyone any of the teams calling a timeout, that will be the end of this bout.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're going to have a timeout.
Spoony Love making the motions there towards the side of the track, but no, he's turned back around. So yeah, it looks like that is going to be full time here in game 9, first game of the second day of Tropicarnage, and we have Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers taking out the win over the Coastal Assassins Roller Derby Assassins with the official score 169 BCR over card 113. And what a fantastic game to kick off day 2 here.
Yeah, both teams coming out of the gate real strong. You know, a couple pancakes for like the first 10 to 15 minutes. Then yeah, you see that like prime example. You know, Zach calling that team timeout. You know, you saw that change for a minute's time. Completely different team came back on track.
Yeah, and then we saw the same thing happen with Card in the second half, where they had the timeout, came back out, Savage chucking on 12 points, then getting Tinker Hill getting another lead after that, and that timeout working, but BCR up to the task.
Yeah,
they were already in that mind. Yeah, okay. Card have come back out with this intensity, but we knew that was going to happen. Let's just continue our game plan of like lock these guys down, drop it down to third gear, and just lock in and
just absolutely just dominate a little bit. Like, you know, not by like, you know, a huge lead, but like just jam by jam.
Yeah, and we saw those continual jams of the 3s, the 4s, 8 points, nothing huge, but just chipping away, building that lead. So well done to both teams here, and thank you so much for providing all of our viewers with a fantastic game of Derby as the skaters cruise around for their high fives.
Yeah, but make sure you change to, like, you know, in about 15 or so minutes we're going to have the Canberra Roller Derby League and Varsity Derby. So two leagues combining as one. You know, the power of two becoming one.
Yeah.
You know, playing against the Rockabellas Roller Derby League very next. So, you know, Division 2, I think looks like this is the last Div 2 pool game as well. So this will shake out who the roster in there. You know, Canberra playing Tweed last night. You know, they've got a lot of really good solo players in Canberra. They're doing well.
back? Has the whistle blown, or are they just going to stay there as a wall? No, they stay there. Trying to arch barge and lock. Well, that's just a bit of a spin and comes through richly rewarded as the jammer number 8, Joe Dirt. Yeah, we've got a bit of a 5-speed advantage to Varsity / Canberra at the moment. Jan called off after 4 points, it looks like, for Canberra Roller Derby League and Varsity Derby League.
Mining just to come up and play for us this weekend at Tropicarnage.
Yeah, I'm thinking about coming from Toowoomba, but there are people from Adelaide.
I haven't travelled much. I'm not much closer than you. I come from Brisbane, so I'm only just at the bottom of the hill.
Exactly right, and you could have caught the train, whereas we can't, but hopefully in the future.
I don't think the train would leave my place at 6 a.m. time.
They'd have to catch the rail bus. Get there instead.
Rockabellas has the lead.
It's a big defence going up as well to maintain the Varsity / Canberra jammer is now clear of the pack. There we go, the Bellas jammer sees opposing jammer coming in and scores a point and pulls it off skillfully. Just, I don't think any got put on, but there was no, there wasn't. There was enough for the Bellas. Looks like standing room only over there. I do always wonder what they're talking about, over there. We go to the Beanley Rum Distillery or go into the city. Is there? Where's that?
I have no idea. I have not heard the details
That's
yet.
right, because we're announcers. They won't tell us.
I just announced on the other train from here, and I still did not cross the details out.
Yeah, they won't tell us. We'll have to go overhearing other teams and see where to go.
I do know. So there is 2 blockers from each team currently. So it is a fair, even start.
Although it'd be super short for both teams. We've got number 9, Irish upon a star for Varsity Canberra.
And 07, Starry Night.
Varsity just getting thrust out of bounds, having him all the way back behind number 2, Convict.
We have taken out Rockabellas. Jammer being sent to the penalty box. Top the yelling to Jammer.
Yes, let's make it back north. Something will be starting another power jam for the next jam. Ooh. Number 8, Joe Dirt, stepping up for a lash at some point for Canberra / Varsity.
Also starting with a pack advantage.
And once again, everyone's way up on the pivot line, but easy work for number 8, Joe Dirt. Just holds the line, skates around the outside, lead jammer. Here we go, we have opposing jammer just re-entering the track now. So we've got jammers, and now we've got the pivot for the Bellas back on as well. So we've got a full 5v5.
Oh no, we do have a Rockabellas. Rocker just been sent to the bin. are just rotating themselves through.
Yes, and just a quick step for another 4 points for number 8, Joe Burt. It's an 8-point jam so far for Canberra Varsity.
Joe Dirt just skipping away up the inside line again. Making a short work of the pack.
Now, sure is not so fortunate for the Bellas. Now, Gemma Now, what was that? Was that a back or a cut track for the Bellas? I think so we got the Jammers, Bellas Jammer back in the penalty box.
And the Bellas actually have a full penalty on their hands.
Very full penalty.
They do. They have their pivot, their jammer, and their kicker. But the Bellas have got 18 time out. I think there might be a little bit now. I don't think that
No, I think the order's already been put in, so this is more serious this time. How's everyone doing out at home? We are enjoying it so much here at the BB Battle Drive. Usually when we come here for this event every year, it is usually 600 degrees in here. But because of the rain and everything, it is amazingly good. To the fact that I've actually got a jumper on. I've never been in that position in this battle drive wearing that.
No, I left home this morning and it was actually warmer at home than it is here, which is unusual considering where I live. It's actually colder than Toowoomba.
No, it is down there. I think the railway line traps all the coldness and makes it all cold through the
It
town.
probably does. It probably does. All the metal and all the mines around me probably does.
Now at the moment we've got Canberra Rollers and Varsity just putting on a bit of a lead. That was a 16-point jam, the last jam. So currently I believe the Bellas are on. I can't even see, is it 6 I think? Or 5? 6. It is 6 in Varsity on 51 big jams with a power jam at the moment.
I believe the Bellas have only got 2 pitches in now. With a jammer and a blocker. I believe that may have been
I've just been waiting for the whistle to blow, then you can enter the track straight away. So that is good news for the Bellas. Sticking up some defence, all they need now is their jammer back on to score the point. But up the front, the argy-bargy. They're waiting for no pack to be called, and yes, it was. That was just holding on until you get a free ride.
That is hard. 1-1-1.
Rosetta Bloodstone. Coming back to attack again, finding in the same situation as one was before. Big defence from the Bellas there. Actually, forcing. No, just got to get there. Still that 2-person triangle up the front.
Oh, there has been a hanky pass. Done by the Bellas.
That was an out-of-play block or something like that. Actors getting a bit too far.
I'm not sure. I did try to see what the score was.
Yeah, it was really quick.
Unfortunately, we see almost what you see from the camera.
Not trying to pull it off, can't get any further.
That was well done from everyone. There is quite a few sitting in QRLD.
And one of the players seems to have a star helmet cover on. So we have another Power Jam star for Canberra/Varsity Derby Leagues. And there's a huge one up, and everyone just moves to one side. Stay on the inside line, and Cheapskates gets through in about 2 seconds with lead jammer status. Okay, the rest of the Bellas are standing up in the penalty area, just waiting for the jammer to re-enter. But meanwhile, that's another 4 points for Varsity. Now we've got full amount of jammers, full amount of players.
That pivot from Varsity Derby League, Canberra Derby League has us sit down in London. But it doesn't seem to have it since she escapes. Scoots around for another 4 points.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick 4 points now. There's a little bit of argy-bargy up the front.
Regulator from
Here's the block, and as soon as the block's down, the pivot stands straight back up, and it manages to make it back on the track. Ball was low, so there'll only be one player left in the penalty area for Varsity and Canberra. And that was a 12-point jam as well for Canberra and Varsity, extending them.
We have an official review. I'm not 100% sure which team has
Yeah, a little bit of track repair going on.
very
Having a bit of chat in the middle. We've got bench managers, we've got down the middle, we've got everything happening out there, so to see what is going on. If it goes on a bit longer, we might have to run out and see if we can get a report. And we do apologise at home. I think Video Bob just moved his Slurpee away from the server. But he's back on now. Here we go, Derby fans. All happy days.
Have you got a contact for the server? No? Have you got a contact with the bubble? Oh. What will be good for one
For the fans out at home, if you can make it down to the Beanley Velodrome, feel free, because there's a fair few people here. We've got merchandise, we've got food, we've got everything down here. So if you can make it down, come and join and sit trackside and watch the hardcore action of the 10th Tropicarnage Cup. Should be the 12th, but thanks to COVID. We still have one player for Canberra Rolling Varsity in the penalty box, but the whistle's blowing, and both jammers straight in the action.
We have nitrous oxide for Rockabellas.
Then we got Irish on a star.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to see which number that was. I thought it was a 0, but I knew it wasn't Ranger in there.
Yeah, zeros and nines. They always get me those things.
So, Varsity has switched who is sitting in the penalty box now. They seem to be wanting to pick seats more, but I've noticed the Rockabellas have put their jammer in the penalty box.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
That's not the person that was sitting in there, so Joe Dirge has his power jam start.
And I would like just to quickly apologise to Cherry and Turtle. I called out 1077 and 177, so before I called out Cherry and said Turtle, so apologies to everybody for that.
But they are both awesome.
Exactly right. So the pack has slowed to a complete standstill for this power jam.
Joe Dirt, scooting around, jarting, and coming through anyway.
James Fowler just standing at the front, putting up some extremely stiff defence, but just a bit of a step around.
Our penalty box is now clear.
Oh, here we go. So we've got both jammers back on the flat track. But once again, the stiff defence of both teams.
Rockabellas now going back to try to block off the defense. Okay, all at the same time. Gemma has returned too.
Yes, just put one wheel out and received a cut track penalty.
Varsity will be starting with a packet advantage and a power jam.
Yeah, that was a really good defence there from Varsity Canberra, forcing the Bellas to a mistake. So once again, power jam start for Varsity Canberra Derby Leagues.
Rosetta Bloodstone stepping up to the jam line all by themselves.
Just doing a bit of a slow skate, doing a zig and then a zag, and runs into the stiff defence of the Bellas right on the first apex. Actually got rid of one, managed to get rid of one of the pack, and once again the Bellas have a pretty full penalty area.
Not the way you need to have the race.
No, but up the front we got Pivot, the big jammer. And that was a good battle, but I think now the Pivot's gone in for an out of play block, I believe, on the jammer just then. So we got Varsity's jammer once again, just puts in his shoulder, takes a quick step. And that is Rosetta Bloodstone, just tenaciously approaching the back of the Bella's back again.
56 seconds on the clock. This is complete.
Here we go now, the Bellas. Lovely jammer, that was their initial pass.
Back to the non-skating official. And officials.
Another 4 points. I think that total jam must have been about 8. It was 8. I was going to say 9. Looks like 8 points there. Once again for the Varsity Canberra Roller Derby Leagues. They
Looks
have.
like we've lost our overlay, so we'll get to the points to you as soon as we can see them.
It looks like it's. Oh, here we go. We got the Rockabellas on the 6th and Canberra with Varsity on 95. The big one's about to crack the ton any second. We still have 10 and a little bit minutes left in this first half.
Black Devils
We love you. You're little star. Look at you.
There seems to be a few players amassing a few penalties at the moment, so they do have to be careful of that, because as you know, you get too many. And
you buy everybody drinks.
And off you go. Oh, is that what you do?
And now we do.
Well, that's good, because ours is get a shower, go sit in your car. Until the game's over.
Thanks, Video Bob, for bringing back our overlay.
Not quite back just yet for people going outside.
Don't start the competition. Your colour and your place. She's giving me a little.
It's on its way back now, but now there was just a
That's a nice shirt.
mixed up maybe.
That was our rolling whistle.
Good turn. Put it on the table.
Rockabellas, I believe, are returning to
That's
strike.
lovely.
Some of them are.
We still have our pivot.
Yeah, it must not be long for the pivot. Only about another 5, 6, 7. But straight around the inside line without even being touched. Varsity Canberra brings it awarded as the lead jammer. That was Jitskate.
And Turtle just getting stuck on that white ball at the back. Getting stuck like Turtle on his shell.
Now the Bellas, Pivot has returned to the track, so full amount of team, that's what they need to pivot to come and bust up, so makes some plays for their jammer.
Stretching that pack out as far as they can to our engagement.
Is that right? It's at extreme limits. Lucky not to get an out of play block there, but the game still keeps going on. We got once again
Another 4.4.
one like one player versus Jammer up the front. Now coming around again to attack the back of the pack. Cheapskates has already put 12 points on for Canberra Roller Derby / Varsity and goes through for another 4 points. Now this is a massive jam. I think the biggest one so far has been 16. So we're on that now.
Cheapskate is just going like a hot knife through butter in this jam.
Well, she's run into a bit of a pyramid of doom now. It almost gets pushed out, just has to get around one more defender. Yeah, Miss has to get around Miss T. Takes a fifth of a step.
There has been a fancy pass to Cherry for the Rockabellas.
Yes, Bella's trying everything before. Trying to just be careful. Trying to any sort of movement can get towards anyone that gets the points at the moment, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, anybody's game yet. We're down to 8 minutes left in the first half.
And I believe we have a locker from each pack sitting in.
5 seconds called. Both packs rolling down from the pivot line to the jammers, but as much pressure as they can on both jammers. Now neither jammer getting any, just shoved around the corner.
That was a very stretched out pack.
Yes, Irish on a star. Through for initial pass, coming back through for scoring pass now. Holds inside line and calls off the
Was
jam.
there any sneaky points there for the fellas? I do not think so.
It might have been one. I know there was, and that was a 4 for Canberra Varsity. Looks like one might have been clean, but alas, very unlucky on this occasion for the Bells. It looks like nitrous block side, I believe. I could be wrong about that because I have not my glasses on at the moment.
I believe you could be right.
Oh yeah, you did.
But Joe Dirt kept blocking like you felt.
Block and jam as well. Bennett does a quick step, bit of reverse skating, and league jammer status. And we've got, about 7 minutes left in the first half. Canberra Roller and the Varsity versus Rockabellas or Roller Derby League, the Bells.
Joe Dirt's already been through and picked up those 4 points.
Yeah, they're not even skating fast, just skating around at a moderate pace. Just has to get through a couple of defenders and Joe Dirt another 4 points.
We have 2 buckets currently sitting in the bin. 3
now!
I feel like the Count of Sesame Street.
Number 78, Nitrous on the lock side, doing it really tough to back. Now, looks like they might be trying to pull out some tricks out the back. There might be an attempt at star pass going on at the moment.
I believe there has been a star pass, but Turtle was knocked out of bounds and has been healed all the way back.
It's still not donning the helmet covers yet. Oh, here we go, just about to now. Makes it through.
And Turtle
Yeah, Bella's doing it pretty tough on that jam, trying all the tricks in the book. Star passes, skating left and right up the centre, just could not get past the impenetrable defence of Canberra Roller Derby / Varsity Derby League. And that was a huge 20-point jam there for Canberra Derby and the Varsity. Now that was, I think that's the biggest jam of the day so far.
I believe there has been an official huge official time out. They are using their official review as time out. Which they are entitled to do. They go.
We've got about 5.5 minutes left in this first half of the third game today.
Second game on this track.
Yeah, second game on this track. We've
But
had
there was a double game running on both tracks.
Yeah, now we have actually double game zones. We're getting so many teams wanting to get the gold-coated plastic trophy that is the Tropicarnage Cup.
It'd be cool if there was an actual pineapple.
I mean, it would be. Pineapple, my favourite fruit. Makes got pineapple pants to wear tomorrow.
It's meant to be hot tomorrow.
Hopefully it won't be too warm. When they say warm, sometimes that means like dripping ceiling water.
Oh, 25 degrees.
That's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh man, both jammers doing extremely tough there. Neither can even get up to the pit line yet now. We have Canberra / Varsity just being thrust into, but it's given the Bellas. Oh, that looks like...
Bella's jammer has been called for a hot track, I believe the call was made.
Yeah, she went around, looks like just about to take the bolt. But just must have put a millimetre of a wheel outside the big derby track. But Bella's also not making it easy for Canberra / Varsity to scoring points. They're trying to extend the any second now, no pack will be called. Because we can see Varsity is
They are pushing that out to the extra three.
a couple of lines too many, maybe, but what do we say?
26 in that engagement zone, and I think that was a very big 20 feet. But I do not have a stripy shirt, I do not have a whistle, I do not know what I am talking about.
Yes, and I have no values on authority either, so that's why we sit down here. But we can definitely comment.
Again, the Varsity Jammers coming up against the blocker, stretching out that pack.
Looks like the Bellas are trying to go with the backwards to try and force a mistake, but no. Both jammers actually somehow made it through.
Look at that backwards
I can barely walk forwards, let alone skate back, I can tell you.
Well, at least you can walk.
Well, barely. On stage is giving out free lays to everybody that comes in, so that is another reason to come down to the Battle Dome. Not only do you see some awesome aromas, but you get lays.
And I'm roller derby.
Always amazing Tropicarnage t-shirts.
Speaking of Dave, you just want to see his hearing head. Mine are in my knee screen. They're in my knee screen. Sorry, Dave just tried to put a blue lay on me, but I have beautiful rainbow.
And you can bring the lead scooter into here if you need. Oh, here we go. Bella's got a point, and Varsity's got 2 in that last jam. That's another couple of points up on the board now.
So we have 148 to 6.
They certainly do. We got 2 minutes left, and it's still, as far as I'm concerned, anybody's game as yet.
Starry up against
Yeah, both jammers once again doing the tough. But with a bit of a zip and a dodge, Varsity / Canberra come through, and that, I believe, is once again Origin on a star doing a stellar job of getting these points up there. But Canberra Varsity has already got through for an initial jam, approaching the back of the pack with some scoring points and managed to use the blood force trauma.
I do not think that Surrey Knight has even made
No, they have been held up. They've sort of come around now to
off the line ball. Ready for the blue for BRL and up. Yes, looks like a Ray.
Testing here. Am I getting audio? I think we may be getting audio now. I think we have something there. And I'll put the wonderful Scare Bear who actually knows stuff about Derby, and I'll get the
Just bear with me, I'm just sorting out my sound. Okay, I am with you. Can you hear me loud and clear? Excellent. Oh, Johnny Smash in the house. All right. So on the line there for Convict City in the white, we have 7-3 push in boots up against Pulp Friction in the blue. Pulp Friction pops around that outside there for lead.
I've been press gang to be with you now.
Excellent. I've got a tag in as well. Pulp Friction clocking their 4 points on the board. We still have push and boots locked in that pack, but there they are, out on lane 4.
G'day Scare Bear, g'day everyone. The meat business, I've just been press ganged in there, helping out the lovely Scare Bear for this mega game that's in front of us, VRDL versus Convict City. Does it get any better for Division 1? No, it probably doesn't.
The Battle of Down South.
The Battle of the Southerners. How many pieces of shark can they eat?
Wait, what?
They don't have proper fish down there.
They got tuna.
Yeah, not even. They get flake. Battered flake.
Another 4 in the air. This is turning into a big jam for VRDL. That's 12 points so far.
And Pulp Friction has an awesome derby stance. Is getting down on the knees, using all power to get those 12 points, pushing forward. Tasking around 2 more defenders, just thrust them aside.
Shred Graves is in the penalty box there for Convict City. I think it's Shreds. Yes, it is Shreds. So the pivot will start in the box for this jam.
I thought there was a couple more going towards the box, but no, just the one.
This is Zave up against Ray. I can recognise Ray from the lovely ponytail covering all numbers and references to who they are.
Yes, and the rest of the players right up there. They were up on the pivot line and have pushed all the way forwards back to the jam line, trying to bring maximum pressure onto either jammers, but...
Jiggly Tough there, stuck on the back, both on that inside line.
Trying to attack the backpack for some scoring points, but both jammers come out of the pack almost at the same time.
Hit. Ray stays in front there. Zave is lead, so has the power. We've got bench calling late. That's to try to get time burnt on Jigglytuff's penalty. Oh, one lovely announcer is very loud. One of us is super loud.
Oh, who's that?
Is it Meat Biscuit or myself, Scare Bear? We can work this out on our mics.
Yeah, and I'd probably sit here screaming as well.
Turbo Spicy on the line up against 202 Sumi.
And once again, both packs come right up, putting pressure on the jammer line for the jammers.
Meat Biscuit, you're a bit loud, so you might need to pull that mic just slightly away or get the controls. We'll sort this out. Shred's going for a yield on Turbo Spicy. Jigglytuff coming out of that penalty box. Oh, this pack is real long. That was a Packers back moment, but I think it got called a little late. Lead is Sumi coming in for points.
Now, hopefully
I think they get that 1 point. Yep, that's Jigglytuff's point there.
Now, hopefully that should be better. Just knock
Is that
the
better sound there,
volume back.
Flux?
What's it like in your ear?
It's all right. It's
Sounds
all right.
all right,
But I'm
yeah.
also hearing impaired. So I got one good ear, one bad ear. One has auditory processing and has tinnitus, and the other one has a hearing impairment. Yeah.
But they meet in the middle, bud, so
Don't
it's all
yell
good.
like that.
They meet in the middle, so it's all good.
All right, Dom pushing up into out, gets out on that outside line before the apex.
They're pushing boots, just mincing forwards. Trying to get around the inside, but was brought down to the ground. And meanwhile, pushing boots.
Dom has lead as,
Does, I think.
yes, they do. I can see Denominator's little pointy finger out there.
Yeah, there it is, yes. It was
It's a little point. It's not a big point. It's a little point.
now Convict City Rollers pushing boots. Has made it to the front, but still there's a huge wall of defence up there.
Convict City looking for the Team O, but possibly looking for the star pass now. We've got Video Bob checking out these mic gains for us.
Yeah, number 333, Tamberlam Slam. Huge defence there for Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder. Yeah, at the moment, we've got Convict City Rollers on 5 and Victoria Roller Derby on 32 in this Division 1 game.
I think it might be Overreactor that is in the penalty box currently. Ray driving through, almost there. A direction called at the back of the pack there. Oh, and that's Pavey doing that cross track.
And
Ray
Tamberlam,
did not go out of bounds though.
no, Tamberlam Slam came across and did all one could to get someone out of bounds, but no.
Pulp friction. Excellent. We fixed all the mic issues. There we go.
Now, it looks like a bit of carnage on the second apex there, but Jam is called off. It was going to reset, and it looks like 1 point added up there, or was it 2? Just 1 for Convict City Rollers. I think it's about 4 for the Victoria Roller Derby League.
Once the skaters set their positions, we'll be able to see it nice and clear. But it was 2 points to Convict City, 0 to Victoria.
We got 1969 Zave for Victoria Roller Derby League. V.
Oh, little tappy there by 696. The Jammer flickety split. But Zave, scoops around 2-2 to get lead.
Yeah, number 35, putting on huge shoulder to the Convict City Rollers Jammer. It's getting a bit scrappy out there now. People going everywhere, getting forced back, but there's also Victoria 1969 Zave being a lead jammer.
Copying a block from their own tripod. They kind of looked like they were like, this is a nice safe space. It was not a safe space.
Yeah, I think that was number 35 again. Just anyone that comes in peripheral vision just puts on the pain.
Zave looks at running long.
Zave, another 4 points.
Scoops, but out of bounds. Yielded back.
Having to yield back.
Lickety split has Pavey at the top there. Can they push past Pavey as the anchors are being dropped? Pavey is out of it. They've just got left Fiore at the top there. Oh no, Pavey's back in. Oh, the resetting. I hate water falling.
No, Zave
As a
goes.
blocker, I love it. As a blocker, I love it. But I know that Jammers hate it.
I imagine they would, because as we saw then, Zave just went straight around where everyone was concentrating on beating each other to a pulp and got 4 points to add to Victoria Roller Derby's total.
Okay, we've got a scoreboard situation. It's been a little bit ongoing over there, but they'll get that sorted.
Then we got number 89, Turbo Spicy for Victorian Roller Derby League, and we have number 73, Pushing Boots for Convict City Rollers Orange Thunder. Now, we've got the finals, everyone, tomorrow. So if you are around the Beanley Battledrome, come down and watch the action trackside.
We have some semi-finals later today, though.
Oh, it's getting worked out already this afternoon.
I know what it's looking like at my end, so... If Convict City take the win, Pool B will go to points differential for how they play out. If VRDL take the win, I will be playing VRDL at 6 p.m.
Oh, okay, and there's card play the other.
So what we
Team,
have
whoever
is
loses,
Pool A and Pool B. And so in what we have in the semis is Pool A's number 1 rank will take on number 2 from Pool B and vice versa.
Oh, sure. And if there's the same points, this gets worked out by the points.
If this pool has a win to each team, because Sun State has 1 win, VRDL has 1 win. So if Convict City gets a win, it'll come down to the points differential.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, because I'm that person.
Yeah.
And also because I'm the captain of the team that'll play that team. Because
So
I'm currently ranked number 2 in the other pool. So I'll play the winner of the other pool.
So you are. So this is why you're down here announcing Scare Bear, so you can get a trackside view of your potential.
Oh, nerd. Hi. Yay.
I think we got audio Blacktooth Grinner. We're just waiting while back to the Derby action.
All right. Okay, we're going to just flip over our network, so just bear with us while we have a quick reconnect and reboot.
There's not much action going on at the moment, so hopefully by the time we get back, the jamming will be started again trackside.
We have a head ref coming towards us.
Okay, we're not restarting.
Yes, it is scoreboard issues. Everyone needs to get off Menace's network.
Yes, all the 5 people that are on it.
Right. Everyone stop streaming everything. I feel like with the Convict City crews that we have at the side here in their athlete and fitness wear, they should be doing the 80s moves to go with this background track we have going on.
Exactly right.
Then we
Like,
say,
get physical 80s style.
right? There's no dance moves. The mirrors, oh, there's a small amount of jiggle. I'm seeing a small amount of dance moves.
Oh, I thought Actual Man was going to bust out then, but no, unfortunately not.
Right. That's
No,
right.
he did. He did bust out.
We're getting to see like Push and Boots just getting a little bit of a wiggle, just a bit of a wiggle,
Or was that a stagger?
right? Because I know Convict City at TGSS all had matching 80s activewear. It was spectacular. It was parachute pants with like the full parachute jackets. It was a fantasy.
It's like MC Hammer's like nightmare.
All right. Oh, Push and Boots is up against this triangle once again.
And Turbo
Oh,
Spicy
Turbo
takes a
Spicy
huge
goes up,
shoulder.
but doesn't get the knockout.
No, but weaves from left of the track to the right of the track. Getting lead jammer status.
Push and Boots there. Knocked that in by Jigglytuff.
Yeah, Push and Beats trying to go, still staying in the centre. But 1337, Harlem LaFour has...
Turbo Spicy jumping out to in. Goes for that hit, stays in.
Oh, there's a huge
And a
hip check, but
knockout.
somehow stays in.
And breathes a sigh of relief.
Yes, and quickly dons the jammer helmet cover to ensure you can score points when you go cutting through the pack. That's another 4 points there for Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder. Yeah, pretty much. Convict City Rollers, Orange Thunder on 7, Victoria Roller Derby, Thunder on a big 48.
We've still got almost 20 minutes to go. So
Yeah, it's anyone's
things
game.
always settle in after the first 10 minutes. There's a settling moment.
A settling pit. You've got to size each other up first, I imagine, and see what goes. Then just go hardcore, ultra-violent.
Dom comes out for lead. There we go. Ray is out as well.
And both jammers coming in extremely hot. Oh, here we go. Did Ray manage to glean a few points? And oh, that was so close. It looked like she might have gleaned 2 before the whistle. The third whistle blew, but unluckily not. But Victorian Roller Derby League managed to put 4 points up onto the board. Now, Convict City Rollers on 7, Victoria Roller Derby League on 52. Here we go. The jam has started again.
Friction feathers to the out, back to the in, scoops around that triangle, but is not lead. Convict City is lead. This will be a fast lap. Convict City goes, oh no, actually we got to protect these points.
Yes, we got to get moving.
Oh, referee's down.
Oh, both jammers have actually taken almost the exact same line, both gleaning 4 points apiece.
A bit
Here
of
we
a
go.
wobble. Oh,
Yeah, both down, putting
Oh,
the
they're
attack on
both-
each other.
action on action.
But Pulp Friction did really good work to come back behind, not risking a cut track penalty. And once again goes out, will have to yield all the way back to back, come in, giving plenty of room. Sees a huge gap on the left-hand side, but cannot capitalise, has to go back to the right-hand side of the first apex. There's one more defender, I think it's the pivot to pass, and does.
Now we have the Convict City lead jammer is stuck this time as Pulp Friction comes in for points. Call-off is made. Pavey was ready for the yield.
I think they look like Convict City were trying to do a bit of a star pass there, but couldn't get the fruition going. But now 1969 Zave starting.
It's the place of jammer tears. Flux says sad jammer time in that VRDL triangle. I'm like, jammer tears. Save looks to that out where 3-5 is pushing to the in. Ray is accelerating quick.
Oh.
Saw Pavey on the deck, end off track, and was like, this is my moment.
That's it, one player down. I'm taking any advantage that we can get, and does, becoming rich awarded as lead jammer. And you go now, Zave has made it through for an initial pass. Ray sees what's happening, just keeping an eye, does not want to give any points away at all to Victorian. Calls that off very skillfully without. Looks like a double donuts for that jam.
4 points went on the board for Convict City just
Oh,
then.
did they? There we go.
Yes. We've got that pass on the board. How long has Ray been playing? Because I feel like I've been watching Ray play roller derby for many eons, but I also feel like COVID has been many eons.
It has, but we've also been watching you for many eons as well, Scarebear on VCR.
I played against Convict City at TGSS 2018 in a semi-final.
It's always cold down there too, isn't it?
I grew up in Adelaide. I think it's cold currently here.
It is. Well, I must admit, it's the first time I ever worn a jumper in this stadium. It's usually 80 degrees instead of the 20 that it is now, but I am not complaining.
As a local, I was like, where's the humidity? We're meant to have a home game advantage.
Yeah, just jumper up.
Pushing Boots is out of that pack. Dom, they're calling train. This could be a long jam. So that lockdown of defense is coming for Pushing Boots. Pushing Boots stayed in. Beautiful work there, but that formation is at the back.
And I think there was a star pass over to Pushing Boots as well.
Not quite. We've got Shred still out there as the pivot. They can. Maybe it was a consideration.
Yeah, they did take it off before. That must just trying to be a bit sneaky. Not getting recognised, going incognito through the pack.
I usually find it has a different strategy. You don't ever forget who the jammer is, but if one blocker goes to attack your pivot, that is one blocker not on you.
Yeah, and you can just go around them both, I guess.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm really happy if a blocker comes and attacks me as a pivot. If that's a
Take it
blocker
all.
that's
Yeah.
not on my jammer.
No, there's jammers.
When the option of a star pass isn't really an option of a star pass.
Just throw the dummy, hey?
Yeah.
Just throw the dummy, but meanwhile, straight through the first 8. Both jammers are free now. Well. We got Ray and Pulp Friction. That Pulp Friction.
It is hot and fast.
It is. The pack looks like they're about to speed up. Oh, we got a bit of an apex jump.
Pulp Friction picking up 3 from the back. Ray picking up the 1. The team is wanting more.
They are wanting more. I think they were sort of
2.
looking for...
Goes up to 2 for the
Oh,
ghost
here we
point.
go, yes.
Got the ghost point.
I think they might have been looking for 3, but they got 2, so that's good enough.
Look,
good enough.
Ray was asking for 4.
Yeah, the 5. What's a 5?
Like, I'm sure I passed 6 times,
Yes.
and it's still 5 points a pass.
Yes, come on, Rev. Nothing's changed. Oh, here we go. So both packs roll all the way down to put the extreme pressure back on the jammers again.
Oh, look at this, though. Lickety split up the top there with Pavey and Beckery pushing forwards.
And
Turbo Spicy being yielded. Beckery getting a knockout, but they're still in. It is lead.
oh, and swaps around to the inside.
That was great work there from Lickety Split. Oh,
Yes.
everyone's down on the deck. Everyone's over.
The speed and strength, there's a bit of argy-bargy on jammers. Just have to get around number 5, a Beckery, and does for a 4-point pass.
Shreds is picked up a few penalties this half, so we will do a penalty check at that half time.
Bit of carnage up on that first apex, but decide to... That jam timeout, or they call that
They
one
called
off? They
it off.
called that one off.
They were right in front of their bench. I think their bench was telling them to call it off. Their mirror across over near us was telling them to call it late to burn some of Shred's penalty.
That's it. It was going down almost to
Right,
the
you
full time,
considering
that
you're
one.
going to go back to the bench area, you listen to the bench.
I imagine, and yeah, it does make sense just to stop when you're right in front, I guess, instead of skating around a whole length of the flat track.
Timeout called by VRDL.
I think it's the first timeout called for this game so far.
It is the first timeout. People just want to keep skating because it's cold. Actually, it's Victorian Convict City. They probably think it's hot.
Yeah, Brad. I think I have to go and drink some water.
Like yesterday, all the Queensland teams were like in jumpers and jackets.
Yeah, some pretty hard pressing action right on the jammer line once again. Not much room to move.
We've just reconnected the line there in that timeout, so just buffering currently. No pack, big calls from the referees there. Zave with the timing to get all the 4 points on the board at that no pack.
And a nice
no pack
apex
call.
jump on the second apex as well. Now, looks like the pack might be trying to speed up a little bit.
Who wants to run? Running.
Now, most of these derby players are fitter than rich man's racehorses, so that's why they just keep like moving. Me personally, I'd be doing as less skating as possible, which is probably why I'm banished to the commentary box.
We've got Dom on the line there, up against 2-0-2.
I think Dom for
Sumi,
Victorian.
that's Sumi. I got to remember Sumi with the blue hair. Oh, Dom getting that drive out. Can they hold it and slow it down all the way to turn 2?
Oh, the pack's
Had to
getting
let it go. That out of play was and they got the penalty.
Just keep on pushing, wait for the pack to stretch out beyond its limits, and you'll get one player taken out
Dom
pretty
has
easy.
great drive.
And just comes through the pack again, virtually unmolested by Convict City Rollers.
Coming in again now, we have a shape, but just a little distraction there from VRDL's 3-5, causing enough that their triangle didn't get that catch on Dom.
And Sumi just had to go all the way to the back to come back in cleanly, and had the helmet cover off, the star helmet cover off. So it's just up to a bit of trickery, but unfortunately VRDL called the jam off, and no amazement could happen.
I
Yeah,
know
we
they are.
Down to under 10 minutes now left in this first half.
Pulp Friction out to in, out to in.
On one leg as well.
Oh, but into the penalty box for a forearms. This gives an opportunity to Ray, who flicks the hair back and forth. I saw that. Hopefully you did too. Ray with a power jam. Now, can the Convict City blockers keep them apart? Ray has to yield back just the one, but there's the formation. It's in place. Oh, nice acceleration on that inside line.
And a step and a shimmy. Oh no, manages to
Friction
stay
is back
in.
on the track. Helmet cover down.
But
Shoots straight through. I think everyone got a bit distracted by what Blue 3-5 was doing in that yield to not keep super notice of Pulp Friction coming out of that penalty box. And an official review from Slamazon. I'll go in.
there you go, Scarebag. Go and have a look and so you can see what's going on. Yeah, we'll just give a bit of a shout out to our major sponsors, Bank Alley, for all your roller derby, apparel, skates, everything. And if you want better bearings, buy better bearings. They are obviously better. Both local, homegrown companies, so support our locals. And if you are down at the Beanley Battledrome, you can come and see the merch tents for oneself.
The official review is to question the 4 points that were awarded from the apex jump from Ray. They believe Ray landed that on both knees, so was not ever considered upright in bounds. So they would like those 4 points removed from that last pass.
And that sounds about exactly right too, because that's
Was
the
it
way
the
I
last
saw
pass?
it, sliding through. On the knees.
Was it the last pass or earlier than that?
No, the one before, I think.
All right. We're going to get a thumbs up or thumbs down from Slams on their succession of this. No. Okay, that's a thumbs down from Slamazon. They lose their official review and the points will stand. There must have been a sneaky foot first.
Yeah, just
A foot and then a collapse.
a knee slightly upright.
Right, like
just off the
a
ground.
toe to collapse. Oh, who's Wolfpack? Tell me who the Wolfpack is. That's Turbo Spicy up against a Lickety Split. Turbo Spicy, oh, driving that outside. Fast on their feet. At the back, Lickety Split is stuck. There's a bit of offense, satellite, argy-bargy.
And 333 Tamberlam Slam just holding that inside line, not letting any players get past. Number 039 Jigglytuff making posting jammer yield all the way back to behind the jammer line.
I think a back block being issued there to one of the VRDL blockers.
Is someone coming out? No.
Lickety split managed to stick that line there. Now they're just up the top with Pavey. Pavey gets that out of play, but got the knockout.
Yeah. Turbo Spicy coming passing everyone again on the third Apex. Apex being another.
This is a star pass to Shredgraves. Please let Shreds jam. Please let Shreds jam. Here comes Shreds. Shreds is a jammer from way back. Oh, nope, but they call it. No points for Shreds.
That was really close. Almost got
Did you
the
see
point.
how fast Shredgrave cut that lap? I was excited.
Looks like she almost caught up to a block, but not quite.
In 2018, I know that Shredgrave was on the jamming rotation for Convict City.
And it looks like the old magic is still there. So both teams have a full complement of 5 players. No one in the penalty box started this jam.
Push in boots, trying to get through that triangle. The triangle collapses. Jammer is tangled. The VRDL Jammer is tangled in that collapse as well. But just the one blocker at the top.
Zav managed to get ahead, getting status of league jammer. Now there's a massive gap on the inside line. But it was quickly closed up. But now Push and Boots also through for initial pass.
Zaves is about to get that 100 marker on Victorian Roller Derby League scoreboard, taking them up to 102 on that jam. So 102 to 37.
With still just over 5 minutes left in this first half of Convict City Rollers, Orange Thunder v Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder. Well, we got number 187, Dom for Victorian Roller Derby. And who is that? That's number
That's Ray.
93, Ray.
Gives that.
Oh, it takes.
Look at that.
Just manages to roll. Ray manages to push through.
Absorb that hit from Jigglypuff and then cut straight to the in as soon as that collapse happened. Here comes Ray for points, and it's a jump. I knew it was going to be a jump.
How did you know? I was just about to say, what are you talking about?
Cut. It's a cut.
That was too big of a jump.
Or not quite big enough of a jump. Dom now has that power jam. 4 points in the air for Dom.
Oh, was that a jump and went out over on that side? Or was it the
inside cut.
inside the cut on the inside? Okay.
Didn't quite land that legally.
Oh, a bit out of shape, yes.
Dom going for that drive. All defense all day from Convict City. But Dom's got that drive up. They're having to drop those anchors.
Now, 1-3-3-7, Jiggly Rough just trying to break up the blue wall.
1-3-3-7 is LeFerrari. They're not on track right now, are they?
They are, and already through for a passing point.
Too many threes on
There is. There's so many threes.
There's so many threes.
It was like the sevens on the
It's like
last
3-3-3,
game.
1-3-3-7, 0-3-9. It's a lot of threes.
Oh, here we go. Ray just weaving through, back and forwards.
Now this jam will go to its natural conclusion. So 20 seconds
Yeah,
left.
about 20 seconds or something
What
left.
can we do here?
Yeah, both jammers are pretty neck
Dom
and neck.
is out. Dom, it's 12 seconds. Will Dom be able to get through again? Ray picks up another penalty.
And that's a pretty good dodge around Jigglypuff. Now 005, the Chuggernaut
It
trying
will be a power jam start for Victorian Roller Derby League.
And I think that was a 20 to 2 point jam. Can't quite see the big Derby scoreboard, but something pretty close to that, I believe. Yeah, got about 2.5 minutes left in the first half.
Just checking those points there. It was a big jam both sides. 12 points to Convict City, 20 points to Victorian Roller Derby League.
Oh, it was 12. I couldn't see the one. There
I've
we
got this
go.
little board here that's a bit
Oh,
bigger.
there's one there too. Yes,
this
there we
one's
go.
just a little bit
Slightly
bigger.
And I'm half blind.
All
Not
these little screen projections in front of us. So I look at the one with the big numbers. Thank you, Flux.
Looks like we've got a team timeout for Convict City.
Oh, all right, here we go. Look at this technology coming up on the board. So we have Shredgraves, number 2-1 on 4 penalties. The only one in a little bit of trouble after this first half, because we're almost at the end of that one. And how are we looking for our other scoreboard there? Look at this technology.
Oh no, gone are the times of handwritten notes to each other, Scare Bear.
A lot of 2s on that board, but no one in any worries there. We're about to start the jam. We'll get back to it. Power jam start to Pulp Friction.
And just over 2.5 minutes left in the first half, and we're off to a blinder start. The Packers, but no, just holding the inside line. Pulp Friction.
Mercy, the game NSO is in the middle, right in the middle, but they're hidden behind referees. You can't quite see them. They're in black, incognito.
Oh, once again, Pulp Friction doing a bit of a spin and turn for 4 points. Now the pack is completely slowed down, and the blockers are trying to work
Here
it out in
comes
the
Ray
middle.
coming in hot. Outside line is open. Pave goes for the chase down. Not enough. Look at this. Pulp Friction picking up the speed.
Now, so is the pack. They see what's going on. The pack's trying to pick up a bit of speed as well.
There's Jess, but there's Ray. Ray picking up 2 points. Pulp Friction 2 points on that pass, so that's a 10-2 jam.
But that brings Convict City Rollers to 51, Victorian Roller Derby to 132.
That was some fast jamming.
That was extremely fast, and I reckon when we come back, they sort of, what do you reckon, they sized each other up now? We'll come back and it'll just be ultra violent and fast.
This is, yeah. Look, that was a, whoo.
Yeah, don't forget to put that on if you
Well.
want to score some points. Now the whistle has blown.
Pack is there. It was a gentle whistle. We've got Packers back here as Pavies come back to support. So we've got that 4 VRDL at the back. That's
Yeah, number 85,
For
Diva
defense.
Death Roll, just holding that inside line, slowing a Victoria Roller Derby jammer as much as one could, but Blunt Force Trauma, Turbo, Spicy, gets through for initial pass.
Sumi having to work hard there as VRDL are doing 4D. No O, just 4D.
1337 Harlem 4 recycles to the front to put in some huge blocks. Yeah, 4,000, number 4,000, Pavey.
Picked up a forearms penalty if you didn't pick it up.
They have a bit of argy-bargy right in front of the commentary team here. Number 21, Vanessa Shredgrave,
At the
holding
back
outside
there.
lines.
Sumi getting this drive. It is a 3-on-4. Convict City did go 4D. Here comes the Pack is back now.
Yeah, a little bit of-
and there's the yield back occurring. That's a no pack. That's a late set there. Lucky no one got a destruction.
There we go. We got
Pavey gets to come back on track, and we're still in turn 3.
have to go fairway back to enter nice and cleanly, as does
Star pass occurs.
Turbo Spicy. Yeah, star pass occurred right on the Vanessa Shredgrave just as the whistle blew. Now we must be down to, is that half time? Must be close.
Is intermission is on the board, so
Hey,
unless
there we
Convict
go.
City have an
Official review or
OR
something,
to
or-
win, we're in that time out.
But yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Looks like Victorian Roller Derby League and Convicts have both used a timeout, and Victorian Roller Derby have used their official review for the first half. So we'll come back in about 15 minutes.
There we go.
But stay contact. There's still plenty more Derby left for today. Now, I might not be able to see, but on the flat track, looks like we got some sort of a joust going on with a few players that have little better thing to do, so it seems. But now, looks like roller derby can provide some really horrible injuries. So, if you have a really bad injury on your lower leg, you will get some crutches and a trolley. Like a knee trolley. So it looks like, I don't know if he's having a personal battle back up near the scoreboard there, but if you can see, oh, here we know, it's looking Susan. It looks like it's actually coming onto the flat track right now. Who's the other chick? Yeah. It looks like we got any social out there. She was just announcing with me before. We got any social V. Who's that on the? Not any social, the other one. So it looks like we've got Kink from BCR and Antisocial from the league. And here we go. The two Titans clash together. But no, the first pass was missed. So they turn around, look into the eyes of darkness and straight again at each other. It looks like there's one hit. Touche! Oh, looks like he just took one hit. Oh, no, are they discussing about the fairness or the length of the crutches? Well, that looks like that was sorted out, but it might not be. They might be back for more. Yes, very unclear on the outcome of that. But we've still got about 10 minutes left, so if we see any more action, we'll let you know. But we'll be back soon in about 10 minutes to get on with the Convict City Rollers v Victorian Roller Derby League. Division 1 game. Give it a go. Okay. Yes, we do. We do have some sound by the look of it. Now, welcome back, Derby fanatics. We got the feed, we got sound. Everything should be ready to go. For this, the second half of Convict City Rollers Orange Thunder versus Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder. Now, straight away, Ray from Convict City Rollers is lead jammer, but Pulp Friction done a lot of work trying to get through, but that pack, just as Scare Bear predicted, that pack was going extremely fast. And that's an awesome 4 points on the Big Derby scoreboard for Convict City Rollers Orange Thunder. Now back in the jammer line, we have number 73, Pushin' Boots, and 1969, Zave. Now, Zave's sort of doing what one has been doing for a while, just seeing, because the pack keeps rolling back all the way to the jammer line, Zave just seeing exactly what's happening, and it has been paying off. Zave has been getting through as lead jammer. Now looking back over to the bench, Zave sees this keep on going, but also now Pushing Boots through for an initial pass. But that's a full 4 points there for Zave. Now Zave just keeping an eye on what Pushing Boots is doing, getting ready any second to call off the jam, which Zave does now. So at the moment, Convict City Rollers on 55, Victorian Roller Derby on a 144. Now we got lining up again for Convict City Rollers. We got number 93, Ray. And we have 187, a Dom for Victorian Roller Derby League. Now once again, both packs roll all the way down to jammer line to put as maximum pressure as they can on the opposing jammer. Both jammers free for their initial passes. Yeah, it looks like Dom's signaling to the pivot to go faster.
They're trying to burn out that penalty clock. Convict City biting into the play. I don't think they realize what VRDL's strategy is, but they're very close to catching Ray now. Oh dear.
The pack has actually caught the jammers. Should be around the other way, I'm sure, but anywho. A bit argy-pargy there in the middle of the pack. They're both... That was, I think, 4 points apiece. Double donuts for that one, but 4 points apiece to go on the big Derby scoreboard for that last jam. Yeah, we've got 696 flickety split.
A little bit of confusion here in the penalty box. Official timeouts called there whilst they just get it sorted. Beckery were released from the box.
Yeah, was it an early release or?
No, I think it might have been a penalty rescinded in the end. They're just letting...
Adjoining flickety split. We've got number 89, Turbo Spicy. Hey!
Oh.
A huge flickety split, huge shove.
There we go, pushing to that top there. Pavy's covering that in. Oh, and that's Beckery there. Flickety split trying to get some movement, but Turbo Spicy is lead jammer coming around for points.
And Victoria Roller Derby blockers have just surrounded flickety split now.
Convict up the top there. Jigglytuff did some quick O. Turbo Spicy with just the 2 at the top there. Gets past that 1, 2.
It's Jiggly Ruff and Diva Death Toll. Now the pack has slowed down to absolutely no movement at all, which gives Victorian Roller Derby Jammer a chance to just quickly come back around and attack the pack again. Meanwhile, Flickety Split is still in the middle.
A whip there from Jigglytuff. Not quite enough to get Turbo Spicy past the two blockers.
Yeah, once again running afoul of Jigglyruff, 1-3-3-7, but manages to cleanly pass for a 4 points.
Oh, there's a Jigglyruff and a Jigglytuff.
Exactly right.
Oh, I was getting so confused. I was like, Jigglytuff wasn't doing anything just then.
The Jigglyruff was, right.
I'm like, we're just getting tongue twisters now.
It'd be even better if Jigglyruff is 39. That would just make it so much better. Yeah.
Also, what is the referencing of 1-3-3-7? We have two of them in this game.
Oh, that was a nice quick jam. A quick hit and quit at 4 points there for Victorian Roller Derby.
12 points in the end on that
In the
jam.
end up, yeah.
Turbo Spicy racking it up, but sitting in the penalty box. That is Flickety Split, I do believe. Pulp Friction being given a power jam again. This is...
And both packs right up on the pivot line. They're going to work their way back and put a bit more pressure. They're going to try sort it out up at the front. They are going to try sort it up the front. Looks very scrappy.
I have no idea what leet is. Am I too old to know what leet is? I haven't seen Hackers since I was quite young, if it's from the Hackers movie. I don't know.
But Pulp Friction, another 4 points. And just straight around the outside again. Not much opposition there from Convict City. Convict City trying to dig Flickety Split.
It's elite in hacker speak.
It's a what?
Elite.
In who speak?
Elite.
In hacker speak.
There we go. We learned something today.
That hackers are illiterate.
No, they just talk in numbers. Internet speak. I did. It says internet speak. Make this.
I love coming here. Learn so much stuff. I get told so much stuff
Push
too.
in boots up against Dom. Dom going for that drive on that formation again.
God, he crashed again. No, it's got an error there. Is that?
Okay, we've got an error on our video. We'll call in Video Bob. Oh, and Convict City, you're missing it. Push in boots is lead. It's because the hackers.
Exactly right. I called him illiterate. Now we got hacked.
Okay. All right, we're fine. All right. Sorry, we just had an image pop up that said error occurred, but it's okay.
And it's in red, so it does freak us out. Oh, it says excellent connection, although there's an error.
Okay. 35 up the top here. Whilst Dom is in the penalty box. There's power jam to push in boots. Convict City trying to get some offense. We've got Pavey at the end. Oh.
And that was 4,000 Pavey just putting the shoulder in.
It was the under motion. It was all hips.
Lip.
But it was like, I don't know if you've like watched many clips of Freight Train giving people a sleigh ride. But it was like a little sleigh ride.
Sleigh ride.
Sleigh ride.
Sleigh ride to death. What a look
Like
at
you
that.
like just go wee as your legs end up in the air and you land harshly on
your head.
compacted snow.
Oh, crumbs. Or at least here, got the luxury of having a nice sprung wooden floor.
Oh, Ray with that power jam start gets lead on that inside line. Dom is standing ready to return. But here comes Ray scoring pass. Dom still on initial. Can Convict City slow it down enough to get more than one pass? Oh, Beckery there. Ray just kind of went to an extra level of energy and bounce. Beckery holding that space.
The Juggernaut actually trying to drag Ray through the
Oh,
back.
Ray holding that inside line. Another hair flick. Sorry, I'm in for like jammer practices. Oh, Pavey with the stripe.
Oh,
Ray
attempt.
might make I'm going to say it'd be a smart call to call. Oh, we're going to go long with Pavey jamming. Oh, that's 4 in the air for Pavey.
And both managed to glean 4 points out of that pass. Now, what have we got left? Got about...
Oh, it might be late. It took a little bit of time for the bench crew to come to it, go, wait a second.
Wait a second, we got to go.
That's Pavey.
Yeah, we got to go, and it's Pavey.
Possibly want to call this. They looked and they were like, oh no.
Oh, wait a sec. Oh, here we
So
go.
8 points to Convict City, 4 to Victorian Roller Derby League. So that's 71 to 175. So the lead's just over 100 points now.
And we got 202 Sumi for Convict City. And we got 1969 Zave. Yeah, both jammers trying to use blunt force trauma, both going opposite sides, but lucky it is Victorian Roller Derby Zave.
Okay. A bit of a bad land there from Sumi.
Yes.
We'll get those medics in to come and check it out.
Yeah, it didn't look too bad. It's a little bit twisty on the ankles or something, I think, wasn't it? But
Just playing in the mush.
yes,
Things happen in the mush.
it does. But we've got any medics to come over and have a look yet.
Look, I don't know if we had a sponsor list here. Can you tell me about the sponsors, Meat Biscuit?
I can.
You can? All right, tell me about them.
Well, for all your local skating needs, we got Spank Alley. And they actually have a stall right here now. So anyone needs any repairs, I've seen them going hard. They've actually got an overlocker. The whole works there. So if you've got any costume malfunctions, just bring them down to Spank Alley. And
They do armbands too. Don't forget about all the armbands.
the whole lot of stuff. And if you're skating around and your skates are squeaking, you obviously need better bearings, because it sounds like the cage has collapsed and there's no balls left in yours. So you need better bearings. So go get better bearings, and you can get them here right now as well.
Get the ceramics. Ceramics clean themselves.
Oh, do they?
It's the most expensive, but if you're like me, who's played for 11 years and does
On the
not
same
do,
bearings.
does not do skate maintenance, you want them to last as long as possible. I'm pretty sure they're called the lickety splits, is the ceramic sets. Yeah, my skates are falling apart.
Well, you have been giving them a good... Are they original set of skates you had since you started Derby, or...?
No, but I got them in 2013 after I snapped a plate at Trop Cup. And they're held together with a lot of Mod Podge glue and glitter and hope.
Well, is glitter a strong adhesive, is it?
Well, with Mod Podge,
Yeah.
yes. Like that and hockey tape.
It looks like we've got a few more people have come down to sit trackside and watch the game. So we do have some semi-finals coming. I think you got one more pool game too. Oh no, that's a playoff. Next game looks like it's a playoff.
There we go.
Yeah. Is that correct, Butt?
I feel like it is.
It looks like it should be.
Yes, because I think this just got put in here by Happy just recently.
Oh, there we go.
So I think that this would be the team number 1 versus team number 2
Awesome name.
in the Div 2 division, Canberra and Varsity versus East Coast Roller Derby. And then what time will that be? I have no I've been here.
It should be.
I've been here since 8 a.m.
It
I
should
have no concept.
2:30 maybe. 2:30 maybe.
All right. And then at 4 o'clock.
Or 4:15 or something, or 4:10. So I saw a weird time for the 4 o'clock one.
Yes. 4 o'clock we'll have Adelaide versus, looking at the score margin currently, I'm going to say versus Sun State. It could change. I don't have control of this.
No.
And then the last game of the day will be Brisbane City Rollers versus Victorian Roller Derby League. So they've got another game today. There's a lot of Sumi love there in the chat.
No, there isn't. With that game, 2 games rest for BCR.
Sumi, it does look like Sumi is out for the rest of the game.
Yes.
The bench support crew are just assisting them off the track, so they've played a really hard game, those grinding formations.
No, well, there's a lot of prestige in the Tropicarnage Cup. As if you would not want the gold-coated plastic trophy in your clubhouse.
Sumi is now leaving the track with the first aiders. So they'll do some further assessment there.
Plenty of love from the crowd there for Sumi as well. All right, 30 seconds has been called. So a bit of a quick update. We've got Convict City Rollers on 71 and Victoria Roller Derby on a 175. Yeah, we can welcome back 1969 Zave for Victoria.
That's Ray.
And Ray for Convicts. I can tell by the hair flick that hasn't happened as yet. But yes.
Oh, huge there. And here we come round. Is
Looks like
no hair flick. They just got enough momentum to not need the hair
No,
flick today.
it flicks
Being
itself.
chased down by Zave.
Oh, but holding that inside
Look
line.
how
Oh,
fast. That was fast.
that was fast, but notice how Zav just managed to just pull that heat off just before not back blocking 3 people.
I think definitely like that Victorian formation would have had a moment of like,
Yeah,
oh
ooh,
dear,
ooh.
this could hurt.
It's like cringe.
Turbo Spicy up against Pushin' Boots.
Please do. Thanks, mate. I'll see you soon.
Probably.
What's wrong with it?
Turbo Spicy there, working on that Convict City formation at the top. Here goes a hot boost of speed from Pushin' Boots. They are lead. Turbo Spicy coming out, scooping around, staying on, has shreds to go.
Now, since the break, looks like Convict City Rollers have come out and just want to
Ooh, but
put on the heat.
2 Convict City blockers heading to the penalty box. So Turbo Spicy will be coming around, but only 2 to stop with a full contingent of blockers for Victorian Roller Derby.
But number 22, Overreactor, straight into the blocking. Even though there's only 2, was number 21 and 22, Vanessa Redgrave and
That was
Overreactor.
hard work. Pushin' Boots, just the 1 point on the board. I thought there was going to be a few more going their way. They'd been in that formation a long time.
They have. Oh, now we've got plenty of pressure back out. Both jammers,
Ray
argy
against
bargy.
Pulp friction, just with those 2 blockers. But they worked hard.
Yeah, Ray being bounced around a bit, has him coming to yield back behind number 4,000 Pavey. They're trying to dodge to the left, trying to dodge to the right, is caught up in the middle of blue. Ray yielding back again now behind a number 39,
039
Jigglytuff.
Jigglytuff. Oh, shoulder to the side there from Pavey onto Ray.
Almost knocked out of
Ray
the building.
got a low block. Ray in that penalty box. So Pulp Friction gets that power jam, gets told to call it.
Yes, now Ray was being a bit sneaky, trying not to be recognised in the penalty box without the helmet cover.
They will put it on now because they got an opportunity to come out and get lead.
Now we got number 187, Dom, starting off the power jam for Victorian Roller Derby. Won't be too long before Ray will be back on the flat track as well.
Oh, look at this crowd. Look at them all crowding on that pivot line.
That was a whole line across.
What year is this? All right. One at the top there for Dom to beat, but an out of play is called. Dom gets lead.
And tenaciously has a look, scopes out what's in front.
Ray about to enter. Here we come. Ray has that formation at the back, going for that driving speed. Scoops, steps over, gets it to, tumble. Own team, luckily, so we're not going to get a low block
penalty.
there.
Now, VRDL was right on that. They watched Ray come out and formed up a pyramid.
Now, Convict City racing to the top there. Pavey coming in for offense, opening up that inside for Dom.
Yeah, Dom just steps on the inside and gleans 4 points. So it looks like we got from Convict City, number 73, Push-In Boots, and as usual, 1969, Zay for VRDL. Now, Zave, as usual, seems to be getting a bit of likes to start back, scope out the opposition, get a bit of a run up, and try to get that inside.
Went for that little, shirt whip as well to try to get through, but there we are. Zave is lead. Pack is moving backwards for Push-In Boots here. 4D on that back line from Victorian Roller Derby League. Oh, knock out, not quite enough.
Now, it looks like Push-In Boots is trying desperately to reach number 21, Vanessa Redgrave, and pass the helmet cover. I think it's still going on down in the middle. I can see Push-In Boots still has it in hand.
They're trying to get some offense movement. Not enough, having to flip back into 4D.
Yeah, both jammers coming to a standstill with their opposing blockers. Oh, a bit of a step around. Zave managed to get through.
Star
for 4
pass
points.
has now occurred. Shredgrave has it, stays inbounds. 1 to go, 1 left. 3-5 at the top there, pairing up.
And Vanessa Shredgrave just has to get past
Everyone
one.
forgets that Shred knows how to jam.
And managed to barge way through. Vanessa Shredgrave approaching the back of the pack bus.
Slammers on there's call off that jam. Shreds was coming in.
And she had a gap around the outside and looked like about to take advantage, but could not convert those any points before that third whistle.
I think after this game, I might step outside and hopefully there's a bit of sunlight. I don't know if there is.
Well, there was before.
I haven't been outside since I arrived.
No, there was before. About 11 o'clock. Looked pretty nice outside.
Ray up against Pulp Friction. Ray moving quickly. Pulp Friction trying to duck into the middle of that tripod. The Convict City tripod getting slowly broken apart. Pulp Friction at the top.
And used the blunt force trauma, managed to go through for initial pass. Now there was a huge outside apex jump from Ray. Ray gets through cleanly, puts another 4 points on the board. They're currently Convict City Rollers. Well, we just wait for a bit of a score update. 4 points, so it should be 83.
The 4 points is already listed, so 79 unless, right?
Yeah.
And once you see the 4, it's already added. It doesn't. Victorian Roller Derby League has just clocked the double ton.
And also called a team timeout while they were at it.
They're like, we've got into our 200. Let's take a pause.
And it is down. Looks like to just over 11 minutes left of this game, which is game 12 of Division 1. Convict City Rollers, Orange Thunder versus Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder.
So Orange Thunder versus Blue Thunder.
Jiggly Rough versus Jiggly Tough.
It's like alternate realities.
It is. It's like
It's like the Thor multiverse.
however they work their stuff down with the Bass Strait there, we don't know. But 73, Pushing Boots is standing right on the jam line, getting ready to go. Yeah, joining is Turbo Spicy.
They've moved to a 2-jammer rotation now.
It looks like it, hey.
They have, unfortunately, with Sumi over with the medics. Turbo Spicy opening up that inside line. Pushing Boots still trying to get some movement. Pivot, unfortunately, in that penalty box.
Oh, gave it a good run, but almost.
Shreds there almost asked for that star. That could have been detrimental because they are not wearing that pivot stripe right now. The pivot is coming from the box. Both Convict City blockers, one's back on track, next one's about to come back, and the last one's the pivot.
If you passed it not to the pivot, I guess that'd be a penalty, wouldn't it? Or
All the way yielding there by 3-3-3. Oh, but a cut is called.
oh, there was a cut track
Oh, it's a
penalty.
double cut.
Yes.
Double cut.
Oh, here we
Jammer
go.
switch out. Reasons why I don't do penalty box NSOing.
So here we go. We got double jammer. So Turbo Spicy will sit down. Pushing Boots will get back up
and
on
here
the
we
track.
go, speeding the pack. I don't think Convict City want it sped up, but they are running with the play.
And Pushing Boots has not got helmet cover on as yet
No,
either.
they are still on initial, so they can.
Take it off, yes. Trying to do the old deceitfulness again by the look of it.
Skaters on the deck there.
And
Turbo Spicy on the deck as well with a big yield from Shredgrave.
yeah, just trying
Whole
to cut
team yield.
that corner too much.
Oh, and look at this star pass. Who have we given it to? Apples. Apples is the jammer. Coming around for points now. 2-minute jam still has 17 seconds remaining.
You're taking out some Lolbot, having to yield back. There's a bit of front-on action.
Apples is like, I'm a blocker. 12. Don't use my forearms. Stay on track. I know this feels.
When you get thrust into things you don't like, I guess, it would be difficult.
You got to play it safe.
Yeah, that was
They did get 2
get
points,
gleaned
though.
a couple of points.
So 4 points to Turbo Spicy, 2 points to Apples.
Yeah, Convict City Rollers on 81, Victorian Roller Derby League on 205, with just roughly 9 minutes left. Oh, here we go. There's a huge run up because this is actually a power jam.
No, Apples in the penalty box. I missed what that was for. But that means Zave gets a power jam start. No pack is called, but it resets enough that they can put that defense into play.
And they most certainly
Avey up
are.
here trying to clear it all out. This is the time Convict City want to move this pack. Keep it moving if they can, because look who's about to return to track.
And Pavy's just going from left to right, just trying to damage anyone that comes there. And also right now, putting pressure on the jammer, who's just returned.
Apple's getting called for a forearms there on that contact on blue 3-5. Oh no. Apples was originally a jammer until only the past season or so. All right, they got to shake out those cobwebs.
Yeah, and
Zave has called off the jam, keeping Apples in the box.
which Victoria Roller Derby will start off with a power jam again.
This time for Dom. Apples knows the plan, puts it back on.
Yeah, the whistle just about to be blowing. Apples has donned the helmet cover. Getting ready as soon as possible to re-enter the flat track.
Dom up the top there with just Shreds. Shreds keeping that pivot, all right. We know Shreds can jam, so I think they're really going to be looking for this star pass this time. If you've already gotten 2 penalties as a jammer, you kind of...
You get rid of it. Get rid of it as soon as possible.
You want to have a pause, you want to have a drink, think about your life choices.
And it looks like Apples is of that thinking as well.
There comes Shred's going to look back now.
Please. Who? There we go. Pivot. Number 21, Vanessa Redgrave.
And here comes Shreds, takes it in the pack. And that's when you know that you need to take it, is that you're willing to risk that in the pack. They are beautiful.
Oh, Manny's a stay in right on that line. 21,
I want
Vanessa
that, like,
Redgrave.
zoomed in replay.
Yeah.
That tip-tap-tappy on the pink
That was
line there
about
with
8
nothing
steps.
going over it.
8 steps on the line at least. Amazing work. We have
And
plenty of people pushing
they-
against.
The pink tape has one good little thing going on. You can hear it. When you step on it, you can hear it.
Does it crackle a bit, does it?
It crackles just a little.
Ooh.
So it kind of gives you like, you're like, I'm on the line, I'm on the line. You wouldn't know if you were over it, but that's just some precise work there from Shreds. Ray there looking for an up.
There's not much room to move anywhere in that pack at the moment. Now, both sets of blockers entrapping the opposing jammers.
Call there to Pavey. Lead is Ray, but look how close Pulp Friction's got this chase down.
Oh, so the pack is going to speed up as much as possible.
VRDL has made the call. They want a running pack. Now Convict City trying to protect their points. Oh, that's going to be one quick point there.
There we go, passing.
And we got to get this quick call of don't go to the outside line. There it is. So we get the 3 points for Pavey in the box there as well. Oh, 3. Oh,
4.
Oh no, 2. They're calling 2.
Whee.
They do not believe the other one was on there. That was line hygiene. I like that as a term. Line hygiene from Shreds on that line.
Yes,
We're just talking about that 3rd point there. There we go. It's been corrected. 3rd point is up on the board. Denominator showing off from the Devil's Horns to the Ridgy Didge.
Yeah, from here, that's it.
Right, from
Go
Devil's Horns to
Devils
Ridgy Didge. That is an emoji. Ridgy Didge.
I think everything's an emoji these days.
Is that a term all around Australia?
Ridgy Didge, I think so.
Ridgy
yeah.
Didge? Because I'm originally from West Australia but grew up in Adelaide. Like, I sit there and I go, is this a thing in Queensland?
It is. No, it is.
It is? Okay.
Especially the closer you live to the coast.
All right, all right.
The more better.
Yeah, more better?
More better.
Yeah, heaps good. That's South Australian for you. Heaps good.
Totally choice. Oh, it's down into the almost last 5 minutes, Derby fanatics of this game. Convict City Rollers v the Juggernauts, that is Victorian Roller Derby League.
Now pushing Boots back on that line, up against Save. A similar formation.
Very similar formation to... Almost didn't have a pivot. Pivot just donning the helmet cover now for Convict City.
Oh, Zave going for that run up. Not quite working it, but the outside line opens up just enough. But there was Chugs. But they jumped over Chugs. Zave gets out, gets lead. Pushing Boots, looking for that space, looking for the safety of the white.
Oh, almost made it through, but just took a knee. Didn't go out of bounds, but just trying to get around the outside on the first apex.
Beautiful
Pushing
knockout
Boots.
from number 22 from Convict City, getting that small yield of Save.
Yeah, just slowing Zave down a little bit, but here we go. Pushing Boots through for an initial pass.
Oh, 2 VRDL blockers in the box.
Pushing Boots will like that. See 2 people in box, that's 2 less people that you got to deal with in the pack.
They put out Dom, though. Dom can drive. So when you've got that 4-pack versus the 2, a drivey jammer means
suppose you
sometimes
get a
they
bit of a
won't
roll
need
on.
offense, and they don't need offense as much.
Get a bit of a roll on and just go through, hey.
4 minutes remaining in this game.
And Convict City Rollers have a 4-2 pack advantage at the moment.
I love how Ray lines up on the line. It's like, I don't care about you.
Yeah, I'm just going, yes. It faces away just to, I don't even believe you exist. Oh,
Look at
there
this
we
speed
go.
again, but Ray going down to the floor, but
But
gets a jump.
straight
on the-
back
oh,
up.
Look at that, but here comes Dom. Can Convict City reset it? No, they can't. They're in the apex. Now, the Victorian blockers are coming out. Look at this drive up, trying to build this pack. Ray gets that back point, gets those ones, calls it off. I'm going to say all 4 should be on the board. Yes, they are. That engagement zone was there, and they passed them in it.
And Victorian Pivot did not make it out of the penalty box. So Convict City Rollers will start off with a 4-3 advantage for this jam. And once again, all the way back old school on the pivot line. Are they going to stay up there, or are they going to roll all the way forwards? So each player marking their opposing. Yep, they're going to roll all the way forward.
With the slow poles, Push and Boots does have that front pack. Pulp Friction on the backpack and gets the juke, the jump. The arms are flipping.
It's
Paving
almost like
back.
a swinging arm in there somewhere.
It's called a lever.
I don't think it made connection with anyone.
Lever. Up the top here, look at Push and Boots on Jigglytuff. Last to go.
Yeah, no pack is called. And then easy way through Push and Boost. Lead jammer. Convict City Rollers.
Just took it. Pulp Friction took off that helmet cover, but putting it back on now.
Having a bit of difficulty putting it back on, but it is on now.
Gets that 4 and call. Oh, Convict City looking for the 100. There's 2 minutes to go.
And did Convict City just get a late penalty? No, they didn't. No. Yes, they did.
Oh, Chugs.
Yes.
Chugs heading to the penalty box there.
Yeah, that was right on the whistle as well.
Can Ray get 8 points?
Well, they put on a fair few points this half.
They
Like,
have,
almost
definitely.
most of the points from their scores come from this last half.
Victoria's set on the back there. Ray goes for a pop over, has to get 1 to go. Oh, quick lead there. That was lead
Oh.
pretty much by that pivot line.
Some argy-bargy in
Turbo
the...
Spicy is out though.
And everyone is going at full tilt at the moment. Both jammers on full tilt. Both packs going full tilt.
Convict City bench is yelling slow to go trade, but everyone is running.
Going fast.
Everyone is running. Everyone's like, I'm running away. You're not my boss.
Yeah, we've only got 3 minutes left. Got to go hardcore.
Ray just goes for the 4 and call. All right, 1 minute remaining. 4 more points
Yeah,
for the
4
100.
more points. It definitely
Push
can
and
be done.
Boots. Back online. Box is clear for both teams.
What do we got?
This could be the last jam. This could be it.
She's down to 50 seconds. Oh, the whistle has gone, and the whole pack rolls back, trying to wrap both
Push
jammers
and
up.
Boots there. Zave is pushing it up. But it's tightening up again, so that out of play won't happen at the top quite yet. Knockout of Zave by the Convict City. They go for the big yield.
Overreactor, number 22, making Zave yield all the way back
They're
to...
going to set this formation. Zave coming in hot. Inside line is open, but they're knocked out. Shut down by 86.
Apples.
And to the out. Comes back on, though. They're through, so now it's going to be...
No, Push and Boots just takes a knee right at the front of the pack. Now, did Push and Boots go out?
Push and Boots went down, and then everyone reset
Yes.
around Push and Boots.
No, there we go. So Zave just going, oh, there was a massive gap on the outside, but he just got quickly the pyramid with Overreactor.
Zave, the beautiful knockout. This is like one of the Convict City Thread's favourite blockers there. I've recognised that blonde ponytail a few times.
Is it Vanessa Shredgrave or Overreactor?
In the Thread, they love Diva. That was Diva doing that knockout.
perfectly timed as well.
Oh, they're calling it. Unofficial score. I think Convict City still on that initial
Yes.
initial pass. Do not get there 4 points. But 2 points going on the board, finishing Victorian Roller Derby League on 222 points. Convict City Rollers on 96 points. Great effort there. Victoria Roller Derby will move into the semi-finals. Oh, Diva is the low-key heart of CCR. That's why there's so much love in the chat.
Yes.
Absolutely been a pleasure. Coming up next is the Div 2 Canberra and Varsity League co-opt up against East Coast Roller Derby.
And that'll approximately be in about 15 minutes.
Yes, Victoria will be playing again today at 6 p.m. up against my team.
Hey, and who are they?
City
Who are
Rollers.
they?
Look, I've only commentated every one of Victoria's games leading into this. So
Oh, that's right, because Video Bob's got all the stats and everything down here. Not quite, but...
just so, look, it's thunder love everywhere.
So it is.
Blue and orange, they're the complementary opposing colours on the colour spectrum. My eyes are sore. Like they could do all their chants together for thunder, right? Like just all sing.
Yeah, both
Why
teams.
did we not play all the AC/DC thunder songs? Like any song with thunder in it should have been
All right.
played in the background. for
Convict
this
City,
one.
I'll just give a bit of a shout out for all the players while they're going around. We got 005 to Chuggernaut. You doing that?
You got it.
Yeah. 25, Ball Octopus. 103, Scarlet's Web. 13, Alabama Hurley. 1337, Jiggly Ruff. 16, Bex Factor. 188, Deadly Red. 21, Vanessa Shredgrave. 22, Overreactor. 202, Sumi. 371, Holly Hipkiss. 696, Flickety Split. 73, Push and Boots. 85, Death Roll. 86, Apples. 93, Ray. Bench Coach Oak. Coach Sistani. Lineup Manager Stealth. And also, give it up for the victors in this bout. The Victorian Roller Derby League. We got 039 Jigglytuff, 05 Beckery, 8 Pulp Friction, 1337 Harlem Lafar, 187 Dom, 1969 Zave, 333 Tambalam Slam, 35, 386 Dash, 4000 Pavey, 75 Great Dane, 89 Turbo Spicy, Bench Coast Slamazon, and Assistant Coast Demandria. Yeah, give it up for both teams at home. Convict City Rollers, Victorian Roller Derbies. Scare Bear's already told us what's going through to the next
I
match.
gave all the thunder love. I went orange and blue in the
You
chat
did,
there.
I see. Look at that.
Right?
Totally impartiality.
Impartial.
Oh, Scare Bear, it's always a pleasure announcing with you. You learn me so much about the sport.
It's coaching, playing, reffing.
That's it, coaching,
That's
playing, refereeing,
right.
announcing. Scare Bear here can do it all. Thank you very much, and we'll
That's all
speak
right.
to you later.
All right, signing out.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first playoff.
Hey, just testing. Can you hear us? Anyone online? You can hear me. I can't hear you. Am I plugged in?
Hello, hello. If somebody on the stream and chat could let me know if we're coming through loud and clear, that would be fantastic. Everything looks green here, but it's a bit tricky to work out whether or not we're coming through okay. But we are now into our first playoff game, our Div 2 playoff game. We have Canberra Roller Derby League combo with Varsity Derby League taking on East Coast Roller Derby. All right, sorry about the late start, everyone.
Technology is wonderful. Right, we have East Coast Derby Dolls, Rogue Trooper, number 27 on the line.
Yes, Rogue, pretty easy to spot in the shiny pants.
Yes, we had pink shiny on yesterday. We got gold shiny today. Big step to the right by Trooper.
And that is Rosetta Bloodstone out there in the black for CRDL VDL. For the sake of brevity, I think we'll just refer to CRDL VDL as Canberra for the remainder.
Sounds good. Canberra versus East Coast. Sounds fabulous.
And it is Canberra with the 8-point lead so far in this match with just a few minutes down. On to our second jam now, and we have lead jammer for Canberra. Rosetta Bloodstone out with lead for Jam 2.
East Coast jammer standing, ready to return to the track.
Yes, Naughty Trooper coming back from time in the penalty box. All right, and yes, Trooper still trying to find a way through for an initial pass as Rosetta Bloodstone comes through on the first scoring pass with 4 points up in the air for Canberra, and Trooper is now through for their initial pass too as Rosetta Bloodstone comes in for another scoring pass, another quick 4 points, and calls that one off. And another 8-point jam there for Canberra. And it looks like we have a few Canberra supporters in the chat joining us on the stream.
Hell's Angel on the line, number 1-3 for East Coast Derby Dolls.
And Cheapskates are lining up for Canberra. I'll make sure I get that right today. Yesterday I was calling them cheap steaks.
Oops.
Yeah.
That's right, I've been called Caramel.
Caramel pleasure.
Caramel. A bit of the caramel. Yeah. And then people go camel. I was like, okay, we're good. Okay, Hell's Angels fighting to get out of the pack. Looks for the opening on the outside line is knocked out by Fury.
Yes, and Cheapskates with a lead jammer now coming through on their scoring pass, taking down a few of the East Coast blockers and drawing a penalty in amongst it all as well, as one of the East Coast blockers sent to the penalty box. And Cheapskates, another 4 points up on the board for Canberra. So Canberra jumping out to a very good early lead here.
Fury knocking Hell's Angel out again, forcing her to yield all the way back. She comes through still on her scoring pass. Direction penalty being given to East Coast.
And Fury there with a huge yield on Hell's Angel as Hell's Angel takes the star off and attempts the star pass. Oh, and an easy pass there for Cheapskates. And racking up the points here in this jam for Canberra. This combo team of Canberra Roller Derby League and Varsity Derby League have done a fantastic job this weekend coming together as a combo team and travelling, and the cohesion that they've displayed on track has been fantastic. So testament to their training and their coaches. It's not an easy thing to come together with skaters from a different league to then also travel and compete at this level. So well
East
done,
Coast,
Canberra.
on their initial pass, still trying to get through Canberra's wall of death there. They really have locked them down. They're doing a wonderful work as a team. And a hug at the end.
So the star pass was completed by East Coast in amongst all of that, with number 92, Froste Biatch, ending up with the star. But the jam timing out after 2 minutes. And
Schlap.
32-point jam for Canberra in that last jam.
Schlap 1-8.
Yes, lining up against Irish upon a star, one of my favourite names from this weekend. And Irish out front.
Multiplayer block going to Debris, 1-1.
Yeah, and that allows Irish to get free of the blocking pack out the front, coming there now for their scoring pass, as Ham Schlap now also free for their initial pass. And the late call coming from the Canberra bench. Oh, perfectly timed, just managing to get their blocker out of the penalty box. Helen Hunt's returning to track there for Canberra just before the call-off came through.
These aren't working. Can we get them working? That would be really lovely.
And next up
we got Mr. Shiny Pants, a trooper, number 27 for East Coast.
And at number 8, that would be Joe Dirt for Canberra. Oh, and some jammer-on-jammer action off the line there. Trooper just giving Joe Dirt a little nudge to the inside.
Multiplayer block being given to White 3-0. Debris 1-1 returning to track.
And Joe Dirt coming around for a scoring pass now. Trooper in the gold shiny pants, still trying to find a way through the pack for that initial pass. So penalty chaos out there at the moment, as in the end only one East Coast blocker ending up in the bin, but a little bit of confusion in amongst the whistles, as we have Trooper now through for their initial pass, and Joe Dirt for Canberra grabbing another 4 points before calling that one off. And another big jam there for Canberra, 12 points to zip, taking that score out now, 64 points to 0. So
no points yet on the board for East Coast, but you know, when they do get that point, it'll be absolutely crowd go wild.
Yes, local crowd here will go bananas.
1-3 on the jammer line.
Lining up against Cheapskates in the black for Canberra. And Hell's Angel with that sort of familiar start, getting a bit more of a run up. Prefers to have a bit of speed as they approach.
Disco spin out the outside and a lead jammer for Canberra.
Well, if you're going to do it, you may as well do it with some flair, right?
Absolutely.
And the blocking walls for Canberra here have been absolutely phenomenal to start off this first of the playoff bouts, as Hell's Angel now on the back of turn 2, still trying to find a way through, but gets nudged to the outside and forced to recycle again. Meanwhile, Cheapskates coming through for another scoring pass, and more points on the board for Canberra.
Oh, Meouch taking down Hell's Angel.
Yeah, good solid hit there from Meouch just to put Hell's Angel on the floor, and forced to recycle back yet again as Cheapskates come through for another scoring pass, but East Coast managing to lock down Cheapskates. until a bit more chaos ensues and Cheapskates through for another 4 points. And one of these soul-crushing jams for Hell's Angel. A minute and a half and still trying to find a way
Cut
through.
track penalty being issued.
And we'd expect Canberra to continue to run this jam till the end, or maybe we'll see what the strategy here is. Will Copter want to ice the jammer if Cheapskates can get through for another scoring pass. And the call off there from Cheapskates. They've decided they've had enough. That's enough points on the board for this jam, and we'll start off with a power jam in Canberra's favour. As the score now 82 points to 0. And it is Joe Dirt from Canberra in the black that will take the line for this power jam start.
So this is a result of the last couple of games that both of these teams have played for the 2022 Tropicarnage Cup. Very exciting.
And just some subtle O there from number 742. Is that Helen Hunt's? Yeah, Helen Hunt's providing good screening O there, just enough for Joe Dirt to find a gap in the East Coast defence.
East Coast jammer standing, ready to return to track.
And this is where Canberra need to be careful. They need to switch back to defence. As Regulator there, making sure Hell's Angel has to take the long way back. And Hell's Angel now back on track and into the back of this Canberra pack. And it looks like Hell's Angel may have almost finding enough room on the outside, but then last line defense from a Regulator. But it looks like Regulator must have also just put a foot out as there was no pass, no penalty. So Hell's Angel through now and playing some shenanigans with Joe Dirt coming through to the front apex. And Hell's Angel now trying
Helen
to...
Hunt's doing some dance moves on lane 4.
Yes, yeah. And it looks like this will be at least some first points for East Coast at the end of this jam, as Joe Dirt now coming through for another scoring pass. And Hell's Angel on the inside of the track there, recycling back all the way back behind Regs. And there it is, Hell's Angel through the full pack for their initial pass.
Helen Hunt doing a great job of stopping East Coast sucking back onto their jammer. Fury returning to track. Please tell me there were some points. I feel like there were some points.
So that was a 20-point jam for CRBL.
Yes, 20 points
Yes,
for
3
Canberra.
points on the board.
And
Yes.
3 points for East Coast. There we go. And the crowd goes
Yes.
wild.
Beauty.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have a official timeout.
Official timeout. We're checking the scoreboard or something. We have had scoreboard problems over the weekends, but
Wouldn't be a derby
Mostly-
event without technical difficulties, would it?
mostly it just creates great stories for the after party.
And so with 14 minutes down in this first half, Canberra out to a very healthy lead, 102 over East Coast Roller Derby, 3 points on the board. And Ham Schlapp breaking out into dance on the jammer line there, providing our official timeout entertainment. And there is the big rolling whistle from Dino to get this bout back underway. And Ham Schlapp continuing the dance party there on the jammer line, up against number 196 from Canberra, Rosetta Bloodstone.
Ham slaps, dance moves, are getting her through the pack. Come on, get lead, get lead, get lead. Come on, go, go, go. Oh, damn,
so
get out.
close. Yes, the power. Never underestimate the power of the dance moves. As Rosetta Bloodstone grabs lead jammer, Ham slap recycled back to the pack, and Bloodstone now coming through for their first scoring pass. Bumps into the side of the very solid East Coast wall. Ham slap recycled back around yet again. Both jammers now having a hard time getting through.
Got a squeal.
Yes, Ham slap realising that they need to return to the back of the pack.
Back, reattempt that dance move and get herself through out the front. Yes, she does.
So the sigh of relief there from Ham slap, and then the head thrown back as the jam is caught off just after they get through for their initial pass. So 2 extra points for Canberra at the end of that jam as Trooper takes the line in the white for East Coast, alongside number 9 for Canberra, Irish Upon a Star. And the Canberra block is doing a great job of sucking back onto Trooper there and containing them at the jam line, with Fast Furiosa just maintaining that pack as the Canberra jammer Irish sent to the penalty box. So
dance
power
moves
jam.
now by Dropstar. I think this is the way to get through. More dancing, spinning, using those feet. Come on, dance moves. Shiny Pants coming through. Trying to get some assist by some friends. Directional penalty given to 3-0 white. Lead jammer goes. Woo! Yes, lead jammer for East Coast.
As a Trooper now coming around for their scoring pass. Meanwhile, Irish Upon a Star released from the penalty box. East Coast need to be wary and get back on defence.
Really want to see East Coast get some points on the boards here. Game is still on.
And Irish now coming around for their scoring pass.
Trooper turns himself into a blocker for a moment then, and then back to trying to get through that pack.
So some shanking points there for Canberra. Irish with a full 4-point pass as Trooper now just with Rex to beat out the front, and does so. So 4 points up there for East Coast as well.
We're going for an apex on the who's getting absolutely annihilated by regulator.
And Trooper then decides that they've had enough, calls that one off.
Beautiful apex jump. It's good. I like how many apex jumps we get, but they're even better if they're actually on our side of the track.
Yes.
I like them that they're down there, but they're better than when they're right here in front of us, right on camera.
Yes, and especially with the camera angles that we have here for the Tropicarnage as well. Like to be close to the action.
Hell's Angel getting ready for the running into anyone she can. There we go, come on. Tries to get around Meouch. Oh, I can vouch that Meouch is very hard to get around. She's very agile.
Yeah, and some solid blocking from
assistance there.
Madge there as well in the pivot just.
Sophie returning to track.
And so lead jammer with Canberra as Cheapskates.
Game is still on. It can hear other whistles on the other track, so we just need to keep watching to make sure it is our whistles.
Yes, the whistle read is real here at Mount Warren Sports Stadium. And more points on the board for Canberra as Hell's Angel now free from the pack. Big smiles.
Yes, Angel gets through with a huge smile on her face.
And Cheapskates another 4-point pass for Canberra Hell's Angel now on their scoring pass, trying to chip through, but once again Madge putting a solid line defence on the outside line there and holding Hell's Angel up as Cheapskates comes through for another 4-point pass.
Meouch going to the bin.
And really nice juke there from Cheapskates. Just had the East Coast blockers all switched up this time. Much better set from the East Coast wall as Cheapskates comes flying in for another scoring pass. And
Forearms penalty being given to Sophie, white 2-4. Star pass is complete. 4 points on the board for East Coast.
yeah, so another solid jam there for Canberra. 24 points for Canberra, taking their total to 136.
Ham Schlappy might get some dance moves on and get her way through the pack with any luck. I would like to see that very much. Let's see what we got up to now. The jam is on.
Yeah, see lack of dance moves.
Yep.
And
Need
Hamschlap
more
then
dance.
stuck behind the Canberra pack. Meanwhile, Joe Dirt, lead jammer for Canberra. Oh,
Looping up the outside with ease. That was beautiful.
yeah, Joe Dirt doesn't need much room to get through, and taking full advantage of that little gap around the outside there left by the East Coast pack.
Schlapp looking to get past one last jammer, and she's through, not lead jammer.
And it looked like that was a regulator for Canberra out the front again, making life very difficult for these jammers from East Coast. And Joe Dirt calls that one off. Another 8 points up on the board for Canberra. Score now 144 for Canberra, East Coast 11. As a Trooper takes the line.
I feel like regulator reminds me of Pavey. It's like, I'm out, oh damn, she's there at the front, ready to take you down.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
so
when
like,
I thought I was safe, they pulled me back in. And a Trooper out there in the white for East
Come on,
Coast.
Trooper, you've got this. On the inside, jammer on jammer gets out first. Who are they going to give it to?
All right, and yeah, so lead has gone to Irish Upon a Star. And trying to just...
For the last second.
Yeah, I was hoping for maybe a
points.
few more seconds to get the
Yeah,
additional
out of
block
the
out the bin, but yes.
Get the cat out of the bag. Cat out of the box.
As we have Cheapskates lining up for Canberra in the black once again, and Hell's Angel with her customary running start. Just giving it a bit more space before the jammer line. Loves to get that bit of speed up before hitting the pack. And Cheapskates through to the East Coast wall at the front with 2 to beat now, as Meouch returns from the penalty box, and Hell's Angel just looking for any kind of break in that Canberra wall, but they're able to nicely lock her up and then nudge Hell's Angel to that outside line as Cheapskates with lead jammer coming through for their scoring pass. And Canberra really doing a good job of containing Hell's Angel here, managing to get her stuck in that wall and also just kind of wrap back around her legs, not giving her a chance to use that lateral movement, as they now take it to the inside, and Cheapskates through for another 4 points. And looks like Fred off to the naughty corner for East Coast.
Hell's Angel still on her initial, looking for possibly a star pass before, but she's put the helmet cover back on her head.
And another 4-point pass there for Cheapskates as Hell's Angel gets back to their feet to continue this jam. Fred being released from the penalty box, and a beautiful move through the pack there by Cheapskates. If it's worth doing with style. And Cheapskates, another
penalty being given to
Hell's Angel.
We'll start with a power jam, quite possibly.
This jam about to time out. Yeah, so natural timeout of the jam.
I'm like, I just can't see. Yep, almost. Yep, so it will be quite an advantage getting that power jam.
And who better to take that power jam than Joe Dirt for Canberra? And East Coast is sliding back to try and contain, but the pinch ball coming in from Canberra.
Does she stay in?
No,
she's
one
down,
little.
But she gets lead.
She did have lead, and she only put one hand out. No, the call comes in.
But she gets a cut. Yeah, 2 hands out, maybe a bit of a something. Gets her a trip to the bin, gives Hell's Angel the opportunity to come in and hopefully score some points for East Coast Derby Dolls.
And given that lead was awarded before the penalty issue was issued, this will be a full 2-minute jam, which is probably not what Hell's Angel wanted to hear after that last
Start pass
solid
complete.
slog.
Off to Grace, and Grace has done the initial. Now let's get some points on the board.
Yeah,
This will
Grace.
be a full 2-minute jam.
Grace putting those afterburners on as soon as that start pass was complete, and now slamming
That was
into.
an illegal re-entry by the jammer, and they cut 3 of their own players, and you are only allowed to cut 1.
No, yes.
It's even more fun when you do it right here so we can see it.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Canberra there, especially that was a short time in the penalty box, but now the full 30
East
seconds.
Coast doing some great offense there, and yes, Grace gets through for 4 points. That was nicely done. Can we get another one?
And the Canberra jammer now standing in the penalty box as Grace now with one more to beat, but it is Meouch.
Come on, Grace. Go, Grace.
And
Go.
then
Yes,
match.
and she's through for another 4 points.
Fantastic
I keep saying
work.
to Grace, she should really just be a jammer
Just be a
from the
jammer,
get-go.
yeah.
She's amazing skater.
And so Joe Dirt back in the fray now through the pack, but that will be no points. And we are going to get an official review from Canberra.
Official review being asked. You want to do the runner? Good man. See what the official review is going to be for this round.
Oh yeah, do it. Leap extra hard.
Grifter, what we got?
So Canberra are wanting to challenge the validity of the cut track issued to the jammer in that previous jam.
Okay.
Their argument being that the contact from East Coast had been completed, their jammer had been awarded lead, and then the jammer fell over of her own volition, if you like. there was no interaction from an East Coast player that caused her to fall, and that's when the out of bounds was created. So she fell, touched out of bounds, but no relative position was gained, no engagement from East Coast to cause the out of bounds, and so they would like that cut track rescinded.
There's a lot of information, thank you. I'm glad you went, because my brain would have been a cut track. They want to make it go. No, that was when they were awarded lead right at the front. Wish we had a quick rewind so that we could, video ref this stuff.
Yeah, trying to think back in my mind to that particular play, it looks like Canberra have lost that review.
They have lost it, do you think?
Difficult to see. I can't actually see the scoreboard from here to see if that official review has been dropped or not. So we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, we won't see a change in score, so it's going to be a bit tricky to know whether or not the penalty was reversed. Discussion now out in the middle between refs and NSOs, and an official timeout has been called as well.
Also, and we can mention that Dead Barriers is all about other sources.
No, we cannot put Joe Dirt in the bin. Never. Unacceptable.
Oh, that's good. So what is the alternative thing that they use? Great, that's a good answer.
Okay, Dino has done our rolling whistle and we're ready to get this jam started. 5 seconds is called. Ham Schlapp on the line.
Yes, and lining up next to Ham Schlapp there is Rosetta Bloodstone in the black for Canberra. So Derby back on. Once we get a clear view of the scoreboard, we'll be able to see whether or not that official review was successful or not.
Ham Schlapp's legs really grinding against the Canberra blockers who have really locked her in.
And meanwhile at the front of the pack there, Fast and Furiosa putting some big O on the East Coast pack, but not enough to free Rosetta Bloodstone. And both packs just locking down now and holding their respective jammers. And I have got a view of the scoreboard now, and Canberra have lost their official review. So no joy there. Would have only been a removal of a of penalty count from Joe Dirt if it was successful. So worth the effort, worth an ask. But no joy there as Rosetta Bloodstone comes through for lead jammer for Canberra.
And Rosetta to come around for the first 7 points.
Black back block penalty being issued to Fury.
Both packs with a blocker in the bin now as Rosetta Bloodstone comes around for another scoring pass for Canberra. Meanwhile, Ham Schlapp recycled back to the top of turn 2. And so after a fairly furious
Star cut pass complete by East Coast Derby Dolls, not lead jammer.
Froste Biatch there with the star in hand, a very clean star pass there. And the call coming from the Canberra bench to go, but creates some confusion, and Froste Biatch through for a 4-point pass.
Oh, beautiful. Well done, East Coast.
And only a minute or so left to go in the first half of this first playoff game, Div 2 playoff between Canberra Roller Derby League / Varsity Derby League taking on East Coast Roller Derby. And it is Canberra with a very commanding lead, 176 to 26, as we see Road Trooper with the unmistakable gold shiny pants taking on Number 9,
Those
Irish.
shiny pants are really grinding hard though. Those legs are strong. He's doing some great work moving the pack. Forearms penalty being given to Debris, white 1-1.
Yeah, and that creates a bit of a breakdown of the East Coast pack out the front. Irish taking full advantage.
Trooper looking for a star pass opportunity.
Meanwhile, Irish just muscling their way through that East Coast pack at the top of turn 1 there. And Trooper continuing to try and drive forward.
Trooper trying again for a star pass, but not being able to get through. But he is through himself at the front of the pack, not Lee Jammer. Canberra's bench wants to call it, and yes, they call off the jam.
And a good call. That will be the end of the first half here in the playoff in Div 2 between CRDL, VDL, ECRD, and we'll go into the intermission with Canberra sitting pretty on 180, East Coast on 26.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. I can't hear you either.
All right, and we are back and ready to rock and roll. So second half of this first Div 2 playoff between Canberra Roller Derby League, Varsity Derby League taking on East Coast Roller Derby. And Canberra coming into the start of this first half with a commanding lead, 184 to East Coast's 26. And we have Hell's Angel in the white for East Coast and Cheapskates in the black for Canberra. And it is Canberra with the first lead of this second half.
Fury and Helen Hunt's really putting a squeeze. Yes, Angel, that looks fabulous. Go, go, go.
And Cheapskates now coming around for their second scoring pass as Hell's Angel takes the star off, waves it in the air, looking for their pivot, and a quick, successful panty pass there to, is that Grace again?
Yes, it is. Grace should just start jamming. She's amazing.
Yeah, we need to start the online petition, get the Twitter hashtag trending. Hashtag Grace to Jam.
Hashtag 2023. I've been trying all 2022 and it didn't work, but I will not give up. I refuse to give up. Trooper on the line, 27 for East Coast Derby Dolls with his shiny pants. Hopefully he can get some dance moves and get himself through that pack.
Channel the power of the shiny pants, Trooper. And Joe Dirt in the black for Canberra. And Trooper again just trying to drive through that Canberra pack, but forced to the outside line. And Joe Dirt out the front, lead jammer for Canberra. As Trooper engages with that Canberra wall once again, and Joe Dirt trying for the outside line, but just taken to that out by Fast and Furiosa. And it looked like Debris with a nice hit there on Joe Dirt, forcing the recycle at the top of turn one. And Joe Dirt is now through for their first scoring pass as Trooper continuing
still on his
to...
initial, takes the star off, looks for an opportunity to pass over to Grace. Will he get one?
Yeah,
And a
it's
star
Grace
pass
yet
is
again.
almost complete.
Ooh.
Tries to do the fakie but gets hit out on the inside.
Yeah, nearly pulled off the fakie star pass there.
There was a couple of fakies in the last game that even had the referees confused about what had happened.
Oop,
Oh,
skaters
dance
going down
moves.
everywhere. As Joe Dirt now through for another 4 points. Trooper still
Trooper
looking to
star
complete
pass
that star
complete.
pass.
Chase down by Meouch.
That was close from Danger Meouch there, just almost getting the hit there on Grace as Joe Dirt comes through for another 4 points and it calls that jam off. And another solid jam there for Canberra, 16 points to 0. And that takes Canberra over the 200 mark, 207 now for Canberra, East Coast 26.
Ham Schlapp, 1-8 for East Coast Derby Dolls.
And Rosetta Bloodstone there in the black for Canberra. And familiar scenes here with Canberra taking that back line and locking down Ham Schlapp very well with it. Looks like a regulator in there doing some solid work as Schlapp takes down part of that Canberra blocking wall.
Fury going to the bin.
And we
And
have
lead jammer for
lead
East Coast
jammer.
Derby Dolls. Woo!
The local crowd goes wild once again.
Ham Schlapp hopefully turning it into some points. She's got that point at the back. That means she's got the ghost point in the bin. She just needs 2 more points to collect the set.
There's Rosetta Bloodstone now for Canberra coming through on their scoring
Calls off
pass,
the
and that
jam.
forces the
That's
call
nice.
off.
Oh, good work. 3 points. 3 points. Very nice work. Very, very happy at the end of that jam. Going,
And
"Yeah,
deservedly
yeah,
so,
you did it,
deservedly
Derby."
so. Those are hard points to come by here. This Canberra varsity walls are just absolutely locking down and not giving East Coast any real chance to get their jammers through, as we see Hells Angel taking the line for East
Team
Coast.
time out, I think, for...
Yeah.
Yes, East Coast team time out.
East Coast having need a quick breather.
Have a drink, get some snacks, chat about your plans for tonight, if you're going to the after party or not.
What is it? It's the not so after party, isn't
Not
it?
so after party at the Oxley Tavern, I think. Is that right? Yes.
And so for the teams playing in the games tomorrow, you just keep buying your opposition drinks all night.
Absolutely.
And while we have a little break in play, give a shout out to our sponsor for track one here, Better Bearings. I think pretty much everyone in the Derby community knows Better Bearings. They craft and sell, service tough skate products for the roller derby community. Better Bearings do this through understanding the needs of roller derby players and by creating only the highest quality, most durable and affordable skate gear solutions. Better Bearings is an independent Australian company run by a skater for skaters. And as if that wasn't enough incentive to go and just buy some good products from an independent Australian company, they've also recently stopped using plastics in their manufacturing procedures. So
Oh, really? So none of those little disc things going on?
none of that much. So a better quality
fabulous.
product and stronger, more sturdy product, and also obviously better for the environment. And then if you wanted yet another reason to go and buy from Better Bearings, 5% of their profit is donated to the UN Women for Australia.
Far
helping-
out. That's fabulous. I wonder if they've got a stall here this weekend. We might have to go and have a look.
We certainly will, and if you're at home tuning in, make sure you go and check out Better Bearings on the web and pick out all of your required skate products from our fantastic sponsors.
I wonder how many years they've been going, because I remember many years ago those ladies sitting there just trying to perfect the Better Bearings, like none of this import rubbish. They really put their heart and soul into making sure the derby community got some decent gear on their wheels.
And it shows. If anyone's used the Better Bearings products, you'll know that.
And their pricing's good as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I actually still have. Oh, we're having technical difficulties. Yeah, I have Better Bearings on my skates, and I just trash them for ages. I think the last time I replaced my bearings was last year. So.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten a damn good season out of them.
Def-
I've even worn
definitely-
them outdoors. So
yeah.
I can personally vouch for their hardiness. So we got technical difficulties. The scoreboard has not wanted to play its best game of roller derby this weekend. We may have to send it to the penalty box.
Yes, I think so.
For crimes against skating, I think, in general. Yeah.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. It wouldn't be a derby weekend without the drama of something not working. But we do have a backup plan of good old-fashioned paperwork and whiteboards.
As was happening yesterday afternoon in the final game of the day. And all right, and we've got the rolling whistle from Dino there. Signalling plays about to get back underway, and it's Hells Angel for East Coast out there taking on Cheapskates for Canberra.
Both teams starting with one in the bin. Hells Angel with her fabulous Halloween pants on. I think East Coast are like, you know what, let's grab out some fun pants and play some derby. Oh, nice knockout by Frosty Biedge. Fury returning to track. Wrecking. Yes! East Coast Derby Dolls gets lead.
Now it's a speed race.
Laughing as the opposition overtakes, but she's like, I don't care. I got lead. I did a thing.
Yeah.
Back block, yes.
Kind of saw that one coming. It was a bit
I saw
unfortunate.
that. I'm like, yeah, Wolfie's not going to let that one go.
No. I mean, initial contact looked like it was a bit lower than the back, perhaps, but then there was a bit of follow-through contact by the looks of it with
like
the back.
a bit of steppy. I still want to go up this direction. So
Yes,
never
yes.
mind. We got lead. Sometimes you just got to achieve one thing per jam.
Yes. And Canberra looking like they're trying to force the no pack.
Fury knocking out Varsity.
And Cheapskates with a little juke around number 92, Frosty Biatch at the back there. And then
Canberra
easy work
keeping
for...
themselves a goat from time to time. Hell's Angel trying to get through on the outside.
So this will be a full 2-minute jam. 35 seconds left in the jam as the Cheapskates through for another 4-point pass, and Canberra forcing Hell's Angel to the outside, and Fury making Hell's Angel go all the way back. And starting back on the jammer line again now for Hell's Angel as Cheapskates through for another 4-point pass. And Hell's Angel doing a nice little whip off the booty shorts of number 5 there. That was a gravel muncher.
And that's the end of that jam, thanks to Dino calling off at 2-minute mark.
And unlucky for East Coast there, unfortunately no points, but 29 for Canberra. Oh no, scratch that. 4 points, another 4 points up on the board for Hell's Angel.
So just looking at this jammer's skate, it's got wings. I don't know if it's taper wings, but hopefully it'll help them fly through and get lead jammer.
Always there's a bit of chaos in the pack and skaters down all over the place, but that doesn't stop Irish upon a star getting through and grabbing lead as they now come around for their initial scoring pass. Good solid hit into Sophie there. Needs to be careful there, Irish. Could have almost been pinged
Is that
for...
going to be a penalty?
Yes, yep.
Misconduct.
Yeah, unfortunately continuing to make contact with Sophie after they had taken a knee. So power jam now for East Coast, and Trooper is through for their initial pass.
We got the initial pass. Now let's get some points on the board.
Yeah, let's see if East Coast can maybe put some good offense on here and get Trooper some easy points.
Trooper taking a knee, thinking about his options. Hopefully he can get through and make some points up on the board with... There's been a power jam and Fury in the bin. Nice work, 4 points. Can we make it 8? I feel like an auction. We got 4, we got 4, we got 4. Can we make it 8? Can we take a big for number 8? Fury and the Canberra Jammer have returned to Star Pass. Might be an option. Trooper, just put it back on your head. You can't get points unless the star is on your head.
Yeah, and Trooper nowhere near their pivot Grace.
Yeah.
As Irish now makes their way through the pack.
He's trying for a star pass, but...
And there it is. There is the star pass. So Grace to jam.
There, unless she goes back and puts that star on her head. So this should... Okay, well, we got 1 point.
Yeah, so one carryover. Trooper had managed to get it at least past one set of hips in amongst all of that.
On his head, but yeah, they didn't have the star on long enough to collect the set. Nice
And
camaraderie there. High five by Jammer on Jammer.
Yes. That jam timing out after the 2 minutes with 20 minutes now left in this second half of the first Div 2 playoff between CRDL, VDL and East Coast Roller Derby. Scores Canberra 235, East Coast 38. As we have Joe Dirt again on the line for Canberra taking on Ham Schlapp from East Coast, and it is Joe Dirt who gets lead. Ham Schlapp with one to beat, but a beautiful shoulder work there from number 1-2-3-6. That's Madge. Madge's blocking work one-on-one has been magnificent in this game,
absolutely
just holding up the Jammers.
All weekend. I've been watching them and I'm wow. There's been some real standout moments.
Yeah, and I think like the combination of Madge and Meouch on that Canberra team has just been insane.
Used to play with Meouch when she was at NBR, and her bony, long body that she just extended out right to the line. It's like, you either go up the middle or you don't bother going up the line, because Meouch will be there every time to take you down.
I imagine a good rib shot from Meouch wouldn't be too kind either.
Yeah, no, thank you. I would not.
Earning the
that.
name Meouch on that one, I would say.
Yeah, you feel like you have me ouched.
So a power jam start now for Canberra with Rosetta Bloodstone on the line. Ham Schlapp in the penalty box for East Coast. And East Coast managing to hold up Rosetta here fairly well during this power jam start. But some offense coming in now and a bit of space created.
Open. Still an opportunity here for East Coast. Spoke too soon. Lead has gone to Canberra.
Yeah, so lead for Canberra, but still a pretty good job there from the East Coast blockers
that was
to
excellent defense.
Fairly well nullify that power jam. And as Rosetta now coming round for their scoring pass, Ham Schlapp back on track for East Coast and trying to make their initial pass. Tries to bounce along that inside line, but just put a skate out and recycled back there by
Helen Hunt's in the bin for Canberra. Fury knocking out Ham Schlapp.
So both packs locking down the jammers fairly well now.
Come on, Ham, get out. Oh, Fury. Damn, every time. Just when you think your jam soul has been saved, Fury comes and takes that back.
And just using Ham Schlapp's momentum there, going around the outside and just throwing an extra shoulder into it, and more than enough
Literally Ham Schlapp on the ground.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what the penalty is for, but unfortunately, just to add insult to injury there, Ham Schlapp also picking up another penalty, so another power jam start for Canberra. And it is Irish upon a star taking the line for Canberra.
Irish upon a star. That's the best.
Whistles going off everywhere. I'm just trying to work out, was that from our track or was that bleed?
I could see Noisy tapping his head, but I don't know if that was like a thing.
Yeah, it must be some sort of official timeout because the...
It might be a scoreboard thing. I can see a red box up there, but I can't see past the humans. So we're all good there.
We are getting a very lazy official timeout signal from Dino there in the middle, I must say. Not up to his usual standards.
Yes, come on. Let's get some YMCA going on here. Okay, we got the wiggly finger and we're ready to start again.
And so 17 minutes left on the clock for this bout. Our first div to a playoff between CRDL, VDL and East Coast Roller Derby, and it's Irish upon a star trying to take advantage of a power jam start.
Advantage. Tiptoe up the inside line and she's through. Beautiful, beautiful work.
Yeah, good effort put in by the East Coast blockers there, but just not quite covering enough track to lock down Irish as we see the East Coast jammer Ham Schlapp standing in the penalty box. Canberra now switching back to defence as Irish goes through for a full scoring pass. Ham Schlapp back on track.
Left in this game. High block penalty being issued to someone. See if someone
from Ham Schlapp, I'd imagine. Yeah, unfortunately Ham Schlapp trying to reach over the top of the Canberra pack there for a star pass, and unfortunately copping a penalty for their troubles.
Initial pass, unfortunately, got sucked in there for the whole time. I must say, East Coast Derby Dolls have done so well this weekend. I'm watching them get better and better every game. They have just, like from their first game of this weekend to now, they're really getting it together and they're coming back together faster and faster each time. The teamwork, like the communication's getting better. The score doesn't reflect it here, but they are just an amazing team who are really genuinely awesome people.
No, it's been fantastic. Like you say, fantastic to watch that growth, and just on that score line too. I think it's been a fairly common theme across the games from this weekend. Some of the score lines look like a bit of a blowout. But when you speak to people who have been here watching, and I hope it's been coming through on the stream, the quality of the gameplay has been magnificent here all weekend. And yeah, I mean, we know as Derby players, sometimes the score lines, just don't reflect what the actual feel of the game is, and that's been...
I think the referees have also felt that as well, because, at half-time, the head ref will go over and chat to the teams and say, is there any feedback? And they're like, no, we're happy. And we're like, do you want to go and check again? Because, usually there's some kind of feedback, like, oh, you guys aren't calling this or that, and it's been consistent for our crew the whole weekend that people gone, we're quite happy with the metric, we're happy with the calls. The only thing they're not happy with is usually the whistles, because we're running 2 tracks simultaneously, and what we're doing to kind of help that is if we hear a whistle and people are stopping gameplay, and we tell them the game is still on, the jam is still on, keep going, so that people know that they don't just walk away and the jammer goes 4 points, thanks, that was easy.
Yes. Yeah, it is a quite a problem here. I remember at men's nationals that was here a couple of years ago, same sort of issue. The whistle bleed was really, really bad.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. We have to make do with the venues that we have, and we thank Mount Warren Sports Stadium for allowing us to host it here.
Yeah, thank you, City of Logan. We really do appreciate it, being able to hold our tournaments and games here and everything, because we used to hold them up on the north side at a particular area that had a nice revamp of their area, and then decided no more skating at all. So they excluded our sport, which was devastating, but we're really lucky that this venue has really been so accommodating. The food is amazing. Their cafe, oh my God,
fantastic,
their cafe food is fresh. It's made by hand. They just didn't order it in. They make everything on the spot.
Definitely put on a couple of extra kilos this weekend already.
Yeah,
it's a little bit too convenient.
Sandwich before, and I'm like, that's fresh. Also, we have a designated beverage area as well. 4 points on the board for Hales Angel. Yes, she did. Coming through for another scoring pass.
And Cheapskates, not to be outdone, also putting up another 4 points as well. So 8 points to 4 so far in this jam.
That was a nice clock to the ribs.
Yeah, there might be
being given.
Yeah, so big hit on Hell's Angel there, but did draw a penalty against, that looks like, not Miach, it is Madge off to the penalty box there for Canberra.
Come on, Hell's Angel. Gets hit out by 420. Hot blocks.
Hot blocks. And East Coast with some solid work up the top of turn 3 there, just managing to...
Grace doing some great work hitting the jammer out at the front.
Unfortunately, forearms penalty there. That was to Grace, unfortunately.
Grace, damn it.
Bit of a pivot.
I thought we were onto a good thing there.
Pivot swap out from the penalty box. So
Tag, you're it.
Madge back, Grace into the penalty box, and Cheapskates continuing to rack up the points here as that jam times out.
0 o'clock.
And Canberra quickly approaching the 300 mark. Scores currently 289 to Canberra, 45 to East Coast. So 7 points for East Coast in that jam. And 11 and a half minutes
Grace
left.
Maybe fell out. I hope not. Looks like we're having a captain swap. It is possible Grace... No! I'm trying to campaign for Grace Jammer 2023.
Well, see, maybe if they were jamming, they wouldn't have gotten so many penalties.
Okay, so Frosty Bayarch is taking the seat in the box to replace Grace. Grace, I will miss you. I will genuinely miss you. On the jammer line, 2-7, Rogue Trooper has a little bit of jammer on jammer hustle and commando roll on the outside line.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm not
getting out their dance moves.
I was sort of thinking maybe he was trying to practice his parkour.
Could be.
But I really don't think it's the time and place, Trooper. Maybe focus on the Derby as Rosetta Bloodstone for Canberra with Lee Jammer comes through for their scoring pass. And
Star
Jams
pass option. Star pass complete. Running up the inside line but gets knocked out.
Yeah, is that Frosty? Yeah, Frosty Biarch for East Coast now with the star on their helmet. After that successful star pass, and Trooper coming in now trying to provide some offense for Frosty. And it appears to have been enough as Frosty is now out for their initial pass.
Come on, Frosty, let's get in there, get some points, but calling off the jam. Now, I think some of you may have noticed, and a couple of people have come and asked me, why do the referees tap their helmets on the outside?
So, Colonel, why do the referees tap their helmets on the outside?
Funny you should ask that. It's basically the referees saying, I can see the lead jammer calling off the jam by putting your hands up in the air, tapping your head, shows the jammer ref on the inside that you see an action happening. We can't call it. The only person on the outside calling things is like people giving penalties to players, but for that inside jammer ref, they're the only ones that can call off the jam because they take into account lots of things, but it's more a visual effect. By tapping up rather than tapping down, we know they can see something happening. And there's been a few games where they've been held so tightly together by the opposition, they're trying to tap their hips and flap away, and we can't see anything on the inside because they've locked them down so tightly. It was like, I know things happening. She's making that face, but is she really moving her hands?
Yes, we saw that happen a couple of times actually in the previous bout.
Yes.
So down at the end of turn 3 here, down towards the back.
And you see us making bunny ears, we call it.
And then frantically the refs tapping their helmets on the outside. So good to know. The more you know, Derby 101. There you are.
Yeah, it's not a compulsory thing or a rule that you do it. It's just become something we've started doing just to make it easier on our friends in the middle.
Oh, and some great work from Joe Dirt here back on track, just slicing through the East Coast wall there.
Really taking advantage of that power jam.
Yeah, ham
East Coast standing in the bin, ready to return to track.
And Furiosa there doing some great offensive work for Joe Dirt. Another 4 points up on the board for Canberra, and Canberra have gone over the 300 mark, 305 currently, and still more points likely in this jam as Ham Schlapp now trying to find that star pass, and there it is, successful star pass.
Frosty. I really do like Joe Dirt. As she comes in, she kind of does this lateral slide.
Slide,
I was
I
hoping
like
we're going to see it, but we won't. Maybe in the next jam that she does, but she does, like a lot of people come straight up the middle, or they step to the right. She does this lateral slide, and it's kind of therapeutic to watch, and she always comes in and hits the side of the blockers.
Yes,
Yeah,
nice.
You know she's not going to get a black back block because she really does put effort into that slide. And it's usually a slide to the right.
So trying to create a bit of sort of sideward momentum there to open up the seam.
Quite mesmerising. Right, we got Hell's Angel 1-3 for East Coast Derby Dolls.
Yeah, and Cheapskates there for Canberra, just slicing through 2 East Coast blockers at the back and then straight up the inside line. Any little bit of room in Cheapskates is going to fly up that little gap. So some good work there by Cheapskates.
Hell's Angel looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, and Sophie for East Coast in the bin now. Furiosa also in the penalty box for Canberra, but on their feet and
Hopefully
preparing.
Hell's Angel can get through before Fury returns to the track. She's on.
No such luck, but looks like Fury might be heading
One
to...
can hope. Dance around the outside.
And so Cheapskates through.
Please stay in. Please stay in. Damn. Cut track penalty been given to Hell's Angel. Unfortunately didn't get off the track quick enough to get away from getting a track penalty. I think Wolfie said, no, you can't just tiptoe up the inside line at your leisure.
Yep, sorry.
No sale.
And the jam called off there by Canberra, 8 points to 0, 317 now the total for Canberra, 45 for
Just
East
under
Coast.
6 minutes left.
Yeah, it's not long now till the end of this first Div 2 playoff between
I will have to run away as I am refereeing the next game.
Very
So
good.
Always a pleasure.
Lovely to have you here behind
This
the
is Colonel
microphone.
Pressure. I
Carnel.
will be back eventually for another round of talking to your friends. But yeah, this is an awesome game. East Coast is doing really well. It doesn't reflect it on the scoreboard, but they have been an amazing team to watch all weekend.
As we see skaters going down left and right, and Joe Dirt through for another
Just
4
as I
pass.
see that Commando roll on the inside, I will leave you with a joke about Commando roll. What is the soldier's favorite sushi?
Oh,
A
Commando roll.
You're welcome.
well, if no one else is laughing, at least Carnel has made herself laugh with her jokes as she wanders off to go prep for reffing the next game. And back here on track we have Joe Dirt continuing to chalk the points up on the board for Canberra. Scores now 329 for Canberra and a 45 for East Coast. And another 4-point pass for Joe Dirt. Meanwhile, for East Coast, Hells Angels still plugging away at the top of the apex there and trying to find any sort of gap, but at this point in the game, 4 minutes left in this bout, and we have some tired skaters out there, but not Joe Dirt. Quite content to continue to rack on the points here as we have Regs forcing a Hells Angel to recycle all the way back to the start of the apex there. And Canberra doing a solid job of keeping Hells Angel locked on that outside line as the star pass is completed now for East Coast. And the jam times out with a 24-0 jam in favour of Canberra. And 3.5 minutes to go in this first playoff in the Div 2 bracket between CRDL, VDL up against East Coast Roller Derby. And I think it's safe to say with 3 minutes left in this game and a near 300-point lead in favour of Canberra that they will be taking out this first playoff. As we have Trooper on the line for East Coast, and Trooper gets lead and the local crowd goes wild for the East Coast Roller Derby. Trooper now at the top of the turn looking for some points, and a nice clean pass there over the apex for Trooper, and 4 points up for East Coast. As Rosetta Bloodstone, meanwhile, continuing to try and find a way through these last two East Coast blockers. Draws a penalty on number 3, Clam Slam from East Coast, and Rosetta Bloodstone now through for their initial passes. Trooper now continuing to look for more points and decides to call that one off. So a solid jam there for Trooper and the East Coast Roller Derby. 11 points to zip for that jam. And we're under the 2-minute mark here in this second half of our Div 2 playoff, as we see Ham Schlapp taking the line once again and lining up against Irish upon a star for Canberra in the black. Ham Schlapp straight into the side of a Regulator there and just trying to get super low and drive forward, try and create some sort of gap in that 2-wall of Regulator and Helen Hunts, but to no avail, as we see Irish now, after gaining lead, coming through and just slamming into the side of Frost A Biatch, and some beautiful O there from Regulator on Frost A, clears the path for Irish to grab another 4 points. As Irish comes along and a nice big hit there on the inside on Clam Slam. Meanwhile, star pass completed for East Coast. And Froste Biatch now with the star on head. That forces the call off from Canberra. And it looks like we will get at least one more jam to close out this first playoff game. Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who's been tuning in on the stream for coming along and watching us and supporting Roller Derby, as we now have 2625 lining up cheapskates for Canberra and Hell's Angel for East Coast. And the excitement there from Hell's Angel getting to get one more jam in, showing just how much how much great sportsmanship there is between these teams, as Hell's Angel completes the star pass for East Coast. And it looks like Froste Biatch once again trying to chase down Cheapskates, but Cheapskates decides to call that one off, and that will be full time in our first Div 2 playoff. And the scores: Canberra Roller Derby League, Varsity Derby League combo team finishing up with 350, taking out the win over East Coast Roller Derby 56. Thank you all once again for tuning in, and stick around for the next playoff game. And we'll try and find out who's actually in that game. We haven't been given the paperwork for that just yet, but next playoff game coming up very shortly. And stay tuned to the stream.
Sassans Derby fans around the world. My name is Pants.
I'm Spiker.
Spiky, I can't hear you. Can you talk again, Spiky?
Hello, everybody. It's Spiky here, ready for some roller derby.
Yeah, baba.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, together we are Spiky Pants.
Welcome to those of you from interstate and locally.
Absolutely, and especially a big shout out to people back home in Adelaide. We're both Adelaideans by trade, but totally impartial for this final, aren't we, Spiky?
Completely impartial.
Absolutely impartial. No partiality going on in here at all. It's all the impartial variety of partial, if that's a thing.
Why would we need to stress that for this bout, Pants?
No, absolutely. Why would we need to? We're 30 seconds to go until Derby starts. We've got Sun State Roller Derby taking on Adelaide Roller Derby here in finals action. Division 1, Tropicarnage Cup of 2022. It's all about to kick off. Now we've got Beats on the line for Sun State Roller Derby. Going to take on Alice Affliction as the jammer for the first one. Whistle blows and we're off. Let's get it on.
Alice Affliction working the back there. Trying to push through to the middle, making some traction.
Nice work from Beats around the outside. Alice Affliction is close behind, but Beats is your first lead jammer of the game. Things picking up here around turn 3. Bit of intense blocker-on-blocker action here, breaking the pack apart.
And just like that, one jam down, folks.
Doesn't take long, does it? We're through. No points there for one of them anyway. We will see what goes on. No points for anybody to start with. That's the way we like it. Nice and even.
That's impartial.
Very impartial. Boo T lining up for Sun State up against Truffles from ADRD.
A little bit of Derby royalty on the track for Adelaide and for Sun State, indeed. Both very strong teams. Bit of a family affair for Adelaide, as anyone who's an Adelaide fan will know. Several teammates are related.
Related, yes, quite directly. We've got mum and kids.
Indeed.
So 2 kids and the mum are all on the ADRD team. So quite a lot of fun there. But certainly for Sun State, they're a total family as well. It's a very strong knit community here up at Brisbane. Many years for Sun State Roller Derby.
Indeed. One of my favourite bouts or favourite teams to watch in my TGSS days back in Adelaide, indeed, Sun State.
Yep.
Can't get enough of them. And then to put them up against Adelaide, well, folks, they're both performing well this weekend.
It's a dream come true.
Oh, it really is. My little heart.
So just a couple of questions being asked by Adelaide Roller Derby's captain there, just to kick things off. Questions are answered. We are going to get set for the next jam.
There's a 5-second call. We love to hear it. Means the fun's about to start.
Really tightly packed on the jam line there.
Wow.
Trying to box in Truffles.
Booty out first, though, for lead jammer.
And just called the jam straight away. So very unusual here. We're 2 jams in. Sun State Roller Derby did get 4 points on that first jam, so the 4 points in the call. No points on the second jam. Now, interestingly, we've got Trinket lining up now for Adelaide Roller Derby. We've got Beats back online for Sun State. So Sun State seemingly going for a 2-jammer rotation. I don't believe a word of it.
They've got to be resting some legs for later in the bout, surely.
Trinket just edging away across to the outside line, looking to get through the middle. Beats getting knocked out on the inside. That was L. And Trinket is through to be the lead jammer for Adelaide Roller Derby. Everything just moving slowly around that churning wheel of blockers.
Sun State.
Yeah.
That is 180.
That's right, the BSX. Speaking of royalty, SX, an absolute legend of Sun State as Dash heads off to the penalty box to finish off the jam. So slight package advantage now for Sun State as we head into jam number 4. Points on the board, so Sun State Roller Derby with the 1 point advantage. Alice Affliction back online up against Boo T for Sun State. Sun State, yep, no change. Just the 2 jammers. Someone's eaten their Wheaties this morning. They want to come out, they want to play.
Am I correct, Pants? This is the third game in 2 days for both of these teams now. Got to be feeling that.
Got to feel it. You're going to feel it by the end, that's for sure. Massive blockers, hits the deck. Alice Affliction picks themselves up very quickly, but it is Booty who is your lead jammer.
Alice pushing hard against a two-wall printing out at the front of the pack.
Yeah, Rattlin' Bones combining with Brat.
Nice little cuddle around the outside, and Alice is through.
Yep. Iron Thighs heads to the penalty box for Sunstate as the jam comes to an end. So points go to Sunstate, but it's the pack advantage now to Adelaide Roller Derby. Truffles heading their way to the jam line up against Beats.
Many beats around tonight.
A lot of good beats. Even your playlist, Sparky, there had a few songs in there, a few all right ones.
Absolute,
some absolute trash.
Here, Pants, but okay.
Some absolute trash in there.
The stream knowledge, when no one can hear you.
All right, Troubles.
Well, we love to see him. We know that it's coming from them.
Yeah, you saw that. It was that dodging, just inside, outside, bam, bam, lead jammer.
And again, around the outside.
That's a sweet move. Everything happening now at turn 2. Pack slowly crawling their way along the back stretch. Dash and Victoria Bitter there for the Adelaide blocking team with Crusher Ramon. SX up the front there for Sunstate, along with Breaking Mads. Also D-Director of Mayhem. But it's another 4 points on for Truffles. So Adelaide looking to stamp some authority now, get some points on the board.
They may have a 2-jammer rotation, but they're not shy on the star pass here on Sunstate. That's 2-4-4 taking the star, Iron Thighs.
Yep, Dash heading off to the penalty box again. Got to keep an eye on that. Don't want to rack up too many early on in the first half.
Absolutely. If anyone is new to roller derby watching from home, there is a maximum of 7 penalties that can be accrued by one player per bout. Otherwise, it's bye-bye.
We don't want bye-bye. We want hello, hello.
Indeed.
Everything coming to a standstill now at turn 3 as Truffles calls off the jam. No extra points, no extra passes. So that was a really solid 20-point jam, I believe. Indeed it was, a 20-point jam from Truffles.
Not the first and probably not the last.
Probably not the last. Trinket, it's a happy time for dyslexics with jammer numbers. Trinket 119 up against Booty 91.
Now we're off.
Brat just leaning their bum in on Trinket. Trinket forced to go from outside to inside, but still able to pick up lead jammer. Booty very quick with the start pass to SX. But half a lap down, so you got to pick that up again. Trinket going to quickly get some points on the board before SX can get around, and does so. 2 extra points there for Adelaide Roller Derby, brings up to a nice even 25.
We like easy numbers, that's for sure.
It's a pretty fast pace here to start with, a lot of frantic blocking, a lot of really exciting jammer action, and the pack's got to respond. We're seeing the pack getting broken up quite a lot here, but it's happening on both sides, so it's like this mishmash of players in the middle. Who's where, who's with who? It's hard to keep a track of, but I'm glad you're with us on YouTube enjoying the action.
Absolutely. Throw us a comment, we love to see it.
Beats is up against Alice Affliction. And Alice, airborne on the inside, not able to stick the landing, so not lead jammer just yet.
We'll back up in that pack. As is the Sunstate jammer at the back here.
This is top work here. Rattlin' Bones doing an excellent job of blocking here with Iron Thighs, but Alice Affliction just able to get through. That was a long one. That was like 30 seconds before Alice Affliction could get free.
That's pure torture. Unless you're a jammer and you love that kind of thing.
But as a former blocker, Spike, you'd be there going, yeah, give her one, give her one.
Not at all.
Not at all, not at all.
Everyone has a drink after the bout.
Good communication. We can hear a lot of talking going on between the blocking the blockers here in the pack.
Speaking of, though, a couple of penalties headed to the box for Adelaide Roller Derby. That's
Oh, boy.
Victoria Bitter and
L as well. Both with their first penalties, I believe, so no damage yet, but it certainly does leave the pack a bit thin. Beats with the helmet cover in hand, has Dash and Crusher Ramon to get past. Got a little helper hand from Director of Mayhem.
nice bit of defensive work up the front there from Beats, stopping those Adelaide blockers from getting back to their jammer and helping out at all.
Full complement of blockers on for Sun State. So Alice Affliction just leaning against that wall, trying to move it forward. Getting a helping hand now from L and from Victoria Bitter as they came back on track. So that was nice. That just broke the pack apart.
Timing was beautiful.
Timing
was beauty.
Excellent timing.
Oh, like there from Alice.
That's how you finish it off with a nice little apex jump.
It's a little hop, skip and a jump.
Nice. 8-point jam there for Adelaide Roller Derby. They skip out to a 33-9 point lead. We're 21 minutes left to go in this first half. So much action been already here, Spikey, here at the Tropicarnage Cup of 2022. We've still got more to come afterwards.
Absolutely.
Another game to go, plus everything that's happening tomorrow, including the big ones. Whew.
That's right. Oh, and we're off Booty immediately picking up a lead jammer for Sun State. Followed closely behind by Truffles.
Truffles, absolute low down. Stalking Booty, Booty having none of it. Gonna call it off.
No, not now.
Not now, maybe later.
What do we say to Truffles? Not today.
Not today.
Whether or not they listen is a different thing. Trinket lining up for Adelaide Roller Derby. Up against Beats.
And just the one player in the penalty box for Sun State. That looks like Vali Britali, I reckon. Vali doing some excellent jamming yesterday, but just with the pivot cover on at the moment. Probably see a bit of Vali action later, I hope. Britali by name, Britali by nature.
Pack spread out, things are getting hectic. Oh, and we're seeing Trinket recycled way back.
Yep, both jammers now going all the way back to the jammer line.
Almost
Gotta
a little
go.
reverse derby.
Nice lean on from Dash, but Beats able to stay in bounds. Picks up 4 points. No, getting the initial pass is the call. And also initial from Trinket. We apparently have no lead jammer at this stage.
It can happen.
And now we do. Beats has been called for lead jammer and quickly calls it off. So
The nick of
1
time,
point.
Max. The nick of time.
The nick of time, indeed. Trinket was absolutely gunning towards the back of the pack at that stage. So, yep. It's good to see our refs, like the communication. The eyes are on each other. They're talking. They're asking the questions. They're getting the answers when they need them. Excellent communication from our referees throughout this tournament.
Absolutely. And I did hear one of our refs saying, so this was a 9-1. Booty up against 8-9 Alice Affliction.
Hot Booty, bam.
Wow.
That was as quick as you like.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Essex and Brat combining to give a lot of attention to Alice Affliction. Ankle grinder there and easy, trying to make things hard from Booty. QT also in there with Brutal. It's a good lineup of blockers here from Adelaide Roller Derby. And they've given they've forced the call off and they kept it scoreless.
Oh.
Good combo. Well done, blockers.
Sun State playing a very different game than I've seen this weekend at the tournament. They've been trying to play a faster pack in a lot of their previous games. I wonder if Adelaide are aware and going, we know how to stop that.
We've got to keep mixing it up. Got to keep them guessing as to how you're going to play this game. And it's great that you got the depth of talent and the presence to be able to switch things around. Truffles almost made it through. And yeah, not quite. Now, Beats did pull off the helmet cover, so Truffles is your lead jammer, even though Beats got out first. So Beats, I think, anticipated a bit prematurely that Truffles was going to get through.
It can happen in the excitement and based on previous performance.
You'd expect it, but the depth of talent in this Sun State blocking lineup.
Absolutely.
It's good to see a bit of faith being shown. Now let's see, we've got our dyslexic lineup again. Trinket 119 up against Booty of 9-1. The palindrome is in full effect. Nice shot down here.
Into the pack, finding it difficult. Trinket working the outside.
Rattlin Bones, Brat, and SX really just combining beautifully up the front here. Meanwhile, up the back, Booty.
Trying some really fancy footwork, but unfortunately not making it this time.
Not QT getting in the way. And again, it's easy doing the damage. So Booty now, last time got through so easily. This time around, finding it very difficult.
Little knock to Trinket on the inside though, a bit of jammer blocking. Looks to have been an illegal star pass.
Yeah.
The pivot has handed it back to Booty.
Yeah, it looks like the helmet cover hit the ground. Now the pass has been handed off legally, so now Essex is the jammer for Sun State. Meanwhile, up the back, Trinket trying to step through the outside line, but getting stopped. And finally gets through for 4. That was a hard-earned pass.
Absolutely. SX just not stopping at the back there, trying to come through the outside, being hit to the inside. Had to be let go.
And there's a little bit of chest-to-chest action there. SX and Ivy having a bit of a come together on the outside line. But everything's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, as a result, Ivy is taking a seat in the QRDL penalty box.
Yep. Now it looks like everything's fine, so that's all good to see. Let's switch it over. Let's get another jam on. Alice Affliction going to line up against Beats. Again, Sun State not showing any chance of budging with this 2-jammer rotation. The 2 jammers are just warm and they want to come out and kick some butt today.
Absolutely. And I've not seen any of them tire yet. It's early days, of course, but they've done a lot of work already.
Oh, these are supreme athletes anyway, so, you know, they can go all day and all night.
And they may just do that at the not-so-after party.
They may well.
Our jammers getting up close and personal in this jam. Just biding their time. Here's a little bit of that fast pack that we were referencing earlier.
Can you smell? That breeze is just wafting over the commentary desk right now. Calling it off. 3 points to Adelaide, 1 to Sun State. Elle just asking the question, are you sure that's 1? Are you sure it was 1?
Finger up into the air.
Elle is an absolute classic Nicola. He says, are you sure that was 1 point, mate? Yes, I am. Go over to your penalty area. Go to your area and sit down.
Sit down. 1-9 Truffles against 9-1 Booty.
Oh, it's the perfect palindrome now.
Yes, I was waiting for you for that one. It looks as though we've got a bit of a
question being asked. Which is fair, you're allowed to ask a question. You've got 30 seconds to ask it.
Every day's a school day.
And it is an official's timeout at the moment, so I think the head ref is just having a chat to both the bench coaches at the moment. A few smiles going on out there that we can see, so that's good. I want to do a bit of a shout out, thanks to Better Bearings, big sponsors of the wonderful Tropicarnage Club here. Better Bearings, of course, have eliminated plastic from everything they do.
Yes, it's
No
fabulous.
more plastic. So they're doing their bit to help out with the environment. Good to see.
Absolutely.
That's what was making good quality products still. So you don't need plastic to make excellent quality bearings, do you?
And such beautiful colours as well.
Ooh, well, that's even better. Even better from Better Bearings.
I can't talk while I'm laughing. Pants. Don't do that to me, mate.
Oh, dear.
All right. Chats are over.
Let's play some derby, shall we? Yes.
Yes, we shall. camera angle being perfect to capture everyone's fabulous shorts.
Thank you very much to all of our volunteers who've been helping out with the camera over the weekend. Ankle grinder forcing Booty back to start again. Truffles picks up lead jammer. Booty gets through on the inside, not far behind. Absolutely firing those skates. Smoke. If it wasn't for those wonderful bearings. And it's a Zap friendly fire. And we do have a skater down on turn 3 at the moment. One of the Sun State players. That was SX. Big, heavy fall. We felt that one, didn't we?
Absolutely. The floor shakes.
And up. So no problem.
They are up.
That's why you wear the helmets, people.
Absolutely.
But the paramedics just going to come over to SX and make absolutely sure that there's absolutely no problem. And they'll be able to continue as we get set for another jam. It's an official's timeout at the moment. That was a big old come together on turn 3. Three Sun State players all hitting the floor at the same time.
Absolutely.
Pretty sure there was nothing malicious in there. But it is Truffles that is in the penalty box. So the penalty has been assessed at the end of the jam. It will be a power start to Sun State as we get set for the next one.
Absolutely. Our refs having a very serious discussion in the middle.
Yep.
Just making sure everything's as it should be.
Oh, absolutely. And the refs have got to keep a lid on the game. Everything is on the line here. You know, the winner of this game gets to play on and get into the grand final, which will be tomorrow. So it's going to be a big deal for both teams here. They both want to win. They both want to have all their players in tip-top shape as well. Let alone for the rest of this game, but also for tomorrow. But yeah, the potential is always there for the passion to get a bit too strong.
Absolutely.
So
and, when derby gets fast like that as well, you know, it is a lot goes on in a short amount of time. It can be an even shorter amount of time when things are moving that quickly.
Yep.
Derby, literally changing how time works.
So enjoying a bit of the atmosphere here. I want to say a big thank you to Spank Alley. They've had a stall here throughout this cup doing custom armbands, custom gear.
Last minute repairs.
Last minute repairs.
Just went past earlier, sitting there in front of the sewing machine, as happy as you like.
Yep.
Such a service that Spank Alley does to the derby community at every tournament they come to.
And if you can't get here for the long weekend, of course, Spank Alley available online. Get in touch with them. They do custom orders. They do the whole shebang.
If you like shiny, Spank Alley has shiny.
And we have an official review now in place from the Adelaide Roller Derby.
Potentially trying to get their jammer out of the bin.
I would say so. That's a fairly clear thing if you
Generally a point for
have
discussion.
any sniff of controversy over a penalty. It's a good chance to ask a question and get some clarification on the rules as while you're out there.
Absolutely.
The rules is, of course, is being very important.
To the derbies.
Indeedus.
Jesus.
All the plurals brought to you today by our wonderful commentating team here at the Tropicarnage Cup.
You should all be so happy that Pants and I are back together.
It's been a long time coming. Long time coming.
Years in the making.
Spikey now resident up here in this beautiful Sunshine State. So.
Yes, I do apologise that we haven't put the weather on for you as expected.
Oh, that's all right. I brought the weather with me. Didn't want to get homesick in the whole 5 days I'm up here.
If I could make it cooler for you, make it feel more like home, I would.
Yeah, no, we didn't bring enough stuff.
We still brought the humidity, we just forgot the sunshine.
That's all right. It's been lovely. We had a beautiful night last night listening to the rain outside the window. We've got this nice little retreat up in the mountains and the rainforest, and so you get to just have this beautiful gentle rain. It's absolutely lovely. So it's yeah, and this morning as well, just listening to the rain, gentle rain outside, bit of bird song, bit of breakfast. Life is good. Life is
Poetry,
good.
Pants poetry, everybody.
Absolutely. It's a poetic existence. You just got to live it. Now, it's lovely to be up here in Brisbane, even if it is not the most warm place to be right now.
Could be colder.
Just wait a sec. The refs called for an expulsion on 1-9. Yes.
Okay.
So, because the
We're just getting an update on what's happening on the track, folks. We'll be with you in just a moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she's going to give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
All right.
What's happening?
Okay.
I think it's false.
So it looks like, viewers at home, the referees are just talking about whether or not to actually give an expulsion to 119 Truffles for that last hit. So you can hit, but you got to be careful how you hit and where and how hard.
Absolutely.
So we're just waiting to see if Truffles is going to stay in the game or will be expelled.
Which will mean they will immediately have to take their skates off.
Yep. And they'll have to leave as well. They'll have to sit outside.
Leave the venue.
Yep.
It's a serious thing if it does happen. Unfortunately, it does happen sometimes, and as we say, you know, you might think you're taking that speed off, and the refs may see it differently. It's nobody's favourite thing, but it does happen from time to time.
Oh, yeah. But this is the thing about the game. There are rules, and you do need to follow them. So we will just wait and see.
1-9, not 1-9. I think it was 1-9.
1-9, so yes, 1-9 Truffles it is.
Yep, so it is. Yeah, Truffles we're waiting to hear about. So the head ref is now coming over to explain their decision to the Adelaide Roller Derby bench crew, by the looks, as well as the Sun State benchy as well. And looks like the decision has been explained and has been accepted. And the Adelaide benchy crew is just having a yabba. Chris is having a yabba with Truffles at the moment. But there are some smiles, and Truffles has not moved. So it looks like it may have been a close run thing.
Absolutely.
But maybe it's just a quick pull your head and mate, and we'll see you back on track as soon as we can.
Meanwhile, Sun State starting up again with a power start.
It's Beats.
It is Beats. Pushing those Adelaide blockers up, getting a little help from their friend.
Yep, so getting some help there from 111. That's Rattling Bones. Rattling Bones drawing the penalty. Got to go to the penalty box as Truffles comes back onto the track. Easy kill on the inside line, doing an excellent job of just holding up that pack. Brat now just trying to clean house to help the jammer through.
Absolutely. It is hectic.
So now both jammers just stuck in the middle of this squishy blocker cuddle puddle.
Cuddle puddle. Sounds sweaty.
It's very sweaty. It is very sweaty in there. Both jammers now free. Truffles picks up 4, and the wonderful Beats making their way through, but unable to secure any sneaky points.
Breaking Mad's taking a knee at the end there, but up and all good it looks like.
So Sun State currently on 11 points. Adelaide Roller Derby are on 48. And we are 11 and a half minutes left to go in this first half. Finals action coming to you, Day 2 Tropicarnage Cup for 2022.
Absolutely. Pants's favourite duo, 119 Trinket and 91 Booty.
Such a lovely combo.
Booty just knocked into the inside, back on track. We're doing a little bit of innie-outie.
Oh, beautiful hit. That was Iron Thighs for Sun State up against Trinket. Trinket's going to feel that for the next couple of seconds. And Victoria Bitter now recycling. Booty back to start again. Trinket also being recycled on the outside. Back to the start of turn 1. Brat calling the action up front for Sun State. Directing Iron Thighs. Dash now up against Booty. Just this beautiful cycling. Oh, excellent. Did you see those skates? They were perfectly placed to keep in. Slight apex step, and Booty gets it. Lovely, lovely.
Sneaky little jammers, these ones. Oh, Trinky comes up against 1-1-1. That's Rattling Bones again.
Trinket is through for the initial, but it is Booty who's looking to score, getting some elevation and getting the call. So points there to Sun State. Solid 1 point on the board. They're up to 12. Chasing down Adelaide Roller Derby, still on 51 points. Changeover. Let's get Alice Affliction back on the line. Sun State not sending anyone out yet, so they may be teasing the timeout. And there's the timeout. Or is it?
Where is it?
It is an official review. So official review now going the way of Sun State. So Adelaide Roller Derby, obviously they retained their official review after that last one. Sun State got a question to ask. Maybe it's about Brat, who is sitting in the penalty box at the moment. Maybe it's about something else that happened in that last jam. But we will find out in due course. If anything changes, we will bring it to you.
Indeed.
Because that's what we do. That's our job. That's
Live
what we do.
and excitable.
It is.
At
Very
the
exciting.
Tropicarnage Cup 2022.
If you're joining us from around this wide brown land of ours, slightly sodden in Queensland, we want to say thank you for joining us on YouTube. Hope you're enjoying the live stream brought to you by Video Bob and the Queensland Roller Derby Leagues.
Absolutely.
Video Bob, double thumbs up, buddy. It's been absolutely legendary. All right, so let's get it on.
Right, so Beats back up against Alice Affliction. We have some Sun State blockers on the track. One remains in the bin.
And looks like Sun State may have even called that as a timeout rather than an official review. But it has been certainly not gone the way of Sun State.
However, this jam...
It's definitely going the way of Sun State.
Absolutely. We've got Beats out for lead, closely followed by Alice Affliction.
Yeah, a bit less than half a track down, so Beats with a good opportunity to go and get some points. Picks up a handy 2 points.
Peace sign from the refs to the scoreboard operators.
Depends on the angle, though.
NSOs. True.
Can be very rude if you're on the backside.
It's a peace sign to the refs and not so nice sign to Pants. Who was
Thank
apparently
you. Thank you. I'm going to take
a
great
little
offense.
delicate.
Very delicate. All right, so we've got 14 points now on the board for Sun State. 51 still for Adelaide Roller Derby. Truffles and Booty on the line.
It's almost a coordinated crossover and attack from the other side from both of them. Beautiful.
Crusher Ramon and Dash looking to shut down. L also getting in the mix. Victoria Bitter as well, but then Truffles through on the inside. Picks up lead jammer.
Pack speeding up again. And
So we've got SX, Rattling Bones, Iron Thighs and Brat on as the jam gets blown to an end before any points are even attempted.
do you know what did happen though? High
What?
fives.
Oh, high fives
High fives
happened.
and smiles.
If only there were bonus points for being
Love that.
awesome. We'd all be winning.
I don't think
Everyone wins.
I would not like to announce the millions of points that would be happening.
Lots and lots of
It'd be hard.
points.
Trinket up against Beats again. These jammers are just... The endurance is insane. And again, the referees, some of these guys are on their 7th, 8th, 10th game for the weekend.
Yep. Everyone's been consuming a vast amount of carbs. And oranges. I've seen a lot of oranges making their rounds.
Well, yes. out the orange state, perhaps? I'm not sure. Trinket out for lead for Adelaide Roller Derby.
I prefer my oranges in cake form, thanks to the snack bar. They've done well. Beats took off the helmet cover through for their initial. Trinket on the scoring pass, trying the outside line, getting shut down there by Essex and forced to call it off. That's another 2 points on the board for Adelaide. They edge it up to 83. 14 on the board for Sun State, and it is 7 minutes to go in this game, in this first half, I should say.
Absolutely. 53-14. What a low-scoring half for these teams as well.
Yep. Now, everyone's just been keeping a very close eye on each other. Anyone who's getting a distinct advantage or anything like that, they're not letting it run through. They're calling it off, preferring to reset rather than let it play and see what happens.
Absolutely. Alice Affliction. Ooh. Bunch of argy-bargy there. Booty as well on the back.
Yeah.
Force to the outside.
Essex making life tough for Alice Affliction, but Alice is through as your lead jammer. About a quarter track ahead of Booty. Victoria Bitter calling the shots here for the Adelaide defence as they settle back to the starting straight. Pace is on.
Derby. Both jammers rushing at the pack. Just to take a little bit of energy out of Sun State, perhaps.
Maybe, or just to tease them.
Just a bit of fun. It can be really unnerving when the other team starts to play something you haven't seen from them before. What is happening?
What is happening? What do we do? How do we respond?
They're in my head.
Truffles now up against Beats for
Truffle
the start of the next jam. We're 5 on 5. It's the way it ought to be.
Explosive energy off the jam line.
Yeah, Truffles doing that head fake and able to get through his lead jammer. Beats, meanwhile, caught up in a bit of a kerfuffle in the middle here. That rolling defense moving forward from Adelaide Roller Derby forces Beats to go back and try again. And now on the inside gets through. Truffles, meanwhile,
having some difficulty on the outside of the track with those Sun State blockers.
Yeah, that's Rattling Bones forcing the shutdown. Nice one.
Absolutely.
So just the one scoring pass for Adelaide. 3 points on the board, 56. Sun State not troubling the scoreboard for a little while. They're on 14. Booty back up on the line. Quickly out, Sun State, as Trinket comes out for Adelaide Roller Derby.
And Easy takes a seat in the QRDL penalty box.
So now the pack advantage with Sun State. Can they make something of it? Here we go.
Both jammers hitting the pack hard.
Oh boy, L absolutely monstering
Powerhouse.
Booty at the back here. Victoria Bitter also. And both jammers now forced to the outside. It's going to be a long way back. Here we go.
And we're on again.
Must be so disappointing if you were to say, oh, I've got to go back right before I started this jam. But Easy out of the penalty box now, so we're back to 5 on 5.
Straight back in front of Booty as well.
And the Essex picks up the star. So star pass is now there. Trinket through for a scoring pass. Just coming up to the back of the pack. Being met by Bratt and Booty. Essex still, Essex still with the jammer helmet cover in hand as Victoria Bitter goes to the penalty box.
Essex forced way back.
Yep. Still with the helmet cover in hand, still has not completed their initial pass.
Trinket, meanwhile, at the front of the pack, just pushing against those blockers.
As one of the Sun State defenders hits the deck, that's Booty. And Iron Thighs also hit to the deck by Crusher Ramon.
Not before giving Trinket some trouble, though, making it worth it.
All right, door closing on the back of the pack there. Good work, Sun State, forcing the call off. No, one extra point for Adelaide. So they edge it up to 61 points. Sun State on 14. And we're 2.5 minutes left to go in the first half, Spiky.
Wow.
Time flies.
Snap. Beats and Alice Affliction once again, getting to be good friends now. Probably talking about their awesome hair colour.
Both of them.
Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, both of them. It's a colourful track full.
Yeah, bit of the old leaning in. It's a micro game, and then suddenly Beats is through, able to crack open the wall.
Alice doing a bit of bowling with blockers to try and get through. Stopped by a solid Sun State tripod, worming their way through. One to beat in its iron thighs. It's not easy, but Alice Affliction does.
Yeah, that's how you do it. It's a great one-on-one matchup we want to see. Forcing the call off.
1 point to Sun State.
Ivy was really happy about something there. Fist bump, big high fives. I think some defensive ploy just paid off big time. Ivy's absolutely pumped in the Adelaide score bench.
Why wouldn't you be?
Oh, well, you're up here in Queensland. You'd be pumped about that, wouldn't you? The
And-
fact that
and
you
playing
made it
the
here.
derby.
All right, let's get it on. Another jam.
Booty and Truffles. Oh, Truffles taking the inside almost without being touched. And signature spin at the end and into skating the Lappers lead.
It's amazing, like that combination of lower and upper body strength, able to lean in on the blocker as you're powering past. It's so hard to stop. Truffles has the full kit.
And Caboodle. SX taking a seat in the penalty box.
Oh, just not able to stick the late apex jump. Truffles going to go back and try again. It was millimeters in that one.
Beats has removed the helmet cover, but unfortunately SX's pivot, so there's nobody to pass it to at the moment.
But it still has the ability to confuse the defense. It's that moment of what, who, what?
Huh?
Speaking of which, Truffles, nice little tap toe maneuver. Gets the points and call.
Balls that ices SX in the box.
15 points for Sun State. Adelaide Roller Derby now getting a solid lead together off the back of a 12-point jam. They're down to 73 now.
Absolutely. It
And
looks as though
we're
up
going
against
to
intermission.
leave. Well, we're going to leave it at that point. It's come up to intermission. Just waiting for the rolling whistle. Spiky, first half, what do you reckon?
Well, I mean, I really do think it's still anybody's game. There's been a lot of adaptation of strategies. I think these teams have been watching each other yesterday and today, and honestly, I think Sun State, a bit of time to reset in that half-time, could come back.
It is definitely possible. Now, all you got to do is tease a few jammer penalties. The power jam count, I think, has been on Adelaide's side for this half. So all we got to do is just see what you can do. Is there some sort of chink in the armour here that they can pick against the Adelaide Roller Derby 3 jammer rotation? Is it possible? We will find out in due course, won't we?
Absolutely.
We'll see you soon, Derby fans. Welcome back, lovers of Derby. Spiky Pants on the line here for you.
G'day, g'day.
How you going?
Oh, yeah. All right.
Nice to see a little action on the chat. Thanks, Mad Catter. But anyone wants to join in the online chat, throw some support up for your favourite team, your favourite players. We'd love to see it. Of course, that's a given. If you're just joining us, where the heck have you been? It's Adelaide Roller Derby taking on Sun State Roller Derby in finals action here. Day 2, Tropicarnage Cup of 2022. About to get started for the second half at the moment. Adelaide Roller Derby are in the lead. They're on 73 points. Sun State Roller Derby, the score does not belie the effort.
No.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Sun State are going to pull out in this second half. Can they claw it back? Have Adelaide got the chops to hold on? One would suspect so, but it's a funny old game, innit?
It is, isn't it?
We're going to start the way we started the whole game with Alice Affliction and Beats as your jammers. Big question I have is Sun State going to field any more jammers? We will find out. Things edging slowly up the home stretch. Alice Affliction being held and checked by Essex and Brat. Iron Thighs also getting in on the action as Alice Affliction forced to the outside. Beats is up the front, edging that pack forward, but you've got Ivy, you've got QT, I reckon you've got Brutiful in there as well. That is a fantastic tripod of Adelaide Roller Derby players there.
Absolutely. On the Sun State side, though, Iron Thighs, SX, and someone whose number I can't see right now, but I know they're amazing. That's number 8.
Yeah, that's Brat.
Yeah.
Brat's been an absolute tour de force throughout this tournament.
These are 2 really strong sides, and that is why nobody has moved past turn 1 so far.
And that is now a power jam to Adelaide as Beats sits down. So still the initial pass not completed. Alice Affliction trying to get through the outside and finally gets through. That was a minute and 14 seconds before that initial pass was completed.
Half minute.
If that's the way it's going to go for the rest of this game, I say bring it on. It's going to be a real test of attrition.
Absolutely.
Who's got the depth? Who's got the stamina?
The thing is, both these teams absolutely do. And that's what makes it so exciting. Alice Affliction with a little spinny spin through the pack for 4 points.
But that took a long time. That's most of the jam done with.
Absolutely. I'm going to try and grab some more, and they do.
Star pass has been affected. Essex is now your jammer.
Oh, big hit. Stays in. No avail other than those style points, folks.
Brutiful just on the inside line, just picks herself up. Bit of a smile, bit of a wave. Let's get it on. Let's try it again. Now, we've got Trinket lining up now for Adelaide Roller Derby against Boo T. Really enjoyed this lineup in the first half. Let's see what they can both bring out this time. We've got the need of an official's timeout. And they're looking at the track. There's appears to be
Skates on it.
maybe some fluid. Looks like there is fluid of some description trackside. Actually on the track. Oh, I hope we do not have a roof leak.
Don't even say it, Pence. It's
It's
going to be the
happened.
sweat.
Hopefully it's just sweaty bits. This is a highly scientific look at the floor.
We're going to assess it from all angles, and we know that is what Derby referees are good at.
Yep, they'll assess it from all angles, and it looks like one of them is from the ant's eye view. Personally speaking, from where we sit right here, that floor looks as clean as the day it was born.
Shiny, shiny. So much shiny.
All right.
And we're off.
Shimmy shake from Booty, but the pack having nothing of it. Trinket trying to build a ladder over the ball by the looks of it. Those shoulders are just working hard, trying to line up something. But here goes Booty little apex turn and picks up the lead jammer. Trinket is through. Almost half a lap down though, so really good chance here for Booty to get some points on the board. Shakes it, bakes it, nails it. 4 points. And the call.
We're going to end that jam with 2 Adelaide blockers in the QRDL penalty box.
And the jam ref just coming over to confer with the outside pack refs. Just want to make sure, did they get the hips past? The answer is yes, for 2 sneaky points. So 83 points now for Adelaide Roller Derby. Sun State Roller Derby looking to close it down. They're on 19.
Absolutely. We've got Beats and Truffles jamming next.
Timeout signalled by Sun State Roller Derby. No one on track's moved though, but the Sun State Benchy is coming over to have a bit of a yabba.
As are our lovely jammers of record at the moment.
Yeah.
Chatting away, big smiles.
That's it. Yabbering away. Couple of old mates.
Truffle's getting a little love from the comments.
Yeah, good to see an online riot. Looks like just a bit of making sure about stuff.
Checking in on things.
And that was a fun old rolling whistle. It's just like, are you sure it's the end of the timeout? Are you sure? Oh, Shaggy? Okay, your Scooby Snacks, folks. It is time for another jam.
And the Truffles has felt the encouragement from home. Powerful lead jammer almost immediately. Followed about a half a track behind by Beats.
Yeah, about a third of a lap. So Truffles with a good opportunity. And got forced off. So both jammers forced off to the inside. So now both jammers getting some points up on the board. Bit of a scrum going on at turn 2. Oh, wow.
Beats is knocked to the ground, up they get.
Yep, Elle doing some knocking to the ground of her own. Victoria better being responsible for that, I reckon. And it did force a penalty. So we have got a jammer penalty against Beats right at the end of that jam. So now it's going to be a power start to Adelaide Roller Derby, looking to stake their claim on a place in the final. Is this where we're going to see it happen?
The Derby.
Derby. You know?
Yeah.
That thing. That thing. Yeah. Did we come here for that? Yeah, we did. If we did. No. What?
Oh. I thought I was somewhere else. I always wear a banana shirt in LA. But cool, Derby. I like it.
I always wear the silly pants. Looks like more officialing going on. Chris, the Benchy for Adelaide Roller Derby, just stalking the middle of the track, just making sure things are going the way they order. But it's not an official review at this stage. That could always change, of course, depending on what happens next. But it looks like some clarification is being sought. Alice Affliction and Ivy can have a bit of a yabber now. A lot of yabbering.
Yeah,
But that's what people do. They talk, they yabber, they have a chat,
and they hit each other.
and they chin wag as well.
Well, yeah.
Cuddle, high five from a discreet distance, maybe a fist bump or two.
Yes, indeed. They brace. They whip sometimes. Yesterday, actually, I saw what looked like a very close call on the seams of one of the Adelaide team members' shirts.
Is that right?
Yes, yep. I think I can vouch to say that those uniforms are pretty durable.
Durability being the aim of the game. as well as getting more points on the board. Let's see what Alice Affliction is going to unleash as this power jam begins. Oh, nice step through. It's like a reverse pirouette on turn 1 on the apex, so nice.
See if they're going to get some help from their friends. Oh.
Nope, it was SX doing the rib lift out there.
Patented rib lift out.
That's it.
Easy taking another sit down in the QRGL penalty box. They're not unfamiliar with each other this weekend.
Looks like both jammers just happy to cruise around and rack some points up on the board.
Oh. Graceful step through. Alice Affliction looks to the bench for some instruction.
Yep.
Looks like they're saying one more go.
More points on the board. Oh, and just as the penalty box is cleared from Adelaide, Ivy's going to have a seat. So the strategy of trying to clear the penalty box didn't quite work out there for Adelaide. They prefer to call off the jam. 9 points on the board for Adelaide in that one. They cruise out to a 94. 4 for Sun State. They're on 25. Let's switch it over. Trinky up against Booty. And another timeout being called. Again, our refs just wanting to talk and make sure everything is done exactly right. I think the score bench is involved as well. As well as the penalty box. So everyone's just taking the opportunity here just to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
And there's a lot of paperwork.
A lot of paperwork. The paperless office does not exist in roller derby, that's for sure.
Not quite. Look, we've seen some innovations.
Printed jammer is a crisis.
This is true, especially in this late stage of the tournament.
Oh, strike a light, can you imagine?
Thank you very much to the wonderful person in a wonderful Hawaiian shirt who brought us updated rosters. Arts and crafts are involved in these rosters, folks. We've got bits of other things glued together. We're about to start another jam, though, and we have got Booty in
the power jam. Alice Affliction is sitting down in the penalty box. That was as easy as you like. Booty around the outside is your lead jammer. The pack just happy to sit at turn 1 and wait for Booty to come, show their stuff, and show it they do. What a lovely apex jump.
Absolutely beautiful.
Not going to let that happen again. Pack edges back down on the home stretch, I should say.
Booty knocked to the inside, recycled back in as quick as they can.
Alice Affliction back on track. And face plants.
And a little bit of a face plant. Yeah. They're all right.
They're all right. All right, high five there from Booty. Picks up 7 points. So that is 32 points now for Sun State. Adelaide Roller Derby yet to cross the century marker. They're on 96.
94.
94, yep. Slight score change.
Adjustment.
Adjusting the score, that's what we do. Well, usually upwards.
Generally upwards. Sometimes down.
Alrighty. Beats and Truffles.
And Truffles just tackling their way on through.
Ankle grinder.
Pass to XX for Sun State.
Looks like ankle grinder hit the penalty bench, but then was told to go back on track. So maybe not the penalty they thought it was.
SX was so ready. Did you see that? They were so ready. Just went, crossed up.
Never mind. Better luck next time. Helmet covers flying in the Sun State penalty warm-up area over there. That's flying around over there. They're getting it sorted though. Booty is back out, as is Trinket.
That last-minute rush back to the jam line so that the jammers can hit immediately.
Nice shuffling here from SX to keep Trinket in line. and draws a penalty. So well played from the Sun State defense. It's now a power jam to Sun State.
Booty hanging on to iron thighs, going, help me now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and L tries to take out.
Yep.
But not quite. Booty, too quick.
Nope. Avoided the outstretched hips of L.
That is quite the feat.
A lot of action going on the penalty area. Victoria Bitter coming back out, as is Trinket. Iron Thighs now the sole occupier of a penalty chair. And looks like...
Trinket gunning it through.
Yep, looks like a pad also fell off one of the players here, so...
Booty calling it off from the floor.
And the Trinket, too fast, got the sneaky 2 points on the way through. So 2 points for Adelaide, 6 for Sun State. Score is now 96 still to 38. All right.
We've regained those 2 points in that jam.
My memory, my friend, my memory. I've got no idea.
Commentating, it's a young person's game. Alice Affliction and Beats straight back into it. Beats pushing through right at the front of the pack, being stopped, held there by those formidable Adelaide blockers. Joined by Iron Thighs for a bit of offense.
Breaking Mads and Bratt doing an excellent job here at the back against Alice Affliction.
Beats taking a tumble outside and just taking a moment to collect themselves. Be recycled back in, as is Alice Affliction.
Yep, Iron Thighs just making sure that Alice goes all the way back to do it properly. And all the action is just, it's like a whole pumping of limbs, but finally Alice is through.
45 seconds in. 45 hard 40 seconds.
Yep, helmet cover's been taken off for Sun State, so looking for the star pass or teasing it at the very minimum. Oh, almost got through that outside apex leap along the jam line, but you can do, not able to stick it. So Beats is going a long way back, very casually, to go back and try again.
Sun State, meanwhile, giving Alice a lot of trouble. Up at the front of the pack, strong tripod. Alice working back and forward as much as they can.
That's top work here. Iron Thighs just calling the shots here, now going back to do some extra work. Breaking Mads now calling the shots on the tripod. You've got QT and Ive doing some excellent tripod work with Brutiful here for Adelaide. And finally, Alice Affliction is through for 4 points.
Easy is taking another sit in the QRDL penalty box. I think that's their third penalty for this bout.
Just looking to keep things moving along in order to clear the penalty box. End of the jam. Four points on for Adelaide. They break through the century. They're on 104. Sun State are on 38. We're 17 minutes and change to left to go in this final. Day 2, Tropicarnage Cup 2022.
The 5 second call. Trinket up against Booty once again.
Oh, bit of airtime there from Booty.
Trinky sees an opportunity on the inside, grabs lead.
Half a lap advantage to Trinket, so great opportunity there to get through, get the points and goal. We'll see what happens. Pack's moving along at quite a pace though.
Crusher and Easy working those Sun State blockers.
And I reckon some sneaky points. And it is. It's 3 points to Sun State, 2 to Adelaide Roller Derby as that jam comes to an end. G'day, Ninja. Good to have you on the feed there.
Hey, Ninja.
Hope you're enjoying the action being brought to you by Video Bob and the Queensland Roller Derby Leagues.
And of course, our teams on the track, Adelaide Roller Derby and Sun State.
Truffles just almost broke the line, kept it together. Beats is almost through, but it's Truffles who is your lead jammer.
Bit of fast derby again.
Yeah, really frantic. A lot of weaving going on in the blocks here, keeping it small. Bratz taking a tumble over Ivy. Ivy very happy to accept that penalty. Was their fault. That's not a problem.
Star pass to Iron Thighs, folks.
Sweet.
Wait to see this.
Truffles
If
is through.
gives them a chance.
Yep. Gesturing to the pack to get a move on. Truffles is hungry for more.
Looks like we're going to carry this one on.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful hop.
Makes it look so easy. Just that big, long leg step through. It's not really an apex jump in the classic sense. It is airtime.
It is,
But it's
it's
just-
so effortless.
Yeah, it's just using the skate, the momentum, the inertia, and the direction, and it's like just a big old step. But Truffles makes it look so easy. It's great to watch. I hope you're enjoying the action here.
Okay.
Timeout. It's an official review to Adelaide,
Alright.
and it looks like they're actually asking a question. I wonder if it's about the penalty on Ivy, because Ivy and Bratz, they had their backs to each other. Brat just fell over Ivy, and Ivy, of course, was
As small as
you could possibly be. So I'm wondering if they're just seeking a reversal of that, just saying there was no way this contact could have been avoided. And the player does do whatever they can to avoid it. But if you're blind, like if you're skating backwards blind, you can't see what's behind you. And if someone actually happens to be falling small in front of you and there's so much going on around, you're just trying to protect yourself.
Absolutely.
Maybe there's an opportunity here for Adelaide to get a reversal of that penalty.
Well, our refs are in the centre of the track having a discussion
Yeah.
about the request. Captains and benchies waiting patiently.
No, it's good to see. The official review is an excellent opportunity, really. It's a good teaching opportunity and learning opportunity, and it's really good to see some people just, they pose the question very, like having had the opportunity to sit in on a few official reviews, some benchies really do a very good job of posing the question and asking for the clarification of the rule, just to make absolutely sure.
Absolutely.
You get any fans from Adelaide yet? Yeah!
We've got Meat Biscuit over here just checking to see if there's any people from Adelaide who've made it online. He's very happy to be told, yes, there are people from Adelaide who are watching online.
If you did hear an exuberant cheer, that would be our friend.
That's definitely Meat Biscuit. Exuberance personified.
Exuberant Meat Biscuit. Could be the name of an autobiography in the future.
It's a good name for an album.
Exuberant Meat Biscuit. The record. 10th anniversary vinyl edition.
And it looks like the long whistle has been signalled, so we're waiting to see what comes of it. And looks like Ivy's still in the penalty box, so our speculation on what it might have been about,
We'll continue.
yeah, we don't know. We honestly don't know. But we'll find out in a second if Adelaide Roller Derby have kept their official review or have lost it. And they've lost it, so there you go. That's all you need to know, viewer.
Alright. In the meanwhile, there's derby going on. We've got Booty and Alice on track.
Nice work here. Elle and Victoria Better combining it well against Booty. And now Ivy's back on track, so we're back to 5-on-5. Alice Affliction, meanwhile, is your lead jammer. Up until the point where they're told, no, actually you got a penalty. So time remains to see. Is this going to be a 2-minute jam, or does Booty have an opportunity to get lead jammer. Still got a little way left to go.
Oh, Crusher being stopped by Brat there.
Yeah, that's been an
Impressive.
excellent
In comes
matchup.
L, takes out Booty. Stopped from recycling too far back though by some helpful Sun State blockers.
Yeah, that's an excellent presence of mind there from Sun State defense.
Oh, star pass to
Yep.
Iron Thighs.
Yep.
Forced to the inside and taken way back.
And the initial officially completed now for Alice, so off to go score some points. So it will be a 2-minute jam for show.
37 seconds left. Oh, Alice Affliction smashing through for 4 points.
Coming down to turn 3, Alice sizing things up. Decides to chest Brat, which is ordinarily not a smart move,
No.
but Alice able to shake off the hit and pick up the 4-point pass.
Absolutely. IB heading back to the box. Iron Thighs with 1 to beat. Manages to get past. And
Looking at now on the jam line as the jam comes to its inevitable conclusion.
must they always end?
Points to everybody. 130 now for Adelaide Roller Derby, 44 for Sun State. 12 minutes and change left to go in this game. So Adelaide now just slowly edging towards the century deficit, or advantage, I should say.
Indeed.
It's now going to be like Sun State. Do they have the kahunas to now come back
Still,
and win?
it is still possible.
It is still possible,
Anything
but it's
can
going to
happen,
take.
and they're gonna try.
And Beats is going to definitely put on a show to make it happen. Trinket on the outside has completed their initial. But you're going to need to go through. You're going to need to get the points and call exactly this way. But you're going to need to also tease out a few power jams. That's going to be a big ask, I reckon.
Absolutely.
Adelaide Jams, of course, all very well-trained, well-experienced, incredible athletes. You're going to find it tricky, but you've got to keep trying.
Absolutely.
Beats and Truffles on the start line.
Sun State grabbing back a little of that differential, 48 to 130. Once more checking of things, 5-second call. My favourite toot in the whole world. We're off.
I stopped by Brat on the inside, Truffles instead around the outside, gets the lead. L draws the penalty, but it's now Truffles showing off their core strength to stay in bounds, go through and get the points.
That Beats just getting real low at the back, hoping I think to sneak through for some points.
And does so.
Ooh. And grabs
Being
4.
chased down by Crusher Ramon and Dash, but
Terrifying.
able to get free of the pack.
Oh, just like that. We've got Truffles through for another 4.
Yeah, pack in motion is going to be an absolute open invitation for Truffles to go through and get some points. You got to try and stop them, and you can't. You just can't.
You just can't.
Now 12-point jam for Truffles.
Oh, nice little signature dip around the outside.
That was just poetry. Lovely.
It's nice to see a big crowd of Rockabellas here supporting both teams.
Yep. Yeah, Rockabellas also coming across from South Australia, so great to have them trackside. It's been a great learning opportunity for them, so they've been soaking in all the action here trackside. Truffles emerges from the pack on the inside as SX takes the seat.
Fast moving action, folks. Oh, Truffles, like nothing's happening. Dips through the inside for 4 points.
All right, so now the points starting to rack up for Truffles here. 24-point jam so far.
Beats has removed the star.
And Truffles running out the full 2 minutes as well. So achieving two things, a lot of points on the board, but chewing up the clock here as well.
Absolutely.
That's really going to start to hammer a nail in perhaps for the Sun State campaign here to get into the finals here in Div 1 of Tropicarnage for 2022. Adelaide Roller Derby want to win. They want to win hard.
I'm sure both teams do.
All right, so timeout to Sun State. Adelaide Roller Derby lineup. Happy to have a yabba on the jam line. Who have we got out there? You got Easy, you got Ankle Grinder, you got Brutiful, you got QT and Alice Affliction. What a bunch of all-stars they are.
Absolutely.
$50 this week. You've got to be here to take advantage. Go to Brisbane Valley and ask about their compression pans.
There's an interesting different energy between our bench groups here. Seems that Sun State are certainly discussing things very solemnly.
Yeah, but with intent, with purpose.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
There may be some dancing happening in the Adelaide bench off frame for you guys. Just letting you know. It's fabulous as always. And I just dropped a dance. I'm a Queenslander now. I don't say dance. I'm sorry, Adelaide.
It's time to give up. It's time to give it up, Spiky.
Oh, I'm going to get booted from the commentary box.
Absolutely no chance. No chance of that, my friend.
No chance?
Chance? No. The minute I do that, I'm going to boot myself out of the commentary box.
Oh.
Ankle grinder hits the...
Inside.
Yep. We're back on. Going to keep messing around.
Hopefully make a little bit of a break for Alice Affliction. Not that they necessarily need it.
SX back on track, looking to break up the Adelaide wall.
And that's Vali Bertali with the star.
Oh, wow. We've actually had a change-up. Vali Brutali now, the jammer, but looking for the star pass to SX. And SX does pick it up.
Oh, easy. Goes down in their excitement to get to SX. Back up in time to cause a little bit of trouble, but has to let him go.
There's some inadvertent contact there, so no penalty was assessed. But SX, no chance to get any points. Alice Affliction preferring to call off the jam.
I do love that big grindy slide that SX does when it's time to stop. You want me to stop? Oh, stop. Beautiful blocking indeed.
Brett, we've got Beats coming back out with Trinket. So we've got a clear bench as well. So a 5-on-5, the way that nature intended Derby to be. Trinket dancing on the line, but SX just absolutely, it's a close dance. I think
Quite the tango.
SX definitely has the George Michael playing in her head on that one.
Meanwhile, we have lead jammer to Sun State.
Beats. Nice.
Oh, nearly had it. Push
Yep.
to the inside.
Yep, L doing the damage there as Dash heads for the penalty box.
Still calls it off just as Trinket's about to hit the pad. No points for Adelaide in that jam.
Yep. 3 points for Sun State. They are now on 58 points. Adelaide Roller Derby on 157. We're 6 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this final.
And it does fly.
And Vali Brutali coming back out for Sun State, going to take on Truffles. Pocket Rocket versus Pocket Rocket.
A little bit of loves. Oh, Truffles, Duke to the inside, as we know so well. Big steps around, lead jammer for Adelaide Roller Derby.
Meanwhile, out the front, QT going face to face with Vali Brutali, forces the force out there with Brutiful. Broody doing some excellent recycling work. 4 points on the board for Adelaide. Truffles trying the outside line this time. No can do. Shut down by Iron Thighs. Mustache out of the penalty box. Came through, cleared the pack. And not very happy to be pinged for another penalty.
Oh dear. SX hitting the box as well.
So both of them sharing a bit of a grin. It's just like, what happened there? I'm not sure, buddy. And Truffles now heading to the penalty box, so it is now a power jam for Sun State.
Absolutely, Valley Brutali making the most of that.
Points on the board. And it's a full house now for Adelaide, so everyone...
Brutali with 2 to beat. Right,
Dash
do
back
apologise
on
about
track.
the stuff on the stream, guys. We're shutting it down as quick as we can, the spam.
Dash back on track. Oh, Truffles coming a cropper thanks to Iron Thighs.
Once again. Brian,
Everyone
coming back
back
on
on
track to see what we can do.
Yep. Nice shuffle through on the inside line. Turn 4 from Truffles. Get some points on the board. And that is the end of the jam. Truffles happy, applauding for his defensive team as they come off.
Had some cheers on the stream for Sun State. Indeed. They're playing some great game tonight.
Alice Affliction and Beats on the jam line. 5 on 5 on the track.
Less than 4 minutes remaining.
And we've got a timeout.
As soon as you build the suspense.
That's right. That coiled spring is just, never mind. Oh, well. Never mind. That is an officials timeout. So track surgeons are on track doing their thing. Thank you very much for their hard work throughout this tournament. And the officials checking their paperwork,
Meanwhile, over
having a
there,
bit of a chat.
got some A going on in the Adelaide bench.
Doing now.
Bit of love, bit of pointy, bit of stuff.
They're pointing at each other. You,
Yeah.
no you. You.
You're from Adelaide.
You're the best. No,
You
you're the
say
best.
Dance. Fabulously dressed trap preparers.
Alrighty. Just waiting for the officials to finish. Looks like there's a bit of silly call-outs going on between the commentary bench out here and the crowd.
That's Rumpy, isn't it?
It is.
Rumpy, always making a fuss. They are a fabulous commentator, though.
I want to say a big thank you to the teams that have come all the way and brought some merch for them to sell up here. All this stuff's available online as well. If you haven't got your favourite Derby Leagues merch, what is your life really?
What's up with you?
So Brisbane City Rollers, Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, Northern Brisbane Rollers, Rockabellas Roller Derby League, and Tweed Valley Rollers have all had some stuff up here for us to buy.
Absolutely.
As well as the QRDL stuff with the official Tropicarnage Cup 2022 stuff. Are you wearing yours?
Sporting my Tropicarnage Cup shirt.
It is extraordinary.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent logo for this year. Now let's get some Derby. Beats and Alice Affliction are your jammers. And Alice Affliction is your lead.
Just like that. And just like that, Beats was getting out of the front of the pack, but full complement of ADRD blockers to hold them up. Bit of argy-bargy all round. Alice Affliction getting through for 4 points.
Rattlin Bones standing up in the penalty box, about to rejoin the track. And here we go.
Oh, beautiful work there by Alice Affliction, just twisting out of the way.
And it is going to be a penalty assessed to Beats, so we are going to have a power jam now for Adelaide. It must have been a low block there as Beats came down there, so we are going to see Alice try to power through the outside, getting stonkered by Rattle and Bones and getting the penalty. Oh my word.
Cheeky smile at the same time.
Yeah, I saw the smile there as well, like hit, smile, penalty, never mind. I think at this stage of the game, Adelaide don't mind it so much. But yeah, earlier on it would have been quite a serious matter. But it's nice to see that people are having some fun and taking their hits, taking their licks, and just going, yeah, okay, all right, I did my thing.
Yeah. Rattle and Bones taking another seat in the penalty box.
Now here we go. Iron Thighs,
every moment count on the track.
Absolute superstar for Sun State.
Indeed.
Like Iron Thighs has been absolutely everywhere, and they've been amazing.
And they've jammed.
Yeah,
Pivot.
and they can jam and pivot and block and just, lay out all the weapons on the track. It's just like, which one do you want me to use? And everyone just goes, yeah, none of them. None of them, please.
Depends which team you're on.
Got a timeout being called. It's an official review to Sun State. So time will tell to see if this is just going to be a timeout or if we're going to actually have a proper chat. I wonder if they're going to try and get this penalty reversed. It's often a penalty. At this stage of the game, it's not really about the scoreboard. So maybe it's a matter of principle.
Indeed. Nice to see Truffles. They're having a chat with the Sun State pivot.
Yeah.
Rattle and Bones.
Yeah, be Rattle and Bones. Officials also just making sure everything's done. Stick around, folks. We've got one more game coming up today. So it's going to be Brisbane City Rollers, the Punk Blockers. We're going to take on Victorian Roller Derby League, the Thunder. This is for the other spot in the Div 1 Grand Final.
Absolutely, and I'll be sticking around to announce that one as well.
Spiky, 2 in a row, back to back.
Indeed.
The hard yards. I'll be sticking around as well just to look and run around like a headless chook.
Watch the Debs.
Watch the Derbs and enjoy myself.
I do believe there is a bar in that corner as well.
Cough. Shh, shh. I will be very, very subtle about that.
Well, I mean, if duties are over.
Duties are over for today, but I've got more tomorrow, I imagine. So it'll be great to have you guys, all the people of Roller Derby watching it online on the YouTube, back tomorrow for another day. This long weekend has been absolutely wonderful. I hope you're enjoying all the action here, brought to you by Video Bob and Queensland Roller Derby Leagues. It's been an immense weekend. And Tropicarnage, it's back, baby.
It's back, the 10th Tropicarnage after a 3-year absence.
Yep. So many great tournaments coming back this year. Got another tournament in New South Wales at the moment. That's been going off. Great Southern Slam early this year as well. So it's great to see that all these wonderful roller derby tournaments around Australia are now coming back now that we've opened up.
We're back, baby.
We are back, baby.
Derby
We
is back.
are. Did it ever really go away? You just can't keep Derby down, can you?
That's right.
No, there's a lot of talk around. The officials here have had a nice chat with a couple of people here. People are excited about other opportunities for national, international tournaments as well. So things are happening around the world. There's the roller games coming up. There's a possibility of more world champs coming up, the World Cup. So people are waiting for announcements. People are waiting to see what's going to happen. But the momentum is here already. Just like people are itching to get back out there and play some top-level derby.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, Truffles up against Vali Bratali. They are ready to go for the start of the next jam. Here we go. Vali Bratali happy to let Truffles go forward, trying to get their way through, but Truffles made easy work of it.
Fast pack again, Sun State leading. Just a little bit of chill chasey.
I think Truffles was just happy to let that one go. And with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go in the game, maybe Adelaide are just content to ride this one out and just make sure no one is injured, no one suffers, conserve the energy, conserve the strength, have a good night's sleep and come back tomorrow. I reckon they'll be sticking around to watch the next game, as will you.
Indeed. Hopefully all of our friends on the stream as well.
Yeah, loving the comments from our friends on the stream. Thank you.
Oh, check it out.
Hey!
Sun State lead jammer.
Trinket getting some loving from Iron Thighs.
I could watch those two all day. Oh, Trinket deciding to take it a bit sideways, a little bit backwards. Who needs to go forward to get through the pack? Oh, folks. Points for Sun State and the crowd is going wild.
And timeout was called, so we're going to definitely get one more jam.
One more.
One more
jam.
One more jam.
I do, guys.
Hey, look, when the quality of Derby is this good, why just, let the inevitable occur? No, let's have one more jam.
One more jam.
Let's have one more. Let's bring out Atlas Affliction. Let's bring out Beats. Let's bring out 4 star blockers from Adelaide. Let's bring out 4 all-star blockers from Sun State. Let's play for the love of the game.
For the love.
For the love.
Can you feel the love tonight? I can.
I understood that reference, which is a real bloody shame.
Just wait until I get started on my little mermaid material.
That playlist is not coming out tonight. You are, no, I refuse. I refuse. La 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 la.
Let's not get Video Bob Stream banned because of my poor Disney.
It's a great way to get banned, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, folks, one more jam. Give these guys some love.
Absolutely.
And we are off. Alice straight down the inside. Lead jammer immediately. Everyone is having a wonderful roller derby time.
Crusher Ramon hits the floor, bounces straight back up again.
Beats us through the initial pass.
Inside line, Alice Affliction gets some points, calls it off.
From the floor.
Hits the floor.
The end, unofficial end of this final bout.
So at the end of this final, looks like Adelaide Roller Derby have comfortably run out 186 to 71 point winners. Sun State Roller Derby, fantastic league.
Amazing.
So competitive. Bunch of absolute legends on the track here today, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch them play.
Absolutely.
Gave it all. 71 points on the board. It was a low-scoring game overall.
It is no mean feat for
No.
this team.
No, that's it. It's all
There
done.
we go, folks. That is our official score. 186 to 71.
Thank you very much for joining us online. We do have Victoria Roller Derby coming up next against Brisbane City Rollers, the Punk Blockers. It's going to be sweet as.
Absolutely. And for you folks at home especially, I've been Spiky.
And I've been Pants.
And together we are
Spiky Pants.
Thanks for listening. I'll see you soon.
All right, good evening, roller derby fans, and we are back with Game 16 of Tropicarnage Cup, the playoff match between Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers and Victoria Roller Derby League Thunder. My name is Grifter, and I'm joined behind the mic here with Spikey.
Hey, hey.
And this is shaping up to be one hell of a match between these two powerhouse teams here this afternoon.
Absolutely. We're already off. We've got Pavey up the back, but immediately BCR have taken lead.
Yeah, that's Velocity Raptor there with lead for BCR in the red, coming round on their first scoring pass. Little stumble there for Raptor as they try and rack up some early points here.
Absolutely.
So many good derby games already throughout the weekend so far, and these two teams have always put up fantastic matches every time that they play, and I was really hoping that we were going to get to see this match some point over the weekend, so great to have both these teams here in the playoffs.
Just an honour to commentate. Two amazing teams.
And Scare Bear there, yeah, trying to go up the inside line, but draws a cut track penalty, unfortunately, and Pack speeding away from Velocity Raptor there. Raptor calling off the jam. And first points on the board for BCR, 4-0 in that opening salvo.
They've got to be feeling good about that.
Always good to get the first ones on the board. It did cost them a couple of blockers in the penalty bin, though.
Absolutely. It's looking a little full in there, actually. Got 2 BCR blockers and 1 VRDL blocker.
All right, into the second jam, and it's Pulp Friction out there for VRDL and with lead.
All right.
And
4
Pulp
points for
Friction.
VRDL.
Just having a couple of technical difficulties with our audio here. One moment, please.
A little bit of reverse derby happening here. Pack at a standstill, but nobody is moving slowly.
And yes, Pulp Friction doing circles at the moment around the BCR pack, racking up the points as the Skatriarchy are now free on their initial pass as well, and that forces the call off from VRDL.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, 16 big ones up on the scoreboard there for VRDL.
Absolutely.
And
Pulp Friction are forced to be reckoned with.
Most definitely, as we have, what's that, Lunatrix by the looks in the red for BCR, and 187.
Dom
For
VRDL. Lunatrix looking to take a quick inside line, held up by those formidable VRDL blockers.
Oh,
Dom taken to the inside.
Yeah, bit of a love tackle there with Scare Bear.
Absolutely.
BCR blocking pack doing a good job there, just funneling Dom into the back of Scare Bear as well, and now reforming at the front with Kimbo and Happy Cadaver. But Dom is able to find their way through and grab a lead jammer for the Thunder.
Absolutely. BCR looking for the star pass, remove the star, hang on to it. Now out for the initial pass.
Yes, the handoff there enough to fake out VRDL.
Absolutely. Does work, the old almost stash.
Yes, the semi-stash.
Semi-stash.
And we have a power jam now for BCR as Dom has found themselves in the bin. So this will be a full 2-minute jam. And Lunatrix working hard out on the back straight there. 2 more VRDL blockers to beat. Yeah, and unfortunately there, just a swinging elbow from Lunatrix there, copying a high block.
Heading to take a sit down in the contemplation station. Dom, meanwhile, at the front, one to beat and through. 4 points for VRDL.
Yes, just racking up those points there. VRDL out to 20 points to 4 now. Early on, 5 minutes down so far, and no signs of stopping for Dom. Just through for another 4 points as Lunatrix waits out her time in the contemplation station.
Absolutely. Bit of love for VRDL Thunder on the stream. I'd love to see your comments.
Yeah, let's get some shout outs in the text in the comment section of the live stream. Who's here for VRDL Thunder? We've already had a couple of votes out in the stream, but pop some text in the chat, show us some love.
Absolutely.
As that jam comes to an end, and the score now 24 points Thunder to BCR Punk Blockers 4.
We've got Zave for VRDL lining up against 999 Velocity Raptor for BCR.
Yes. Such a fast, jukey jammer Raptor. It looks like Zave is of a similar mould as well. Look at all this lateral movement between the BCR pack and Zave here.
And tired just watching.
Yeah.
Pack getting pretty stretched out now.
Yes, Velocity Raptor at the top of the Apex 1 to beat, and does so. And lead jammer for BCR in the red. Can Velocity Raptor and BCR capitalise and claw back some of these points as Zave making fast work getting around the track, only maybe a half lap behind now. The pack starts to slow. And Zach from the BCR bench absolutely screaming to call off that jam. And
everyone doing as they're told.
Yes,
The jam ends.
Yeah.
There's some more love for the Thunder.
And I have been told that from a couple of the skaters here that for whatever reason it's very, very difficult to hear out on this track. The combination of the acoustics from the on-site speakers and obviously the crowd noise and skate noise, it just makes it really difficult when you're on the other side of the track to hear the calls from the bench.
Absolutely, and communication being so important in this game, particularly from your benchy who's got eyes you don't on the track. Oh, and that's a penalty. Pulp Friction headed to have a little sit down in the QRDL penalty box.
Yeah, fortunately Pulp Friction trying to sort of skirt her way around the inside of the track there, but led with the head into the set arms of the BCR blocking pack there. So now Skatriarchy with lead and picking up 4 points.
Like it was nothing.
BCR blockers trying to set up a good screen for Skatriarchy on that return, and through for another 4 points.
Amazing work.
And this is what BCR needed at this time.
The Skatriarchy just going for it, getting forced down to the ground. Everyone's going, oh, hang on a minute. Meanwhile, Pulp Friction back on track.
Yeah, some Pulp Friction, of course, an ex-BCR skater, so coming back and skating up against many a friend.
Oh, the emotions. The emotions. Some love for Jigglytuff and the Thunder defense. What about the BCR lovers out here? If you're not in the room, give us a shout out.
Yes, hit us up on the stream. Who's here for BCR? And that jam being called off there, 12 points to 0 in favour of BCR. Score now 28 VRDL to BCR 19. And we're anticipating a very close, very hard-fought game for this Div 1 playoff.
Right, Turbo Spicy with the staff of VRDL, making quick work of that, grabbing lead.
First jam in this bout for Turbo Spicy, and Lunatrix for BCR now through the pack, as well as Turbo approaches the back of the BCR pack. Pushed to the out and was about to call off, but then gets the call to keep going as Lunatrix now through for a couple of points on their scoring pass, but also forced to recycle. So VRDL choosing to run the risk. Yeah, take the chance, see if they can't contain Lunatrix and try and pop Turbo Spicy out to run this jam a little longer.
Right now though, it's just a giant derby cuddle.
Yeah, and Lunatrix will have to be careful with that elbow over the top there. Lucky to avoid contact with the head of the VRDL skaters as Lunatrix cops a big hit at the top of the straight. Gets straight back up, another 4 points there for BCR, 2 for VRDL.
So close, it's tight. I Toiga, toiga. Okay. VRDL sitting on 30.
Let's see if we can fix up some camera angles here. There we go. Thank you.
Here we are.
All right, and on the line now, that looks like a Zave and Velocity Raptor. Zave in the blue for VRDL, Velocity Raptor out the front there for PCR. And if I wasn't sure by the number, I can tell by the lateral movement again that that's Zave.
Absolutely.
My giddy aunt, that is hectic.
Bit of a VRDL party in the bin. We have 2 blockers down, 1 returning.
Yes, and Velocity Raptor grabbing a lead and coming through for scoring pass at the top of the apex. 1 more to beat, does so. 4 points up on the board, and the local crowd really enjoying that one. As we have a star pass for VRDL, that looks like, is that Pavey?
Pavey. All right. And the box empties just as the jam ends.
A 4.0 jam for BCR, and closing that gap down, just the 3 points difference now, and we are it's only been 11 minutes of this first half. I feel like I need a bit of a lie down, maybe a mid-strength beer or something, just to try and calm my nerves.
You can make it through. You can make it through. All right, Dom wearing the star again for VRDL. Looks like the Skatriarchy taking lead for BCR.
Yeah, good run up the outside there from Skatriarchy to claim lead, and Dom just driving away. Kimbo to beat, does so, and through now for their initial pass, as well as Skatriarchy tries to grab some quick points. And I think it's a sort of game that's going to be 3s and 4s, quick call-offs. Let's just grind it out, get those points. I wouldn't expect too many big 20-point jams or anything between these two.
No, certainly not when the scores are this close.
No, and that is a lead change. BCR in the lead.
Pew, pew, pew.
We really need to get one of those horns, because I'm no good at making that sound.
Everyone on the stream is glad we don't have one. Rah, BCR, there we go.
And some love coming in from Turbo as well. And we have a team timeout now for VRDL. And this game is certainly living up to the hype so far in this first 12 and a bit minutes. Both teams coming out full intensity, as we knew that they would. And the skaters between both of these teams, I think, have a fair idea of how the others play. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how they go. And also with BCR having Jambi, ex-VRDL skater, on their bench as well. Bit of inside knowledge there.
Absolutely.
And vice versa, Pulp Friction from BCR now and VRDL. So no secrets between these two.
Absolutely. And we certainly saw in the game prior that certainly Adelaide had had a look at what Sunstate were doing and decided that they knew how they were going to shut down that fast pack work.
Yeah, they did an amazing job. I was actually surprised that the score didn't blow out as much as I thought it would. Both teams were managing to really sort of grind the other down. Adelaide coming away with the win in the end.
All right, folks. Looks like we're getting ready for some more derby. Lunatrix and Pulp Friction. Great matchup. There's that quick rush back, and Lunatrix immediately through, taking their ref onto the track for just a moment.
Yeah, beautiful foresight there to see that gap open up on the inside, and Lunatrix straight onto it and claiming lead jammer. And Lunatrix only recently coming back after a fairly significant knee injury, so doing well to be back and competing at this level in such a short order.
Meanwhile, star pass to Pavey. Nothing can be done though. BCR shutting them down before points can be scored.
And that'll extend BCR's lead out ever so slightly once we get our jammer ref with some fingers in the air.
Shout out to all of our refs, officials, NSOs, volunteers, and wonderful all-round people who'll put this event together, the Tropicarnage Cup 2022.
Yes, the 10th Tropicarnage Cup.
Indeed,
some
3
saying-
years in the making.
Yeah, 10th cup over 13 years due to a unforeseen spicy cough.
Also spicy, we have another lead for BCR. Star pass for VRDL. I'm sensing a theme.
Yes, Pavey donning the star once again. And it's a feature of some of these high-level teams. You notice how quickly they get the star pass off once lead has been lost. They tend to just waste no time in. They hear that whistle, off the star comes, and hopefully there's a star pass opportunity available. So we saw that a lot in the previous game as well.
Alright, the Skatriarchy up against Zave.
So this will be an interesting mix. Skatriarchy, a very fast, very powerful jammer, but not particularly known for their lateral movement. But as we've seen, Xavier just bouncing left and right like crazy.
The Skatriarchy more of a through jammer than a lefty-righty jammer. Inny-outy jammer.
Yeah, we can see Skatriarchy there just trying to find any sort of gap, but nothing being offered by VRDL. Oh, ever so, as I say, commentators curse.
Indeed.
A few extra millimetres opens up on the outside of the track and Skatriarchy finds their way through. But not to be outdone, half a track behind is Xavier as the pack speeds up to try and limit the damage.
Skatriarchy calling it on the way down.
Yeah, so good job from the VRDL pack there. They knew Xavier was out. They just had to try and extend the time it took for Skatriarchy to reach the pack. They did so and limited the damage to just 1 point.
15 minutes left in this half.
And it's such a skill for these top-level skaters being able to switch their mindset so quickly from offense to defense and then back to, you know, limiting point scoring or maximizing point scoring.
Absolutely. Well, both at once, offense, defense. The most accurate representation I've ever heard is roller derby is like playing chess with bricks being thrown at you.
Head. Yeah.
And a big smile generally. Dom with 1 to beat at the front of the pack. A little bit of argy-bargy at the back here. With the BCR pivot taking a seat in the penalty box.
Yeah, so Dom now coming through for their scoring pass. Meanwhile, Lunatrix still trying to find that initial pass as the BCR blockers settle at the top of the apex.
And 4 fingers in the sky for VRDL.
Maybe some slight relief for Lunatrix as one of the VRDL blockers is sent to the naughty corner. And
Sit in the naughty chair.
Yes, the blocking pack starting to thin out at the front. Big hit there on Lunatrix. Remains in bounds.
Oh,
But then gets back up and cops another hit. Forced to the inside there and made to recycle back.
That is, of course, 039 Jiggly Tough for VRDL. Jiggly Tough indeed.
Indeed.
Dom through like it ain't nothing for 4 more.
And those 4 extra point scores are now level at 38 apiece as Luna gets taken to the outside, forced to recycle again as Dom approaches the BCR pack for another scoring pass, trying to just scooch the hips past Thunderpuss there. And Jigglypuff in again, just destroying that BCR wall.
A handy friend to have is Jigglypuff. Jigglytuff, sorry.
Jigglytuff, my apologies, I think I mispronounced that. Had Pokemon in my head, obviously.
Lunatrix still working hard. Looking to tiptoe through. As the jam's called off. What a jam. That would have been tough.
That was a very hard-fought jam there, and a new lead now. Victoria Roller Derby Thunder taking the lead on 42 points.
Pew pew. That's my lead change. Pew pew.
And
we're going to need Card to really carry their weight when VRDL gets the lead change.
All right, lining up for BCR, Velocity Raptor and Pulp Friction. Lots of jumpy, spinny, nearly jumpy at the back of the pack.
yes, making me look tired once again.
Pulp Friction just pushing, but unfortunately forced to the inside. Recycled back. BCR blocker sent to the bin.
And it is Pulp Friction who emerges victorious with lead jammer for VRDL. And nearly a full lap ahead of Velocity Raptor, who is now also out on their initial pass. And the call from the VRDL bench to run this one long. So they're going to back their pack to try and recapture Velocity Raptor.
Oh, some nice juking there, unfortunately, though. Velocity Raptor sent to the outside. Working hard for every hip they pass.
So a lot going on down at the bottom of this apex there. Velocity Raptor managing to get back on track in front of Pavey. Pavey then copping a penalty for, it looked like a forearms. And sitting in the penalty box now as Pulp Friction calls that one off and extends out VRDL's lead ever so slightly.
50 to BCR's 42. Anyone's game for sure. Still 10 minutes left in this half.
And we have an official review. I'm going to go find out what they are asking.
Fabulous. Once again, these teams playing in essentially a semi-final, ready to come back tomorrow and take on Adelaide Roller Derby. Everyone's just having a bit of a chat. What's on? I like what's on your skates. Oh, nice shoelaces. Oh, I like your socks. I'm sure those are the things that are being discussed. Our track technicians taking a walk, making sure everything's okay. All of the pink tape bits are where they need to be. We've got a pretty decent dance-off happening in the crowd here. And come Scrifter to let us know what's going on. What can you report, friend?
Okay, so Scare Bear, they're outlining, they're seeking a cut track penalty on Pulp Friction. The contention is that one of the BCR blockers was taken out, but Scare Bear remained in the field of play and should have forced a yield from Pulp Friction. Pulp Friction re-entered the track in front of Scare Bear, gaining relative position. Cut track, please.
I see, and this is why we have so many official eyes on skates and the opportunity to come in and have a chat, make it a learning experience.
Exactly, and yes, time will tell how we go here, whether or not the refs will side with BCR on this one. Right, well worth asking the question, and yes, now a bit over 10 minutes left in this first half. VRDL still with an 8-point lead. Anyone's game.
Absolutely. So we can see here VRDL just chilling in the bench, talking about probably what's for dinner.
Yes, well, the Tropicarnage almost after party happening at the Oxy Tavern this afternoon.
The not so after party,
yeah.
Indeed.
And I keep saying, just keep buying your opponent's drinks, and they might have a hard time tomorrow.
Strategic moment. Yes. This is true.
Speak to your club treasurer, see if you can get the club card, and just start pumping the opposition with a few extra scotches.
I feel as though you've done this before.
This isn't my first rodeo.
I'm taking notes, folks.
Have you got solid plans for the... Oh, they're taking points off, actually.
There's a bit of a shot of the crowd and the venue, and of course our refs.
Yeah,
doing the talky talk.
Smooth camera work there.
Very smooth camera movement indeed. Shout outs to our volunteer camera operators also.
Oh, the Derby world just completely run by volunteers, really, isn't it?
It takes a village to raise a derby.
Yes. And the refs have had their chat now. Head ref back having a chat to Zach and co. and I'm not exactly sure what the hand signals there were from Scare Bear. I'm guessing that means Power Jam.
Power Jam.
Yeah, Pulp Friction is standing and heading to the bin. So it's pretty rare that you win an official review, but BCR have done it here. Obviously, laid out a good case to the referees, to Team Zebra, and they have concurred. So Power Jam start now for BCR.
What an opportunity to engineer yourself. The official review's definitely been worth it.
It looks like we also have a Pavey alongside Pulp Friction in the penalty box, so a blocking advantage as well for BCR.
It's all coming up red.
Yeah, and so you can see there the BCR blockers just giving Skateraki that first chance. Let's see if they can't just push through on their own. And as soon as that was a no-go, straight into offensive play and free Skateraki for their initial pass. Unfortunately, it looks like is that Kimbo Kazi that got a penalty and sent to the box there for BCR as part of that. But Skateraki now on a scoring pass. Pulp Friction coming back from the penalty box.
Skateraki was some beautiful work there. And VRDL star pass. No, star stash from Pavey. Star pass.
Star pass, yes.
Star pass to Pavey.
And the call to call coming from the bench for BCR as Pavey tries to accelerate down that outside line. But I think the call came just in time. Yeah, so one extra point for BCR there. And scores at 50 for VRDL to 43 for BCR.
46, the lead's closing.
47 even. Wow, it just keeps changing.
If we keep talking, maybe we can just up it.
Through the power of our minds.
Velocity Raptor on the line, and that looks like Turbo Spicy for VRDL. Looking for that inside line, but unfortunately forced out and having to recycle just a little bit. Now looking for the out. Not any outie in this game.
Yeah, there's lots and lots of lateral movement. Jammers trying to avoid really getting stuck in those seams. Although now we have Turbo Spicy trying to drive away, but just trying to make the BCR blockers commit to that position and then go for that inside or outside line. So making the BCR blockers dig in, drive in, and now we're trying to get that lateral movement going again. But the BCR pack wise to the games as Velocity Raptor finds a way through the pack now. And by the look on their face, that was a tough get, that one.
It was not easy.
Nearly a full minute down before we had a lead jammer there. And yeah, that is one of those soul-crushing moments as a jammer, but
this one should be a little more rewarding.
yes, nice 4 points there. Velocity Raptor taking that opportunity just to catch their breath.
Oh, and with over a minute, we've now got Turbo Spicy out of initial.
About a half a lap behind Raptor, and Raptor slamming into the remaining blockers from VRDL there, calling off that jam, but picking up an extra few points for their trouble as well. And we've had another lead change. 54 points to 50 in favour of Brisbane City Rollers.
Oh, the excitement. I can't stand it.
No.
I'm going to wee my pants. I'm not, I promise.
7.5 minutes left in this first half, and we have Skateraki lining up against Dom. So two very powerful jammers here. Skateraki, who is able to pop out the top first lead jammer, and all of the VRDL skaters now back on track, being released from the penalty box, as Dom now looking for their initial pass and driving that BCR pack further and further out. Won't be long now if they can just drive a few more feet. There'll be a no pack call incoming, but the back, Skateraki at the back also driving that VRDL pack forward as Thunderpuss drops off from the BCR blockers. Left with Kimbo and Bunny. And they're going to have to drop another one. There's the no pack call. Fantastic effort there from Dom. Just keep driving, and force that no pack, which then forces the call off.
So easy.
Yeah, yeah, simple. Just keep driving.
Just keep driving. Yep.
And BCR, another 4 points on the board. That lead now 8 points, 58 to 50.
6 minutes left in this half.
And lots of love coming in for all the skaters through the chat.
Absolutely.
That's what we love to see, as Pulp Friction with some nice moves up the inside line there.
Oh, straight out.
Oh, and a big hit from Pavey on Lunatrix there. Big solid push to the inside line. Forces the recycle, and then Pavey guiding Lunatrix into the rest of her blocking pack.
Oh, a bit of a pile up on the outside there. That'll happen when Pulp Friction hits your pack.
Yeah, and another nice move there from Pulp Friction, just pushing their back into the BCR blocker and then ducking under the attempted catch.
Tricksy jam, is it?
Yes, very tricksy little jammer.
Alright, action spread across turn 1 and turn 2 at the moment.
And it looks like we are going to have yet another lead change now. Victoria Roller Derby taking the lead at 62 points to 58, and there looks like there might be more points in the bag too, as Pulp Friction hits the BCR pack at the top of the apex. Star pass for BCR now.
Indeed, Scare Bear.
And the call from the VRDL bench to run this one long, as Scare Bear gets caught up in the VRDL pack. Past one, but then re-caught by Pavey. They just keep circling and circling, and Scare Bear just driving against that catch from Pavey. One to beat now, Scare Bear, and it does so.
4-4 BCR. So tight, so close. BCR on 62, VRDL 66. 4 more for VRDL on that lap, takes it up to 70.
It's back to an 8-point lead, and yeah, hard work there for Pulp Friction, but they made it out in the end and maintained that 8-point lead for VRDL with just under 4 minutes left to go in this half. And it looks like we are set for a VRDL timeout. Official review.
There it is.
Yes, looks like. Nope, it is just a team timeout, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, official review being used as a timeout is what it was. So yeah, the hand signal was there for the official review, but they're just using it as their timeout.
OT.
Gives us now a chance to catch our breath too, because I feel like that's just been a non-stop, action-packed game so far.
That's been amazing.
And we expect nothing less from these two teams. I mean, it's fantastic to have VRDL travel up here for Tropicarnage Cup. We appreciate all of our teams that have made the journey to come and join us for this 10th Tropicarnage Cup.
Absolutely.
And it's just great to see Derby happening again
I
after.
know, we all keep saying it, but
hiatus.
it feels so good, people. It feels so good. And not unexpected, I'd say. We've got a fair cohort of the Adelaide Roller Derby team sitting down to watch this bout.
Who wouldn't want to be here watching this bout?
That's right.
As we have all skaters back on the track now, and it is Zave taking the line for VRDL and Velocity Raptor for BCR. So the two Juki Jammers.
Oh, and Zave is through for lead for VRDL.
Yeah, just too smooth up that inside line. The slightest little gap was given, and a bit of jammer on jammer action there at the back as
A little jammer
Velocity
blocking.
Raptor just bumps into Zave.
Just enough to distract. to
Yeah,
get the,
yeah, enough to slow down. Zave through now for a full scoring pass. Velocity Raptor also through for their initial. And the call from the VRDL bench again to run this one long. And it's good to see. Oh, and they've made a good call there.
That's a penalty being assessed to the BCR jammer, Velocity Raptor. It looks as though it might have been a back block.
Yeah, it could have been very easily called off that jam, but VRDL's bench backing their blockers, choosing to run it long, and then with a bit of fortune drawing a penalty on the BCR jammer. And Zave making a short work of that additional scoring pass. More points on the board for VRDL as they extend out their lead towards the end of this first half. Raptor now standing in the penalty box. Oh, and a cut track penalty issued to Zave, so a jammer swap, and this will be a full 2-minute jam as Zave takes their seat in the penalty box. Raptor now out on track, looking for some looking for some assistance there from their BCR blockers. No such luck as of yet. Looking like we're going to get...
Stretching their way back and drew the cut on the BCR jammer.
Yeah, so Pavey going all the way back there. Raptor must have seen that Pavey was there, but just thought that it wasn't a relative position gain, so re-entered the track in front of Pavey and drew the cut track. And that jam times out, and we'll wait for the scores to update, but it looks like 12 points to 1 in favour of VRDL in that jam, and extending their lead out now to 19 points as the halftime clock ticks down under the minute and a half. So potentially probably one more jam, and it's going to be a power jam start for Dom and VRDL in blue with Raptor in the bin.
And we're off. Everyone's being measured at this point. Dom looking to charge through the BCR, blockers at the front. Everything a little bit speedy, a little bit chaotic, and so Dom gets lead.
And Raptor is standing in the penalty box about to return as Dom comes around for their scoring pass. Raptor is also released for their initial.
Dom meeting a full complement of BCR blockers, looking for some help from their friends, and here it comes. In the meantime, Velocity Raptor comes through.
Yeah, earning the moniker there, adding that velocity up the inside line, and that forces the call off. And a few extra points there for VRDL. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update.
Cheers for Dom on the stream. Cheers for Zave. Cheers for all the derby. Pop friction up against the skate triarchy next.
Yeah, unless someone calls a timeout, this is going to that'll be the last jam for the half, and doesn't look like anyone's going to. So hearing in the background here from our in-house announcers that there may actually be a slight problem with the scoreboard.
We had some intermittent technical issues throughout the day with the screen freezing.
And we'll wait to see what happens. Some skaters returning back to their benches. A little bit of confusion here as it may still be in an official timeout technically. So we'll wait to see what happens. But as it stands at the moment, VRDL sitting on 86, Brisbane City Rollers on 63, and we hear the rolling whistle to end that half. So that is where this half is going to finish off. And what a first half we have had here in this bout.
Absolutely. The tension in the room, the excitement is amazing.
6 or 7 lead changes. The intensity from both teams has been fantastic. It's been good, clean derby, good, solid hits, and yeah, some fantastic silky skills on display as well.
Indeed. And still anybody's game. 23 points in it.
Yeah, 23 points is not much in a game of derby, and both of these teams will be having a good long break, 15-minute break here at intermission. I'm sure Zach and Jambi and the bench coaches for VRDL, Slamazon and Demandria will be having some stern words to their skaters, pumping them up to come back and keep that intensity up for the second half.
Absolutely.
And I think I'm going to go have a Bex and a lay down.
So long as you're back, we'll join you very soon for this second half
We'll
of
see you back.
VRDL versus BCR.
And welcome back to everybody in the Derbyverse out there watching the stream live here from Tropicarnage Cup, where we are about to start the second half of this Div 1 playoff between Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers and the Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder.
And I hope you've all had a little break and lowered your heart rates before they jump up again as we get started. This is such a close game, and a final. The winner of this game goes on to play Adelaide Roller Derby.
Yes, and whoever is unfortunate enough to lose this one will then go off into a playoff for third against Sun State Roller Derby,
Yes.
I believe. Yes.
Neither of which sounds particularly inviting.
Yeah,
having
I
to start
don't know.
last
Not exactly a prize, really, is it? I'm not sure. No, but obviously these skaters all are looking for that opportunity. And first jam underway, and we have a power jam for BCR with Skatriarchy on their way around for scoring past Dom for VRDL, taking a seat in the naughty corner. And with a 23-point deficit coming into this half, this is exactly what BCR wanted to start off the second half, with some early points for the Skatriarchy. And that'll help calm their nerves, get their head space right, and yeah, hopefully put them on a track to recoup some of those points as Dom exits the penalty box now too.
Skatriarchy had to be let go there. That's 4 more points. As Dom hits the back of the pack. Star pass for Victoria.
And, oh, who has the star now? Who do you think?
Looks like Pavey.
Pavey.
Surprise!
As the pack speeds up now, trying to deny Skatriarchy more points. May have just snuck through one. No. Refs aren't having it.
Pavey grinning all the while, knowing they're not going to get a chance to hit that pack.
So a good starting jam there for BCR, 8 points to 0, closing that deficit down to 15 points. As we see Pulp Friction taking the line in the blue for VRDL, and Velocity Raptor in the red for BCR. Both blocking packs, really trying to crowd these jammers, not give them the space that they need to create an opportunity.
Oh, VRDL jammer Pavey being sent to the QRDL penalty box.
Yeah, unfortunately out the front there for Pulp Friction. They thought that they had the inside line, but just put a toe stop or a wheel over the line, and gifting a power jam now to BCR as Velocity Raptor comes in for their first scoring pass. And it looks like absolute mayhem in those packs there. Both sets of blockers just condensing into one massive derby mob.
Cuddle puddle.
Yes.
Pulp Friction re-entering the track, star in hand.
Yeah, and just slicing through BCR blockers there. A little bit of disorganisation, I think, from BCR. Not quite ready for Pulp Friction's re-entry. And it looks like that will force the call off from Velocity Raptor. We'll wait to see how many points go up in the air for BCR, if any. 3 points on the board there for Velocity Raptor and BCR. So again, just bit by bit chipping away at the lead that VRDL had built going into this second half.
Absolutely. Zave lining up for VRDL.
And Zave opting for the sort of run-up start, while Lunatrix set right on the line. So Zave picking up some speed and slamming into the back of that BCR pack. Now settling into a push and grind out the front, trying to force a no pack call, does so. And the strategy pays off for Zave there, getting a lead jammer, the first lead jammer in this second half for VRDL.
Lunatrix removing the star, hoping nobody will notice if they get by.
And quite a solid hit there from Zave on bow fracture. And that opened up the line for 4 points to go up for VRDL. As Lunatrix continuing to try and drive away at the front of the pack, and it manages to get free of the remaining VRDL blockers coming around now for their initial scoring pass. And it looks like VRDL are going to back their blockers once again and call for this jam to run long as Zave re-enters after being forced to the outside.
Absolutely. We've got Dominator from BCR taking a seat in the penalty box.
Yes, and being joined by Harlem. I cannot pronounce that one. I apologise. 1337.
Harlem
Lefiore?
My apologies for the pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm sure we got that wrong. Maybe someone can spell it out for us in the chat. As Lunatrix gets through for a scoring pass for BCR. Meanwhile, Zave still trying to make their way through for another pass. Would expect the call to come from the bench soon, but doesn't look like it. They're going to back their blockers and hope that they can contain Lunatrix. But after another recycle on Zave, they decide that's enough for that jam and call that one off.
That's right. VRDL close to the century mark. 98 points to BCR's 81.
And solid blocking from both teams. And yeah, managing to contend, VRDL managing to contend with the driving power of Lunatrix for the majority of that jam, as we see the Skatriarchy in red lining up for BCR and Pulp Friction in the blue for VRDL, and it is Skatriarchy who gets lead jammer.
Pulp Friction working the way up the inside. Nice little trademark spin. Not enough to get out just yet. Meanwhile, lovely little hop there from the BCR jammer. Skatriarchy.
Yeah, some good moves from Skatriarchy on the inside line. Grabs a couple more points and then is forced to call that one off as Pulp Friction comes flying around the top of the apex. And BCR with a solid call off there, able to deny VRDL any points in that jam, 7 points to 0. And so 10 points the difference now.
Too exciting. Love on the chat here for VRDL's 3-5.
Yes, I was reading through the list before and saw that their actual name is 3-5.
I love it. I love it.
As we have these two very different style of jammers now. Dom in the blue for VRDL with that drive and power, and Velocity Raptor bouncing left and right, trying to look for a gap somewhere in this VRDL defense, but it's Dom who has claimed lead jammer and nearly an entire lap ahead of Velocity Raptor.
Working on that scoring pass right now.
Yeah, and a nice juke from Dom there approaching the BCR wall. Got some quick early points and then the train or run it long call coming from the VRDL bench, but Velocity Raptor going against the grain here and grabbing 4 points for BCR. And you can't see off screen, but Jambi yelling at Velocity Raptor, get some speed, go, go, go. They want to force the call off. And that tactic has worked, so VRDL calling off that jam, and 4 points apiece, so difference stays at 10. VRDL have cracked the 100 mark, and we now have an official timeout being called, which an official timeout is always a great chance to mention our sponsors for track one here this weekend, Better Bearings. I think most of the Derby community knows Better Bearings, but why would you buy Better Bearings? That's the question. Why? Well, because they're reliable and they're longer lasting, which means you spend more time on track and less time mucking around with your gear. Better Bearings has also just eliminated plastic from their entire range of products, which, if you know anything about manufacturing, that's a huge undertaking for a manufacturer to go about doing that, and full applause out to Better Bearings for taking that initiative, keeping the environment in mind, and also continuing to make top quality products. And as if a good quality product and environmentally friendly wasn't enough, did you know that they also give 5% of their profits to the UN Women Australia?
That's amazing. I did not know.
No, I did not know that until this weekend either. And that your purchase from Better Bearings helps to support the world's largest movement for gender equality, ensuring that women and girls are safe from violence and free to have choice and opportunity.
It's so good. Also, Better Bearings, many pretty colours. The important thing.
Yes. You can be stylish as well.
Stylish, ethical, strong gear. What more could you want?
So as we like to say, folks, if you care about the environment, if you care about women's rights around the world and here in Australia, vote with your wallet, go to Better Bearings, pick yourself up some fantastic derby gear.
That's it.
And support some good causes. And looks like we're going to have a dance party starting to break out.
Oh,
while
always happens.
Yeah, the derby folk don't need much of an excuse to break out into dance.
We've got some marvellous moves going on. That was Tambalam Slam with some fancy toe-stop foot crossing.
Looks like the head ref and some of the officials having a chat to the BCR bench, obviously relating to this official timeout. Well, we're starting to see officials return to their spots, and there is the rolling whistle from our Jam Time Medino. And the skaters getting set back into position each, both VRDL and BCR with a blocker in the bin. So 3-on-3 walls as we have Zave in the blue lining up for VRDL, and is that a Skatriarchy? It is Skatriarchy in the red for BCR.
VRDL taking the lead early.
Yeah.
Skatriarchy seeing an opportunity though.
Yeah, nice big sweep there from the BCR defence to clear the way for Skatriarchy, and interesting to see Zave off the start of that jam going for a much more direct approach.
Absolutely.
Slamming in the back of that pack, trying to keep them guessing as to what's coming. So
Changes. Oh, Lorraine Evans, hello. 35 is beefy.
And a 3-0 jam there in favour of VRDL, so stretching their lead out ever so slightly, 13 points the difference, and only about 9 minutes down so far in this second half.
Still so close, anyone's game. Dom up again. It's Velocity Raptor, is that?
Yeah, Velocity Raptor there in the red, juking and bouncing around, trying to find a weakness in that VRDL wall. Manages to stay in bounds there, but Dom out the front just pushing. Scare Bear now to beat. Happy Cadaver bridging out, but Dom too powerful, manages to push their way past Scare Bear for lead jammer.
Velocity Raptor just slipping through on the inside for their initial. Pack's moving fast.
Yeah, Dom.
Oh, Dom.
Nice little twist move around the final blocker from BCR there. Grabs all 4 points and calls that one off. So 4-0 jam in favour of VRDL. So Thunder coming out in this second half, settling into what looks like their usual game plan. They've had that time to just calm themselves at the half, come back out, let's play our brand of derby. Yep. And it seems to be working at this stage, but again...
A little Thunder meditation, perhaps, in the
yes,
half time.
Yes.
Zave and the Skatriarchy. Skatriarchy. Zave bringing back the bounce for this jam, it looks like. The Skatriarchy is your lead jammer for BCR.
Yeah, so some solid work by the BCR blockers there just to contain Zave long enough to give Skatriarchy some time to find a gap up the inside. Two BCR blockers, including Kimbo Kazi, the pivot now in the bin. Pavey trying to put the big hit on Skatriarchy, but Skatriarchy up to the task.
Well evaded. Oh.
And rewarded for that effort as now Zave heading to the penalty box for VRDL. So a power jam now for BCR. Yet another swing in momentum in this game.
Absolutely. You can see the BCR blockers doing all they can to make some room for their jammer.
And the call coming from the BCR bench, call that one off, let's ice the jammer and go for a power jam start. So yeah, not much movement happening on that back straight there for Skatriarchy on that subsequent pass. And Zach deciding that, you know what, let's have a power jam start. Zave still seated in the penalty box, so at least 10 seconds of a power jam start.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah, and the only thing is it's not so much of a factor usually with these higher grade teams, but you do need to be very careful of that switch back to defense once the jammer, who is now standing, starts standing. So a little bit of offense here for Lunatrix, but BCR need to start to reform very quickly now and get ready for Zave's return. And there it is, Scare Bear forcing as long a return as possible. Lunatrix in the meantime has claimed lead jammer. And BCR doing a good job to contain Zave long enough until Luna is able to reach the pack for some points. And calls that one off.
With a nice little spin.
And not quite grabbing the full complement there. 3 points to 0. That puts BCR over the 100 mark, and that differential back down to 8 points now.
8 points only.
And we have an official review being called. I will venture out and see what we can find out.
Thanks, Grifter. I'm going to stay here and talk rubbish at these people. We like to see Grifter because he's got that nice little hop. He's actually got a knee injury, but it's fun to watch when you're not the one injured.
There's a bit of a discussion happening on the track. I'm not going to try and say what kind of discussion because I got schooled last time, so I'm going to put some music on. There we go.
In the break time, we were schooled by our wonderful jam timer on how to signal an official review being used as a team timeout, which is what we were seeing before, the O sign and then the T sign and then the point to the colour. Feel free to discuss in the comments. We've seen a number of those this weekend.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, it goes, it's so delicious. And Western girl said, blah, blah. So that's all I've got so far. Yeah, I'm going to build on that. You want to taste of what she's got?
8 points in this bout. It is absolutely insane. Here comes Grifter. Everyone cheer for that hop. And we will find out very soon, folks, what the situation is. Our refs are having a big chat. Everyone's having a big chat. And here's Grifter to let us know what's going on.
Yeah, so VRDL are seeking or are questioning a potential high block on their skater 3.5. Unknown which BCR skater it was. So it's going to be a tricky one for them. They couldn't quite catch the number of who it was that they believe instigated, but there was some solid contact on 3.5 into a legal target zone, but it's believed from VRDL's perspective that initial contact was made on the head, and we've just had the signal from Polar Bear there that unfortunately VRDL have been unsuccessful with their official review.
Okay.
So all skaters will remain as is, no points changes, no changes to the lineups. And we have one VRDL blocker in the penalty box.
That'll be Harlem. Pulp Friction and Skatriarchy battling for starting position behind the line. It's always a little, gives you the heebie-jeebies. Someone's right up in your space.
Well, that's going to be a cut track called, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I can see that one happening. Pavey just got enough of a hit there on the Skatriarchy, forced their back skate to just touch on the out of bounds.
Meanwhile, we've had a star pass.
So this will be a full 2-minute jam.
Minutes. Pavey taking the star. Gonna see what they can do.
Yeah, just a little bit of a jump and a juke there on Unforgiving Bunny, and Pavey through for the full 4 points. Skatriarchy standing in the penalty box, prepped to return, and another big hit from Pavey on Unforgiving Bunny there. Pavey just bouncing off Bunny, bouncing off Kimbo, and then through for another 4 points. Meanwhile, Skatriarchy returning from the penalty box and straight through. A little bit of assistance from Kimbo Kazi gets Skatriarchy out of the danger zone, but Pavey just putting in work and racking up some points here for VRDL. Skatriarchy now also looks like they may have found their way through the pack and has done so. So this is now about containment for BCR. They need to stop this leakage of points as Skatriarchy comes around for their second pass.
2 VRDL blockers in the bin, makes it a little bit easier.
And we have a little jammer skate along around the back straight as more points for both teams up on the board. And a nice little hip bump for Bunny there, pushing Pavey out. Skatriarchy, meanwhile, through for another 4 points. So VRDL still with the upper hand from a points perspective so far in this jam, but Skatriarchy finds a nice clean line up the inside and evens things up. 16 points apiece in this jam.
Oh my gosh.
As the jam times out after the full 2 minutes, and so after all of that we have 19 points to VRDL, 16 to BCR, points differential 11.
11. This is insane, folks. It's not often you get a derby game that is this close for the entire game.
And I just need to breathe for a moment.
I think I might be giving birth. It's a derby baby that you've never seen before. Derby wants it. Velocity Raptor and Dom. Velocity Raptor quickly. 1 to beat takes lead jammer for BCR.
Yeah, VRDL 2 blockers down to start that jam, and Dom has now stashed the panty trying to look for that handoff to the pivot, but no such luck as Velocity Raptor now through for a full scoring pass, and Star Pass has been successful for VRDL, and it looks like that's 35 coming through now with the star, and the call for the call coming from BCR bench. Did they manage to limit any points there for VRDL? Zach waiting less than patiently on the edge of the court, but he sees the 0 go up from Wolfie, and he nods his head and walks back to his bench.
5 points in it now, folks. 5 points.
I don't know, I can't keep up. And we've been down to about a quarter left in this first qualifying bout for the Div 1 final here, as we have a timeout being called by VRDL by the looks. Can't be an official review because they have lost their official review. So timeout being called, and just questioning the points from that last jam by the looks of things. But 14 minutes 10 left on the game clock. 5 point differential as it stands at the moment. VRDL with the lead. And some love to see, love in the chat for 35 having a jam. That's what we love to see. We just love to see derby.
Absolutely. All right. People are nodding. Stuff's happening.
I'd say everyone looks happy, but I'm not quite sure that's how bench managers ever look.
They are. They're generally at the after party.
At the after, yes, yeah. And rolling.
Dave, so keen to get going here. We've got bouncers, we've got shoulder shimmies.
And BCR with pivot in the bin. Scare Bear having a little seat in the naughty corner, and Dave up the inside. Quickly jammer there.
Skatriarchy working hard at the back. BCR blockers given a little bit of love, but having a set up for Zave.
Oh, and a nice little shimmy from Zave there.
Oh, stylish.
Yes. And able to get around the back there of the BCR pack. Gets the points, calls that one off. So 4 points up on the board for VRDL. 9 point lead now. And we have a clear bench to start this next jam, with Dom taking the line in the blue for the Thunder, lining up against Lunatrix in the red for BCR. Both packs sitting right back on the jammer line, and both jammers right up in everybody's business, ready to go. And
Fast and furious. Dom trademark pushing.
yeah, just driving, trying to make that pack rotate. Getting a good job getting them off on a weird angle and starting to extend that pack out. Looks like one of the BCR blocks is going to have to drop, and they do. 2 to beat now for Dom. It's Happy and Scare Bear. Not a 2-wall you want to come up against. Scare Bear now. Looks like they may have to drop off as well. Now, and the no pack call comes, and Dom grabs lead jammer, rewarded for their efforts and continual drive out the front of that pack there. That was all the way from the top of turn 1 round to the back straight.
Yeah.
Just constant drive. That is, and it's some amazing power and
That's the
endurance.
type of thing that makes a jammer want to cry. Maybe not a jammer. It makes a blocker want to cry for
Yes,
sure.
yeah, definitely, yeah. So Dom has taken a little bit of a spill there on the back straight, so skaters just coming back to their benches and
Just checking that everyone's okay.
yeah, doesn't look to be too serious. Dom already up on their knees, just taking their time to get back up to their feet. Paramedics coming just to give them a once-over as well, but all good at this stage. Dom able to skate themselves back to the VRDL bench, so hopefully nothing serious, and we will see Dom back out on the track sometime in the rest of the 11 and a bit minutes to go.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm literally reduced to oh my gosh at this point. I've lost my words.
Bit by bit though, VRDL are just extending this lead out a little bit by little bit, so 12-point lead now. 3 points to 0 in that last jam, as we see Pulp Friction taking the line for VRDL and Velocity Raptor for BCR. And Raptor almost up the in, then switches to the out and finds a gap just big enough to scoot through, and about half a lap ahead now of Pulp Friction, who has also made their way out of the pack.
Fast moving pack now. BCR putting a bit of a rush on VRDL.
Yeah, BCR looking for any points they can grab. Pulp may have just snuck one in at the back there.
Oh.
Yeah, so 2 points to 1. Pulp Friction just grabbing, or is it 2? No, 2-2. Apologies. The jammer refs using different finger combinations to represent the points. So 2 points apiece. And that 12-point differential therefore stays. Both packs with a blocker in the bin, but VRDL one standing. And it is the Skatriarchy in red for BCR, and Zave with that customary longer run up to the jammer line.
Skatriarchy is your lead jammer.
I did not even see what happened there. Just all of a sudden, Skatriarchy has a finger pointing at it saying, "You are lead." Oh, and an easy
Beautiful
scoot up the inside there for 4 points for Skatriarchy, as Zave completes a star pass off to a Pavey. And Skatriarchy with a nice little bean dip around the outside, grabs a couple of points and calls that jam off before Pavey can reach the back of the pack. Good jam for BCR there, 6 points to 0, back to a 5-point differential now.
Can't get past this 5. Oh. Some love for Raptor, some love for Archie. Skatriarchy, I should say.
So it is Pulp Friction and Velocity Raptor, our two jammers for this one, and it is BCR's Velocity Raptor that claims lead. So once again, momentum swinging back and forth constantly throughout this bout. BCR would be desperate for some quick points and a call off here. They get the quick points, and it looks like Pulp Friction may have been dipped around for one as well. Yeah, so 3 points to 1, just to keep things interesting. Down to a 4-point lead for VRDL, and 9 and a bit minutes still to go.
I'm genuinely not sure I've ever heard the phrase 4-point lead for VRDL.
Other than maybe one jam, the first opening jam.
It's a strange world we live in, folks.
Oh, and we have the two powerhouse jammers out now, Skatriarchy for BCR and Dom for VRDL. And then we see Skatriarchy driving through, one to beat on the outside. Does so, cops that shoulder, but just keeps on pushing through, not to be outdone. Dom also out of the pack, about half a lap behind Skatriarchy. And the pack speeds up once again, really speeds up towards the end. They're trying to give Dom some time to catch up. And it looks like Jigglytuff copped a bit of a knock on that one. Hopefully that wasn't too bad of a hit, but
They are up. They are returning to their bench.
yeah, and the paramedics are heading over just to give Jigglytuff the once over and make sure that they're okay to return to play.
Okay, 1 point in this game.
Stop it, people. And
BCR immediately take lead.
yeah, Velocity Raptor out very quickly there. Star pass not completed. Fakey star pass almost, but no, Pavey does grab the star for VRDL while Raptor tries to grab some points and gets past all four, so that we're going to have another lead change. 3-point lead now for BCR with 7.5 minutes to go.
Oh my gosh, folks. Tell us who you think. Yes, nail biter indeed.
And I mean this in a literal sense. I am actually on the edge of my seat here commentating this game. I keep finding myself creeping forward to try and get closer to the action.
I have actual goosebumps.
As we see now Skatriaki back on the line for BCR and Zave for the Thunder. Thunder with a slight blocker advantage, but Skatriaki says, I don't care, and finds a nice gap up the outside to claim a lead for BCR. Scare Bear standing in the penalty box for BCR. Skatriaki coming around for that scoring pass, and looks like they've managed to perfect timing on the call off there from BCR. Freed Scare Bear from the penalty box, all 4 points, and calls it off before Zave can reach the back of the BCR pack.
So stressful, intense, what a game. These are the things that you're telling us, and we 100% agree.
We could see some more lead changes. Well, absolutely.
All right, and the 5-second call goes off just a little bit over 6 minutes, and a quick lead around the inside there for Lunatrix. The BCR blockers just providing the perfect opportunity there. Meanwhile, Dom for VRDL getting slightly held up, but completing a star pass over to Pavey now. And Lunatrix able to get the full complement and call that one off. So another 4 points go up. The home crowd here just going wild for BCR as they continue to extend this lead now 11 points. But if this game's shown us anything, it's that this lead can go either way. And
There's no
5.5 minutes in this game is a lifetime.
That is. It feels like a lifetime.
Full complement of blockers for both teams out on the pack, and it is Pulp Friction in the blue for VRDL who claims lead. Meanwhile, Skatriaki down in the back play, and Pulp Friction making quick work of that lap to come around for their scoring pass. Skatriaki being recycled back by Pavey.
Back.
And now so is Pulp.
It's a little bit of reverse derby.
Yeah, both jammers being dragged a long way back there by the respective blocking packs. Two magnificent derby brains in Pavey and Scare Bear. They're leading the charge to pull those jammers back, and Skatriaki now has completed their initial pass, but not before, and cannot reach the pack before Pulp Friction gets through for a full complement of 4 points.
Sorry.
Oh my giddy aunt. Back to a 7-point differential now, 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
And
Love for Lunatrix. They were pretty happy with themselves coming off that jam. Sure. Dom back on track, Velocity Raptor. Penalty box is empty, derby as it should be. Oh, Dom hitting the floor.
some skaters down in back play. Dom and Scare Bear just making sure everyone was okay. And it's Velocity Raptor with the lead for BCR. Star pass appears to have been completed for VRDL. And once again, Pavey throwing that star on as Velocity Raptor chalks up another 4 for BCR.
Bringing them out to 11-point lead.
Yeah, 11-point differential in BCR's favour now. 3.5 minutes on the clock. And looks like we have one VRDL blocker in the bin. I should be able to read the number from here, but I can't.
It's 35.
It's 35.
35.
There we go. 35 in the bin for VRDL to start this jam, as we have Pulp Friction and Skatriarchy. Oh, and Skatriarchy draws a cut track penalty. Some good work by Pavey there, just keeping Skatriarchy on that line. Draws the cut track, and now Pulp Friction to try and work their way through the pack. This will be a full 2-minute jam, as Pulp Friction has handed off the start to Pavey, and it is a power jam for VRDL. A much needed power jam. Oh, beautiful hit from Scarebear, but it just wasn't enough to overcome the strength of Pavey there on that inside line.
They knew it.
And Pavey now coming around for a second scoring pass. What can BCR do to contain Pavey while Skatriarchy returns from the penalty box? BCR now look like they have settled into a better formation to try and deal with Pavey. And just as I say that, commentators curse, of course, and Pavey is out for another 4-point pass. But hot on their heels is Skatriarchy after completing their initial pass. And there is no call-off. This is a full 2-minute jam. A real test of attrition and endurance here for these two jammers, as Skatriarchy completes a scoring pass. Pavey also through for another pass. Oh, and a penalty there for Pavey.
Pavey takes a seat. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, so it was about 23 seconds by the time Pavey took a seat, so it's going to be a power jam start in the next jam as well. Meanwhile, Skatriarchy continuing, probably can't get one more in the 5 seconds remaining. Depends what VRDL will do here with their pack. Yeah, they try and speed up. Hop, skip and a jump. Oh my God.
Wow, folks.
Well done. Skatriarchy just puts the accelerators on at the last second and gets a full 4 points.
I can't stand it.
Okay, now reassess where we're at. So 12 points to 15 in that jam. So a win in the jam for VRDL, closing the differential, but it is still BCR in BCR's favour, 8 points ahead at this point, with 41 seconds left on the clock. And a timeout has been called by VRDL by the looks. And with 41 seconds left, we have to imagine that this is going to be the last jam coming up.
Absolutely.
What tactics can they pull out? It's going to be up to the VRDL blockers here, because Pavey is starting in the bin. But I would estimate probably about 7 seconds left on that timer for Pavey.
Yep.
So BCR have one very minor chance to maybe provide some mo, and then they need to be ready for Pavey coming back on track.
Absolutely.
And try and hold Pavey down. Give Velocity Raptor a chance to get out and claim lead. It's all about claiming lead here. Points wouldn't necessarily be on the mind of BCR. They just need lead.
Just need to be able to control that. Pack advantage to BCR as well. Got a 1 VRDL blocker in the bin.
Yeah, and VRDL trying to claim that pivot line so they can run forward. Pavey straight on, so it wasn't even a couple of seconds left on Pavey's penalty timer. Velocity Raptor pushed to the out, Pavey pushed to the in. This is it. Everything out on the line from all of these skaters here. They will leave nothing in the tank for this one, as skaters just get mashed up. Velocity Raptor at the back of this solid VRDL wall.
Well, there you
But
go, folks.
there it is. Pavey sent to the penalty box. That could be the game right there, as Velocity Raptor cops a knock to the inside, getting instructions from the bench. It's a power jam. You don't need to do anything silly. Just try and get your way through. 2 to beat now.
So VRDL look as though they're using their jammer to control the pack, with pack definition.
Yeah, and some
pivot
look at this one-on-one work from 35 here out the front.
Amazing.
You can see Velocity Raptor's soul leaving their body. I just have this one to beat. Gets lead, calls it off. My God.
There you have it, folks. What a flippin' bout that was.
And
Semi-final at Tropicarnage Cup.
we shouldn't have to wait for an official score there. There's no question about any points on the board. I'm not seeing any activity from either bench, so our final score in this first qualifying final here at Tropicarnage Cup for Div 1, Brisbane City Rollers 165 take out the win over VRDL on 157, and oh my giddy aunt, what a game.
Oh my giddy aunt, amazing, amazing. So this sees Brisbane City Rollers playing Adelaide Roller Derby tomorrow.
Yes, for the number 1 and 2 spot, and VRDL will take on Sunstate Roller Derby for the battle for 3rd and 4th.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
And all the hugs, all the excitement over on the BCR bench, and we have to give a huge shout out to VRDL. They put everything out there for this game, and the quality of the derby we have seen here this afternoon has just been absolutely phenomenal.
An honour and a privilege.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think 7 or 8 lead changes in the end.
Yes. Oh, so much action. A couple of tense moments with injuries, but...
And the team chants go out, just waiting now for all of the officials to finalise everything, and the skaters will come out for their victory lap.
Fantastic, folks. What an end to this day 2 of the Tropicarnage Cup.
Yes, end of day 2. And tomorrow sees the finals and playoffs and all the good stuff. More excellent derby to come.
Yeah, look out for the stream on the QRDL page. Thank you all for joining us. I've been Spiky.
And I've been Grifter, and thank you for joining us here today, and we'll speak to you all tomorrow.
Tomorrow.